Hey, don't leave the year without checking in with your noir aunties. We're coming in hot and maybe a little late. We apologize for that. But we had things we had to handle because there's some extra stuff we're gonna need to talk about today. We're gonna have to clear some people this year, and we have decided to judge them as staying in this year. They're gonna be judged, juried, and you know, Auntie Love, wait, over here, that's right. She perfectly capable of being the executioner. It's about to go down.
Oh, please, can
But
I?
yes,
Please?
it's about to go down. But before it goes down, today we really want to talk about reviewing the year and the issues that we identified that we want to have as action steps going into 2024. I'm Auntie D. This is your Auntie Love, and we were just talking about before going up here. We hope that you saw enough in 2023 so that you do not feel the need to experience any of the foolery we have to discuss in 2024, but that you're going to take steps on the action items that we're going to review for you today. Thank you for being here at the end of the year, and we'll see you next year, Lord willing. But we're just going to close out the year and redo our action steps and make sure that we are making progress. Auntie
I'm
Love.
making Oh yes, I'm 100% with you because I at the top of this, I did a response to, again, shout out to Trang Pack Baby so much. Thank you so much for the question that you gave me because it fits right into just what Auntie D just said about where we're going this evening and how we're going to wrap up 2023 over here. Okay. So thank you so much. Hey, hello everyone that's joining. Um, so we're gonna like Auntie D said, we're gonna do what we do. You know how we do. You know how we do. Okay, that's me being my twin cousin in New York. I'm just saying. Okay. So if you guys look at my channel, I gave an answer to Trang Pack Baby by video and kind of answered the video she had asked the question, and I appreciate the question so much because what she was asking me is because it's something I think about often too, but I don't think I talk about it so like that. So she was asking me my why and how. And I think it's important to tonight because it's questions that we're going to have to ask ourselves. Because we came up with 7 solutions, Auntie D, about 6 or 7 months ago. Put them all together, nice, neat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we started with 5, but then we got to 7 because we had to add a couple.
It was a 6-hour live, almost 7 hour. I think it was like
yeah.
6, 7.
I think I want to say like Michaela gave us something to that thing and so to what we saw as the critical issues for us as Black women and Black girls, right? But also Yazzie and I think Nia, I want to say Tiff probably added something, you know what I mean? Like we just kind of were coming up with the skeleton of it. Remember, Auntie D, you and I were kind of going back and forth.
It took us a couple months to do that.
Yeah, because we've been talking about it. And some of you who know us and have been in discords with us before, I know we got me and Auntie D got on y'all nerves because we be having posts like this and we be getting into, but what about with the history of this? And then so you remember how this happened in 1702, but then remember 1689 BC when such and such.
Yes, BC, y'all. When Semiramis was on the throne, you remember when you back up and down.
Right? The aeration of the land about 5,000 years ago in Europe is pretty similar to what it was now because they had a second ice age. Girl, we drove all the other Black women crazy. We're constantly reading, and think that it's because we both find comfort in knowledge, right? So I feel like we're very similar in this way, Auntie D, that like we end up going down all of these, not just rabbit holes, but all kinds of stuff. And then we end up learning things that we're like, why do I need to know that? Like, I didn't really need to know that the mole in my yard also had a counterpart, a white woman that's a vole. I I had no idea. But then I got into, here's what the problem is. Here's what this thing is causing. Here's how it's going to affect us, because when it goes underground and it digs this thing, it means that when you step on it, because it looks just like regular ground, just a little bit lifted up. When you step on it, it's actually a hole. You can break your leg, you can do, any of those things. And I did just what I do, which is understand the problem, recognize the reality of the problem. Okay, I can't just turn my head or whatever and go, okay, I'm just going to pretend the moles and the voles are not there. That's all I need to do. I'm just not, okay, I'm just not, if I don't look at them, they won't look at me. And if they come up to me and they ask me for my phone number, I'm gonna just give it to them. Because I don't
Uh-huh.
want moles and voles to get upset, because if you can dig holes like that, what else won't you do? Okay. So, this is how I think about stuff, right?
Are you calling 9mm 380? I know you are.
I know you are. But wait, because those bullets are more expensive, and I know I'm collecting them, because that's
Oh,
what all the uh, good white men's out there who are so willing to teach you how to conceal carry. Because girl, we go in there, when we get in there, white boys be like, oh, so you want to girl, step by step, honey. Make sure your stance is right. Everything. Are you looking out the right eye for you? Girl, you better go. You better go on. You better go and see about your concealed carry. Get yourself on the range, because there's more going on than just
they
pointing
did
and.
stay that order in
I'm just
California.
saying.
We got an update in
Okay.
California. They did stay that new law.
I
AB
saw
12 is on
that.
hold. So we are making progress even in California on this.
Yes, and this is the time, because I heard them say that, this is the time for those of you in California to get your paperwork done, because just like they can make a law, they can take it away, right?
Right. Well, it's temporarily stayed. So
Mm-hmm.
today's the 29th. Court doesn't come back into the session till the second, but probably it won't come back into session on the second. But just we don't know how long that's going to take to go through the courts. So if you have paperwork to file, it's probably a reasonable time. I have to make that part of my get my paperwork done for January. That's going to be part of
Yes,
my journey.
yes.
Um,
Hey,
AB
Coach
12,
Carter.
AB 12 will, if it goes into effect, I spend a lot of time in local parks, but I also know what the streets are parallel that are not in the park. So in my head, I'm kind of mapping, okay, if AB 12 were to go into effect, blah, blah, blah. In certain times of year, like there's trees breaking, I won't be in the park. So then there's that
Right.
situation. There's a lot that goes into thinking about it, but it's actually one of the first things on our agenda about things that we are doing. We know what the situations are. So now, what are we doing to meet the conditions? Um, and I know that's a heavy place to start, but if you've seen what's going on this year, and you've seen what's happened to different Black women this year, it ought to at least be something that you are seriously contemplating. Moles, voles, and other vermin, since we done opened this door already. Did I not tell you she was this way? Did I not tell you she was the executioner? I warned y'all, right? I told you, didn't I? I told you we started early. Moles, voles, and other vermin gonna be getting that number.
Girl, I was going to like, I'm like, if because every time stuff like this happens, right? Because okay, I'm the brains of the organization over here, but every time stuff like this happens, I look around, I'm like, and then I go right back to these two soldiers over here. if y'all don't take y'all this, get this poison and this one, I'm gonna lose it. Because I made a generalized order when we first bought this property. And I was like, listen, I know it's all kind of animals, but we changing the ecosystem out here. And that's what I kind of see with us as Black women. We get to change our ecosystem. Okay. I don't care how many times y'all done seen snakes all around here. We not seen them because they ain't gonna be there. These boys got to put soap around the house several times a year. And because I am a shoe connoisseur and we can never ever ever burn a shoe that I bought. So there's millions of them like procreating around here. I will take either one of my son's shoes or my husband's old shoe. Y'all had it for a year. The fuck, buy a new one. You get to buy one pair a year. Jesus. So put some sulfur in that too, because then the sulfur will spread out. Girl, don't play with me because I'm not going to have these. I'm not going to live with these conditions. I'm going to be able to go out on my patio that I made y'all build in my, per my specifications. I'm going to be able to go out back and lay there and there's not going to be a tree frog jumping. There's not going to be a snake hanging out. Don't talk to me about turtles. I know all about, okay. No, I don't want to see bunnies. Bunnies, they fool you kind of like white women. I'm just saying, they are treacherous. No, just because y'all think they look cute or they supposed to be the animal kingdom, what's the name of beauty or some shit. Okay, they are vicious and they are violent, and I won't have it. Okay, you're not gonna be standing out, hanging out on my porch. No. Okay, gone over there to my neighbors. My neighbors like, oh, we just saw a snake, and girl, no. If I see a snake, everybody's getting jacked up over here. Everybody. I'm gonna find y'all little whoever friends. I don't even care. My husband, I'll go back in your lineage. Don't do it. You need to make sure that I don't have any types of bugs, and I plant my own like lavender and things like that. So I really have to be really push this idea for us as Black women that just because this is how we should just get with it, because I don't know how many of my cousins were like, well, they were there first, like the animals were here first. Girl, what is your point? They are not paying this mortgage. They ain't paying the taxes. Okay? Girl, I don't care. Those days are done. I'm here now. And y'all ain't sneaking up on me in my sun-drenched haze in the backyard. We're not doing that. I'm not gonna be sitting on my porch jumping every time a tree frog jump on me and then jump. No. Y'all live with the vermin. Y'all live with the this and the that. Not me. Not me. So don't come here, because I really was thinking of shooting the voles, but I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I have a shotgun. So we don't have to waste those kind of bullets.
We're gonna look
We
for the
can get
most
some burner
efficient
shots.
option. We're gonna
Okay.
be able to,
I
okay,
got
we're
some
gonna do the
burner
most
shots.
efficient option. Okay, I got you. But
Yeah,
see,
because it's got it sprays.
it's
Bird
great.
shot sprays,
Right. It's
right?
great.
Yeah. So yeah, so they were like, please, mom, don't my husband, please, baby, please do not try to shoot at them. You can't even see them. They just underground camera shooting at everything. Better move the truck. That's all I can tell you.
But you see, y'all, consistency. You think any human being who rolls up uninvited, what you think? Consistency. Auntie Love
Everyone.
is through story informing you of something very important. You get to, and this is our first major area. So we're going through we're going through it in an iterative way. Our first question today is what do you plan to do as a Black woman to make sure that you are not run up on emotionally, verbally, physically, financially? And what you've just seen is a wonderful illustration. I feel bad for the voles, but it is what it is. Of how you do get to shape your environment. And if other people are in your environment, the privilege of them being there is to make sure that you get to do what you want to do on your porch. It ain't nothing crawling, sliming. What's that? Ribbiting, rabbiting. You don't get to do that. They don't get to do that. So in like manner, however, take that to the next level of there are people, rabbits carry other vermin, but they ain't never started a world war. Rabbits and voles will break your leg, but they aren't the ones trying to break your spirit. They just kind of doing what they do. So now you got a medical bill, but the voles ain't trying to do all that. But in small matters, you scale them mentally to big matters. In 2023, we have seen a lot of people who have chosen to operate as predators. Now, not apex predators. I got corrected the last time we were here. That's a whole different set of things. Not apex. But they don't have to be if you're not prepared. They just need to be allowed to think they're above you in the food chain. So, in the sense that you hear Auntie Love talking about what she's not going to allow in her space, understand that humans are under the same command. And that's something that you get to do in your space, in your life as well. So we did put out 7 issues that we were looking at, and we've discussed them. On our separate channel, we've discussed things you could do. But it's worth a review because we've seen some things. Yeah, right after that, the online misogynoir report came out, and yeah, that's happened since we were last year. I don't think since we were last year. I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up because she put it. Thank you, Michaela.
Thank you, Michaela.
Michaela is one of our most. I don't know if people know this about Michaela, but Michaela has been. She's actually very young and extraordinarily brilliant and mature. She has been an
On top of stuff.
activist. Yeah, she's been an activist in our community for 10 years. And she and her twin, my other daughter, because Michaela's one of my babies. Okay, that's my baby. The twins are of an age, so the other guy that's born that I actually gave birth to, and then Michaela, they're of an age, right? But Michaela is really brilliant about media and its uses, and that's something else that, as we're talking about solutions over time, we do get to build our own infrastructure. For example, Jewish people in the United States have their own infrastructure, if y'all didn't know. They have built their own hospitals. Doesn't mean other people can't come, but they built their own hospitals that centered them and their culture. They have their own banks. They have, they literally have their own school, even though they be like, oh, we just did it. No. I actually, one year, my son, when he was in preschool, I put him in a Jewish preschool. Okay. So they have education.
There's a high school here in San Francisco.
Yeah. Y'all can say whatever y'all want out here in the patriarchy world of white supremacy and whatever. But Jewish people, the reason they kids know what they know is because they practice an oral tradition that they have for the last like 5,000 years.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
5,700. I mean, I know this because they put out calendars too. It's like
Mhm.
5,790 some odd, if it's not exactly 5,800 at this point. That's
Yeah.
why I know, because there's a lot of Jewish influence here. So you run
Yeah.
into it.
And I
Um,
don't know if y'all know this, but they cross pollinate with the larger patriarchy of
yes, they
white
do.
supremacy and white people period in the United States. Um, they some of them are the bankers. Some of them, Jewish people. Let's be clear. Uh, um, Hollywood. That's them controlling their portion of media, and that's the right thing to do. You shouldn't be able to have no propaganda against Jewish people because, girl, they're not having it. I don't
Look,
know what you do over there, but we not having the moles, the voles, the rabbits, the squirrel. Okay, I got some dogs for the squirrels. Okay, but because that's funny. But anyway, the squirrels, fuck deer. Why are you walking up on my porch, sir? Don't walk up on my porch. Antlers, no, no, we're not doing that. We have it all.
but see, this is the thing. I'm glad you brought that up because one of the things we noticed in the review of the year was that communities that have infrastructure and have that settled down don't discriminate. Kanye West went DEF CON on himself, but even Elon Musk found out that maybe you don't want to do that. So when you have sufficient control of infrastructure, you are able to then determine how your image will be used, how your image will be presented, how your image will be will not you can have consequences. You can put consequences out there when people choose to misuse, misappropriate your image. This is something that when we talk about how Black women defend themselves from various types of assault, this is an area. Well, I love the fact there's so many Black women now. You and I were talking about this yesterday, Auntie Love, about how many Black women are putting together Black women, either Black women primary or Black women only spaces using social media. And I have a big year end or year beginning review I'm going to do to let some of y'all know about them. Just to do a big review. I got sick this week because some, Aunt Flo doing what she does. Allergies will not die. And then some things people we need to talk about. I should not have tried to look up both of those things on the same day. So part of that's on me. That because I got literally ill. But there are spaces that Black women control and have built that you just can't come up in there and do.
Oh yeah,
And the more we
yeah.
develop that kind of infrastructure, by the way, even more aunties to a point, get in the chat and try to act a fool. And remember, you're not on my channel. You on the executioner channel. Don't. See, we talked about this. See, I use the word redemption on a regular. I'm gonna block you, but then I'll pray for you. And no, that ain't happening over here. You're gonna get chewed up, spit out, done it again. Michaela's in the chat as well. You might get chewed up and spit out twice. The other women may also come after you. Then they're gonna block you, and we're gonna talk about you over
Mm-hmm,
here.
mm-hmm.
Because again, this is another. I've heard Congress Love say it many times. It's not a safe space. If you're not about Black women, this is not spot for you. So
Mm-hmm.
increasingly, using the tools that we already have, we are able to set up spaces where you simply cannot come up here and use us any kind of way, increasingly. And that needs to increase more. But if you're not thinking about it, every one of you that has a YouTube channel, any kind of social media page, you get to determine what you let have on your page. I have presets. There's certain things you're not gonna call Black women because you're gonna hit the return and YouTube's gonna be like, you're not gonna even be able to post it here. I go on other people's pages and see people acting contrary and bring their username over to my page and pre-block them. They ain't never coming up over here on my channel. Cause I just feel like I could waste a drag, but then again, you're not that important. So every one of you has some capacity to create safe space, at least for yourself, and then for the people that visit your channel. Now, my channel does have more groups of people than just Black women, but it's Black woman control, but there's more people there. But as Confidence with Love, Auntie Love has been telling us forever today, when we control the space, we tend to go back to being who we are, which
Mhm.
is what we have historically always been. We have tended to be the caring matriarchs of history. So other people can be there. You just got to follow the rules, baby. We're not trying to do all the foolery, but if you know how to comport yourself, yes, one of them big civilization type words. If you know how to comport yourself appropriately, yeah, come on and get some benefit. But act a fool and find out. Mess around, find out. So that's part of how and as we practice this online, one of the things, again, Auntie Love, I know that moles, voles, and other human beings acting like vermin would get the exact same treatment because there's consistency here. What you practice over here, then you also practice over there, what you also practice over there, what you also practice over there. As a Black woman, the more you practice using your online life to determine what you will and you will not allow, the easier it's going to be for you to then also practice it as you go into your everyday life. Because at this point, many of us spend comparable amounts of time online as we do with actual non-virtual people, maybe a little more because of COVID.
Mhm.
So, what are you doing to defend yourself and the Black women around you from being assaulted? There's a lot more than most of us can do than we think. And that begins on, if you're listening to us, you have a social media presence. So you make that space as safe for you as possible, and then that can expand out. That's just one way. There's others. We talked about personal self-defense in the real world in different states, learning what the laws are. But there are things that are at your fingertips that you can do. And I wanted to just bring that out because even while aunties, see, no. He ain't gonna be no foolery over here. Either one of our channels, y'all already know. Mm-mm. But it is a sweet, adorable, Michaela, I would break your heart. My grandmother had a different opinion about bunnies. We can't talk about what happened to certain pets that were not authorized, and but there was a
I'm gonna
biscuit
just tell
involved.
you though that
I, we can't. I just, people. It's just, it depends on it. A lot depends on. See, if you go back, we're gonna do this thing we do. If you go back into European history, rabbits and bunnies and hares, Hassenpfeffer, big German hare and pepper, they breed quickly. They produce a lot of meat, so they're loved because they represent fertility. Perhaps you've heard of this holiday called Easter. Ashtaroth. Constance Love can tell you more. But bunnies represent fertility because they reproduce quickly. However, they reproduce so quickly that if you have them in an environment in which there's too many of them, you really start to have major trouble. So,
yeah,
yes, bunnies
because they
have been
eat the
sold.
food. I'm just telling you.
Yes, they compete with your food supplies. So, we
Yeah,
have been Europeans are very good at marketing their viewpoint. So we have learned about bunnies as being lucky and sweet and fluffy, and they can be. I'm not arguing with that. But even then, as Black women, we have to examine, because my grandmother, that was just food. I was just gonna keep it 100 with you. But
a lot
we
of
have
us.
to examine a lot of the ideas that we have been given, because a lot of times one person's fluffy pet is another person's pest. And then we
Well,
have to be able to determine what is that for us, is all I'm saying.
and the
I've known some very fluffy bunnies. Don't get me
and,
wrong.
and the nature, we're using bunny as an allegory, but the nature of um the ethnicity and culture that a bunny, its DNA is a part of, is rodents. So I don't care that they have a cute coat. Voles, moles, rat, mice, squirrels, I could keep going. They're rodents. They come from that family. Now, maybe some of them do grow up to be a nice rabbit or a cutesy squirrel that won't um get up in the tree and wait for humans to come by and throw nuts and stuff at you. Maybe. Okay. But some of them turn out okay, I guess. However, I'm not going to be taking the time to figure out which of the millions of bunnies around here is the good one. And I'm not trying to figure out which of the frogs that we need to give grace to, because they actually turned out to be a great frog out of the hundreds in all these ditches of all kinds of frogs that be doing the whole most. Okay. So I'm just saying, I don't, we're not doing that over here. If we go with that premise that, yeah, a bunny can fool you into thinking that they cute and fluffy, but let me tell you something, a bunny is actually doesn't know who the hell they are. Because if they with the cat, they trying to act like a cat. If they with whoever, they try to act like whatever. Girl,
Yeah, I know
they're
that.
kind of like uh you know that friend you have that tries to use AAVE when they're with you, but then they turn around and try to be you know um they try to change their tone. Not, I'm not talking about us switching up because we have to job. I'm talking about y'all just hanging out and all of a sudden you like, who the hell said that? Oh, girl. But then they get in church, it's a whole nother person. And then if you get, they just switch up based on where they are, and they haven't decided who they are and what they want. So
Whoa.
while I mean, I know people who own gerbils and they're like, but they're so beautiful, their hair is so beautiful. It's a wrap. I just don't care. All I can see is that Dr. Doolittle movie with Eddie Murphy and one of my kids' pets up coming up under my blanket and saying good morning. Where's the coffee? No, 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 no. We're not doing any of that. So, in terms of like, when I'm looking at all of what goes on, and connecting the dots and giving us a different point of view, because we know I have a very different point of view, right? Optional over here. So when I'm looking at that, and I started thinking about the solutions to the problem, I decided a long time ago that what we're probably going to have to do as Black women, like I said, is create our own infrastructure. And with that, that means that we're going to have to get used to the idea that some of us as Black women are anti-Black woman and Black girl. So they're just not going to be a fit. Okay, everyone
Yeah.
isn't a fit. And what I'm telling you, the other thing I'm telling you though is I could have a complete difference in opinion, or a complete difference in how I go about things, but I could still work with someone who I don't necessarily share certain beliefs with. Okay, I listen, y'all. I've been on the building committees as a director in nursing, right? Because we have our part to play at the back office when you build another building, right? So everybody brings in their part. The front office director comes in, the CEO, everybody brings the financial people, okay, the building people, but we all have a part to play, because otherwise, no matter how beautiful that building looks, it won't get licensed for the care of people. So I have spent quite a bit of my corporate life in nursing, working side by side with either white women or Hispanic women, primarily who believe they're white adjacent. Okay. Because they too are racist, even if they're in Mexico or wherever it is, against indigenous and what they call Afro Mexicans, or, you know, Afro Latinas or whatever, right? Okay. So I work with them, and they the most girl, y'all. That's why y'all can't tell me nothing. I've seen them do it to a black woman after black woman. I've been targeted myself quite often because just like um Carol Anderson explains in her book White Rage, they do not like the rage comes from them not liking that you are thriving, you are walking around being happy. Y'all ever notice how we all judge and have such a problem with black women and black girls singing and dancing in public? Whose resources are they taking by singing and dancing? If you hear black women um, all together wherever we are, and we're talking loud and we're laughing and we're having a good time, why does that inspire your hatred? Why does that make you feel like you need to put a stop to it? Why does it make you feel like you need to get on wherever you can with your little propaganda and call us names that dehumanize us because we sang or danced or we were talking out loud and laughing? Why is that a reason to call the manager, the police, the whoever? Why is that a reason for you to get on Fox News, MSNBC, or whoever the hell you are, libertarian, conservative, and everybody who self-identifies as whatever the hell it is in between? Why do we need to stop black women from even raising our voices? Why? Why is that considered one of the most heinous cultural crimes in these United States? Of kids, white kids going in and shooting white kids and other kids, okay? Your main problem in this society is black women being loud, black women telling you no, black women telling you you don't get to take their shit and stamp your name on it like you did something. Why is that the major crime? Why is it that one of the reasons that black women are like, ooh, I don't want to mess with guns or weapons or pew pews. Ooh, that one of the reasons is not just because we've had black men in our community or white folks or whoever turn it on us, right? One of the reasons that we have a problem with it is because when we've defended ourselves in the past, when we've been DV'd at home, we have experienced as black women in the same system that's killing us in healthcare, in the justice system. We've experienced that they do this little loop thing. And I think this is really important. I want y'all to understand this as we go into 2024 so you feel better about being your own security, about um about embracing your Second Amendment rights or whatever, or about making sure your daughters go and get self-defense. One of the things that black women experience, and you know this as soon as I say this about black girls are far more likely to be kicked out of classes, this, that, and the next, have the police called on them by their teachers if they said no to something, than their white counterparts or their Hispanic counterparts or whatever. Black girls are criminalized. Okay. So if you went through a DV situation and say that person, let me think of one. What happened to Kiki Palmer? What happened to Kiki Palmer happened to one of us in our personal lives. And you were to go get your concealed carry after you woke up from being thrown against walls and over couches or hit by bricks in the face. And say that person that did that was still there. If you go and you get a weapon and they happen to allegedly lose their lives or something behind it.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, because they were sitting on the couch, because now that they done beat the hell out of you, they need a snack break. So, and if you come back and you do that, then what the law will try to do to you as a black woman is say, well, you are no longer in danger. So therefore you shouldn't have had to use deadly force. But here's why white folks can use deadly force all day. Okay? Including what them wenches that y'all call Karens and them Legion, including them. It's a weapon when your tears is acid and blood and other people blood. That's a weapon. So why can they use deadly weapons? Like we'll say a cell phone and say, I'm hearing and some black woman is looking at me. Oh, 911.
What was that case?
It was in New York
Um,
with the that white lady. Girl, why this is why black women don't want to deal with that either, because it's like, well, if I'm defending myself, I will have to deal with the judicial system who's going to say, "But were you really defending yourself?" So, here's the remedy to that. Okay? This is alleged. Okay? Allegedly, this is the remedy. Options. Okay. I thought about it because one of the things that we don't understand is that when you go to get concealed carry, a lot of times in the classes, because some of them are former police officers, FBI officers, whatever, they kind of know the law, and so they came up with a way to circumvent that. It's called self-defense insurance. It's little or nothing a month. Like it's from like $12 a month to, if you got the premium package, such as myself, like
of
15 to
course.
$20 a month. Cover my dogs and stuff, okay, just in case they accidentally allegedly
Alleg-
took somebody's life. Yeah, they ain't going to jail. That's why I keep saying that. Okay, so when you go up, that's why I keep pushing us to go. If you're gonna go and you're going to work on your self-defense, and one of your options is a pew pew, I keep pushing us to go get it by permit and get then concealed carry permits, because you are going to learn in that class so many things. You are going to learn so many things when you go on the range, and learning that you can have self defense insurance is huge. And one of the things that insurance will do is they will send you new, this about the law, new that about the law,
as you
and you'll
keep up.
know stuff. Yeah. And they tell you exactly what to say. Now, most of us as black women, like I said, we just kind of like, oh, I don't want to, because what if um so what are you gonna do if there is a Kiki situation, right? So one of the things that crossed my little apex predator mind, allegedly, is have stun guns at your house, because that's not considered lethal.
It's
So if
also a way.
so wanted to do the whole most, and then he sat his ass down after he threw my head between the damn dryer and washing machine, and I woke up. Oh, that's one, right? Stun guns are not lethal.
There's
Okay.
also I sent this to you some time ago. The burner, which is a less lethal. It does
Mhm.
not. I mean, I could. So I'm in California, so obviously I'm looking at multiple options.
Options.
That sucker is plenty. You're not gonna kill somebody, but you sure can mess them up good. That's called the burner. A whole lot of conservative individuals are pushing this option as well because certain states, like I said, certain states, there are a number of non-lethal. And the interesting thing about this, if I've done my own research, it's probably a little bit easier for me than some people because my family has so many veterans, military. So it's probably a little bit easier for me to kind of get into this mode than some others. I'm not someone who would normally do that, but I've got an older mother that after Father Matthews leaves, he's going to charge me with that and going to leave me some things that are going to be helpful to me. So I'm going to inherit some things. Hey, Kiana. We're so looking forward to having,
Right.
I'm sorry,
We
diversion.
are.
I'm so looking forward to
Are
having you
you
onto
kidding
our
me?
aunties because
Girl,
thank you for being here. We're just trying to find a date, but we're so looking forward to having you on for our aunties in January. I'm just so excited about it because I need to tell you how that book broke my life, but also helped me to be able to actually know what I was talking about in these YouTube streets about what's going on. But anyway, we'll get to all that next month. But hey, um,
hey, level up. Hi, True Mystique. Hello,
hey,
Nicole.
Christine, Nicole,
Let
how
me
you
make sure
doing?
I'm not missing anyone. Okay. Hello,
Sorry,
everyone that's coming on. Okay.
we just diverged because you know how we love black women who have things for the people for black women over here. But yeah, it's a process of just understanding there are a lot of options available. There are options that do not mess with your local laws. And it's on our agenda actually. Even though, and I let me be careful how I say this. I realize that because of the things we have seen in the news, a lot of us as black people have the idea the police are our enemy. And we can go through the history about how, even for black women, this also holds up to some examination. But at the same time, Constance with Love has been talking about the concept of mastering the masters. That's a whole show by itself. There are former police officers, veterans, who are willing because they do value the Second Amendment and because they see bigger enemies than black women on the horizon for the United States of America, would rather see anybody willing to use their Second Amendment rights go ahead and get armed. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There are synergies. Now I know that the whole idea of their synergies is likely to upset a portion of the adult black community. On the other hand, because we're going to talk about it later, if we felt that they were doing the job to defend black women and children, then this conversation wouldn't even be necessary. It was not a white man. It was well. Let me go this way. It was not a white man, an Asian man, Latino man, or Native American man who put KK Palmer over us all. It was not a white man, an Asian man, a Latino man, or a Native American man who was out here convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion. It is not a white man, an Asian man, a Latino man, or a Native man who is accounting for black women being killed 4.8 every 4.8 hours. It is not a white man, an Asian man, a Latino man, or a Native American man who hit Rhoda Osmond with a brick. It is not white men, Asian men, Latino men, or Hispanic men that are accounting for black women being 16% of the population in Chicago and accounting for 45% of the assaults. So I ain't gotta throw no shade. We just did this by elimination.
Yeah, because it's true. We have two things going on at once. We have an internal local issue, meaning black men are in closer physical proximity to us. We have learned how we've gotten enough of our living memory back to literally stand up to other men. Okay, we have we perfected how to do that. And I mean, post our enslavement here, right? we learned how to do that. Um, the problem is we still have this mindset that or dream or fantasy that black men or are in any way a resource for us.
And this is good because that turns the corner to our second point.
Yeah, because if you're if you are in this mindset as a black woman and you're not looking at the reality of the situation, you're not ready to admit to the reality of the situation, or you want to, maybe it feels too overwhelming for you. Maybe it feels like, well, it's not happening to me specifically, so why should I be doing all that? Because really, I'm too tired for this. You're tired. One of the reasons you're so tired, black women, is because we are 100% of the resources most of the time in our community, and the society does the same thing. So we not only have a homeland security problem, we do have a international terrorist problem as well, meaning, these other folks aren't as in close physical proximity all as much of the time, or maybe, well, I can't say that about white women because we work with them all the time. So, or we go to the hospitals and they are the ones who are hospitals, doctors' offices, healthcare in general. Um, they are the ones who comprise 90% of the specialty cares, like labor and delivery, nursery, pediatrics. Interestingly, the lady, whatever that white girl name is, Legion, that was killing the baby. She's a serial killer recently in this past
What's her name?
2023. Yeah,
Let
her
be.
let be led better, whatever her name is, whatever Legion's name she going by as a cross
Right, I can see her
today.
face.
I don't know. But here's something that's interesting because, like I said, me and Auntie D, we read a lot, and so I might read an article and and then I will read the bibliography, and then I'll go to those sources, and then I'll start reading, you know, those, books that are attached to the source. So one of the sources who wrote about this as an article, it became a study for her, and she wrote a book on that white women, um 85% of the white women who become serial killers or I don't give a damn murderers or whatever they doing, Legion stuff, okay, um work in healthcare. So listen to what I'm saying, y'all. The very people, now they did not find that with black women at all. Okay. They didn't go, most of the black women who work in the healthcare system are 85% of the ones that we find and they're killers, they work on health, the healthcare. No, they didn't know. But 85% of the white women who work in the healthcare system, who become serial killers or murderers or whatever they doing, they came out of the healthcare system. They work in some way in the healthcare system. So now you're talking about sending black women and black girls to a healthcare system in which you actually did a study on the serial killers of the US and globally of white women, and found out they work in the healthcare system. That don't make me feel comfy. You know, that's something I saw on their Yelp review. Why did somebody say, what the heck? And then you have to really understand too, because of the way that we read, we see all this other stuff, right? So then I start thinking, wait a minute, now how come the US Labor Department, the dang DOJ, the FBI, the CDC, Health and Human Services, this, that, and the other, how come They've been sitting here watching us and and studying who kills us and where and how throughout the system, in our personal lives. The numbers that we give to you, yeah, they're true. But remember, people had to stop and watch that, okay, to gather that information. Black women and Black girls actually had to be DV'd, essayed, unalived, and all of these things. That's how we get those numbers from these United States organizations and these colleges that reviewed and study and, give us this and that and the other thing. Cite,
And
citations and stuff. So
and
you're
every
watching us be murdered. You're watching us be mutilated, but you don't care at all. You don't. So I put this question of because actually I do have followers, believe it or not. Oh, I wouldn't say we're followers, but they come on my page who are conservative white people simply because we both are well, mostly conservative white men, because we both are the main resource in our community, and we're the one who does the work, but we're also the one who has to take responsibility and accountability for whatever happens in our community. That's why I'm not um slashing white men allegedly at the same speed and veracity that I allegedly do white women. It's because we've already been holding them accountable. We've already been doing that throughout time, because we already understood. So you want to be violent, huh? But we don't hold the people who partner with them accountable in their violence. We don't hold Black men accountable. They've been turning us upside down. They've been selling us for thousands of years. They've been finding ways to jack us. They've been with the whole thing, and the in such overwhelming numbers that it's hard for us to see the good ones. It really is. It's dangerous for us to take the time to even look, because there's so many who really have been um covetous and anti-Black woman and taking action, daily action on it. But that we are being have been studied, and that this, and that it's still happening, is something that we are going to have to be realistic about as Black women. No one is going to do anything about it. And the great news is, cool, because I can do it for myself. I am goddess born after all. And if I wasn't a preternatural elemental being, then why do all the rest of you who like to hate on me for singing out loud, or dancing wherever I'm at, or laughing out loud, or telling you no? Why do y'all keep coming and requesting, um, giving me your prayer request? Why you always need something over here from Black women and Black girls? Why do we need to look at every mud puddle and put down our capes for your ass to cross the mud puddle? Why? If we're such nothing, if we're so unworthy, if we're so ratchet, if we're such hoes and bitches and all the other shit that y'all like to call us, okay? If we're so horrible and we're so ignorant, and we are just Jezebels and this and that, then why do you keep asking us for favors? Why do we need to fix your damn problems that you created? Why? Why are there 3 black women who are handing Trump his ass? Why? Why was there 2 black women who literally at any moment could have lost their lives that were the final 2 to take down dumbass Rudy Giuliani? Why is that the case? Why? Because I thought y'all said we were ignorant and you don't like us, you got different preferences, then stop coming here. Stop asking us to solve your damn problems. You know what, Jonathan, whatever that little black boy name is who just got
Jonathan Majors.
Jonathan, you know what, Jonathan Majors? I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You need to go work that out with the white community. Oh, but you already did.
He's shown enough. They worked it out all right.
Yeah, but you already did.
But see, can I see? Jonathan Majors is a special case, and this is why. You can't make a black woman out of a white woman. Hatred. And this goes to something that you asked me to talk about specifically. So I'm going to use Jonathan Majors on my way to TD Jakes, because I'm sure those of you listening have been hearing about the controversy about TD Jakes. But let me go through Jonathan Majors first. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time executing him, because anybody who let himself get messed up for tens to hundreds of millions of dollars really doesn't need me to kick him while he's down. He's down. We may go ahead and do that, but he doesn't really need it. It's been done by the community he chose to play around with. But to me, the saddest thing was, if you want a woman who's like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama, you have to actually fit yourself to be worthy, period. You cannot make your white plaything into the woman that you want. And I'm like, the brotherhood and the fatherhood has failed, because even Dr. Martin Luther King had some white women on the side, but he knew the difference. He knew to be able to do the things that he did well, and we're not taking anything away from the things that he did right, but he also knew he needed Coretta for that. He couldn't take the almost not legal age, just barely legal. And we know this was his preference because the FBI bugged him saying it. So I'm not making this up. The most heartbreaking thing, because I share a birthday with him, it ruins every single January 15th for me. He and I share a birthday. That same mellifluous voice. But see, Dr. King knew the difference, but because we can't talk about what black men are really doing, then that means the information on how not to be Johnny Majors does not come to Johnny Majors. However, not our problem. Because what Conference for Love says about resources, I need you to contemplate this. I'm going to do a video of my own on, because I'm going to clear the fools from the year, basically. Either it'll be before the end or at the very beginning. And TD Jake's number has come up. But let me tell you about his numbers, okay? I have to get some updated data to know what the number is overall. But before COVID, down to like 2019, primarily black women were putting $500 million a week, $26 billion a year into the black church. TD Jakes has some.
Hold up. I'm sorry, Auntie D. Do y'all hear? What?
I'll say it again.
Billion a
year. A year.
What could our infrastructure for us as black women and black girls, our black children, our LGBTQ community, and I am not leaving out our mixed black babies. Okay? Because we need all of us over here. And for me, I'm adding in indigenous and women and girls, because we all interconnect. And once we build infrastructure, we can build capacity, we can duplicate it. So, 26 billion a year, black women, you're tithing. You are
tithes
giving
and offerings. And that's also not counting in-kind labor that's not paid for. So so let me just, that was the pre-COVID number. Now that number has dropped some because COVID put the hit on a lot of things. But you have to understand that we're already providing infrastructure for other people to nine figures a year, to 10 and even 11 figures of infrastructure a year by the time you get 26 billion. Even if you knock that number down by half post COVID, you're still at 13 billion. So here you have TD Jakes partying with P. Diddy. Now, I don't know what happened at the party. I cannot say. But P. Diddy is a man who's made his business and gotten his infrastructure together by demeaning us. And you have to understand that rap and hip hop has made 40 years. I'm 42 years old. So my entire lifetime degrading the image of black people. Now, if you want to call yourself a Negro live, that's your problem. When you move over to B's and H's and you call my mama, my sister, and me dad, and now my students, now, because I don't have any children of my own, but like Auntie Love, I got nieces everywhere. Now we're going to have a problem. So the fact that you consider yourself a passer, I will not call this man a pastor, and I'll get into that.
I'll write that down.
That rhymes with massa. I got that from Madam Whipass. Madam Whipass is a black woman with a very interesting channel. So I need to credit Madam Whipass. I have to use that language to you. That is the name of the channel. Madam Whipass came up with that.
Passa said Passa.
Passa rhymes with massa. And I have to credit Madam Whipass was the person that said this live about 10 years ago. Passa. We are therefore funding Pastor Jakes to get up there and do a sermon about, I'm not going to even bother y'all with the doctrine right now, to get up there and talk about how black women are masculine. But in the same sermon, he's up here talking about a God with breasts who injects his seed into the earth. So we got some confusion if this is a Christian minister. But now that we done got the video of him sitting there with the cop dancing and twerking and carrying on, and this man with his hand in his pocket doing something with his leg and his hand, talk about injecting his seed to the earth. We got the video, y'all. I'll link to it on mine if anybody wants to. See, that's the reason I got sick. Injecting his seed into the earth. So we're basically sitting up here to have this man, if you're a Christian, really pay attention. He's up there talking about my sheep hear my voice. I'm like, oh, so you trying to have Jesus out here with breasts and an injection into the brown earth, and you up there looking at this man twerking in front of you? Oh, okay. But see, here's the problem. We as black women fund that. It does not matter at this point whether or not he did the things, although evidence suggests he would have. That we have live evidence now that he would have been involved in things P. Diddy was doing. We just don't know. It's still alleged. But the thing is, we're funding that. Then we're not even talking about the in kind. People have been talking for years about how the Potter's house basically has people enslaved. I've got video on that too. That doesn't talk about all the in kind services the black women do in these types of mega churches that is unpaid. So go ahead and round that number up as high as you want. We know it's at least 26 billion post COVID, and probably at least 3/4 to half of that afterwards. It's an 11-figure number. But what are we getting for this? What are we getting for this? Now, I am a church woman who is a Christian. But my church handles, man, we have 5 generations of we have 5 generations of black women and children benefiting from what we're doing. We also take care of the rest of the community also, because that's just what we do. We don't discriminate. Plus, there's laws about housing and all the rest. We take care of 9 figures worth of stuff for our community. And our pastor will get up in the pulpit talk about, the reason why a lot of black men didn't live to see my age is because we didn't know what to do with our blessing. We didn't treat black women right. So he'll get up there and tell the truth about the different thing. And it wasn't even Mother's Day yet. So while TD Jakes was over here stinking up the joint, there are. However, we got to go back to the kissing frogs principle, though, that Constance was telling us about earlier. we really, and this goes to our actual second agenda point is, what are you going to be doing for your fiscal plan to obtain your financial freedom? This is sort of and how many hours a week do you concentrate on providing new options for you to increase your wealth? And then, you might want a passport. So this is kind of the prelude to this conversation about this portion of the conversation. Thing zero, really pay attention to what you are already resourcing, because we are resourcing a lot of things that are not giving us anything back. Now, it just so happened that TD Jakes managed to get served up this week. And the only reason anybody's paying attention to the foolery he's been doing for a minute is because he finally did it to a black man to decide to get a little bit louder. But the fact that this has been going on with black women and the things that this has been going on for a while. See, there's a whole other video you've been able to see if you would have listened to black women. Because I also had a video where this Miss Michelle Loud talks about how his daughter stole her child, and no one would listen. I would not be alive if my father found out that I had done something like that. There's no possibility. A righteous man is not going to let that happen. You're not going to get a grandchild by stealing someone else's child because you thought that woman was lower class and she couldn't do a good job. You wanted a child, you just stole one. If we had listened to Michelle Lau 5, 6 years ago, we wouldn't even have to have this conversation. We could have taken our money and gone and done something else. That man is playing around with 9-figure money to be perverted in confirmed ways and maybe a little extra because we have allowed it. Not Love and I necessarily, but you know what I'm saying. Collectively,
yeah,
we are paying people to damage us. So we're asking the question for 2024. What are you doing for your plan for your financial freedom? May I use TD Jakes as a means for suggesting really pay attention to what you're getting for your money right now. Stop investing in black men in positions that are not yielding any benefits. I'm gonna start there. And then you can apply that all the way around. It doesn't have to be discriminatory. Really look at what are you putting your time, what are you holding up that wouldn't turn around and hold you up? It's like so many people have talked about when they need help, the Potter's house doesn't do anything for them. There have been so many videos about that at this point. It shouldn't need to be anymore. So what are you holding up that's not holding you up? Unfortunately, and it pains me very, very deeply to say this, but I know this living in San Francisco, California, majority of you have pastors, not pastors. A pastor is a shepherd. So if you're with a pastor, you want a plantation. The doors of the church need to be closed if it's a plantation church. It is what it is. Jesus Christ didn't call pastors. He gave very specific rules about what the shepherd of the flock is supposed to do. And he is the under shepherd of the flock, meaning he will answer to the great shepherd. See, T.D. Jakes up here talking about my sheep hear my voice. I said, sir, when you get your chain yanked, because you're going to have to answer for the fooleries you're doing. But that takes time. And one of the reasons it takes time is because we keep paying people to do this. We are sometimes in the way of people receiving their righteous judgment. Sometimes we slow down the process because we feel some type of way because we need to have our Black Billy Graham. And ain't nobody thought yet that's not a compliment. Do you know what Billy Graham was like? If you don't know, he may have aged out of it, but the man had to live to be 99. If you're not sure what he was like most of his life, go look at Franklin real quick. So you really want a black version of that? The man was a flaming for most of his life, maybe not all of it. He had time to get his life together and repent. But the man was a flaming racist. So you really thought T.D. Jakes was the black version of that? And the crazy thing is, given what his daughter did to Miss Michelle Loud, you could have been right. But see, we don't think about this. Why would you want a Billy Graham if you knew all that Billy Graham was into in the time of Nixon and all the rest? Mm-hmm. But we don't think about it. We just go because this is a big deal, and this kind of personally hurts because my family got to know Billy Graham after he calmed down, so black folks went and confronted him. So we got to know him after we knew the people that actually went and confronted him. and he began to move himself a little bit. But since we don't feel like we can confront TD Jakes and other black pastors, they ain't moving on nothing. And we are permitting it. Take your money out of these plantations. Your church needs to be able to, if your church does not have any relation to what Christ said church is in Acts chapter 2 onward, if your church has no clue that the first missionaries to the gospel were women, the first missionary in Jerusalem, I did this video already, was Anna. If your church doesn't know anything about that, get up out of there. For real. Because y'all never read to the end of Luke 2 where Simeon said, okay, Lord, I'm ready to die in peace. I lived long enough. Anna turned around and went out into the redemption community. Is the reason that anybody, when wise men came to ask questions in the next chapter, Anna is the reason anybody knew anybody was talking about, because she did the missionary work. And by the way, she was already 84 when she did that. So double post, I'm post wall. She was twice my age. When you in churches where people do not understand the essential nature of women in God's work, you need to leave there too. Stop giving people your money to demean you. Let me just get while I'm there. God is not interested in producing spiritual mama's boys. So there are role differences, but it's not sit down, shut up, give us your money. That just the pastors that have taught us have not are all focused on whether they get up and perform behind the so-called sacred desk that they have defiled. Don't make me tell y'all how Eddie Long's favorite place to do what he did to those boys. And where T.D. Jakes was watching the dance of the police officer. Don't make me get into that with you. Stop paying for it. In Confidence with Love tradition, she gonna tell you straight up, black women would never call to that. I'll tell you on behalf of Jesus Christ, that ain't a him. So either way, get up out of there. Stop giving people 11-figure money. You need to work on your own financial freedom. Take care of your household. Actually, tithing, even if you were in the New Testament, or even if you were in the Old Testament, you were expected to take care of your own household first. We're not even in the Old Testament. We don't have time to get into all that today, but I'm just kind of like the things that have been misapplied to keep you broke and dependent. We could be here all day, but take your resource away from that and start working on, do you have a plan for yours to get back to our agenda? Because literally, Pastor Jakes literally made me ill between him and Dr. Jackie. But Confidence with Love already dealt with the fact that as upset as we may be about Dr. Jackie, we got 90% of the people that are doing that. We need to confront them with the same force. They literally made me ill, but just like as a Christian, I'm like, nah, this ain't it. Stop giving 11-figure money. Nobody called you to give 9-10 figures to people out here who are passers. Don't do that in 2024. Get your own financial freedom plan together. What did you do this week? And if you didn't do anything this week, then what are you planning on doing next week and the week after, the week after? We need you to redirect so that you don't keep having to go through the same foolishness in church and at work and at home and just and get your passport. So you don't have to go through it abroad either. That's also in our section. It's frustrating to see us pay for our own, but then before you came to this more aunties, maybe you didn't know. Now you know. Now you know.
And we're responsible for what we know. We are. Can I do a quick reset just for everybody coming in? Linria, hello. Thank you for coming. One thing, just real quick off to the side. One thing I wanted to say about Michaela, because I was like, I get in my head when Miss D, Auntie D starts talking, because she says, you say so much with the backing of so much study, and all these jewels keep coming through. And so I'm like following. Okay, Auntie D said, wait, but what? Okay, let me write that. So I like that is just like amazing to me. And so I meant to say another something else about Michaela and Auntie D or myself or any of you out there, right? When we're looking at solutions, and one of the solutions that is very nuanced, and so we have to kind of start having, not just having these conversations, but leading the conversation and looking at our options and then taking action. Okay. So when I'm looking at um the idea that I've had for some time about us having our own infrastructure as Black women, Michaela comes into that in several different ways, but this is one of the biggest ways. She and one other young lady, but she has it's a team of them now, right? These ladies now, right? So she calls it controversial Blackness. And she's also a part of a newer group, that kind of flowered out of that, because she does straight up girl cut alleged cut. She will what? Okay, I'm just saying. All right. Um, in those clubhouse streets, right? So she's also a part. This is I feel like this came out of controversial Blackness, what is Black man bashing group. Um and when you're looking at infrastructure, you have to be able to look at the talents, abilities of people and project manage. So you actually have to have a committee of Black women and Black girls, different age groups, right? Who come together as the um the new knowledge, right? Technical, different experiences. Um, we need to listen to them, right? And they have a lot of innovation as Black girls. Okay. And then you have younger Black women, same thing. Then you have, you know, uh, over 35, 40, another level of wisdom and understanding. You got the ones like me who are over 50. Some of my cousins are over 60, but you're gonna have to center Black women and Black girls. You're gonna have to look at the ways that even in our minds, even when we're standing up to things, that we are discerning information and words and actions based on the rules of patriarchy, and we're accepting that that this is what we need to do. So that's one of the reasons that I believe Black women are still tithing in the ways that they are for multiple churches, because unfortunately, Auntie D's church that she attends, and they do community work, unfortunately, they are not the rule. They're the
No, we
exception.
are.
Y'all the exception. So I'm saying to
Yeah,
us as Black women,
it's unfortunate.
we no we are caught up in well, Black men are no good because that they don't provide and protect us. And because I think in a matriarchal mindset, and because for me the rules of patriarchy don't apply, I can speak the language of patriarchy. I know what the words mean to other people, and I can converse in the language, yes, but I don't apply those rules of hierarchy, of competition, of being covetous, of acting on your impulses and harming people purposefully, of setting up laws that have to do with hierarchies and caste systems, and making it appear that there is there are that is scarcity and everybody needs to fight over it. See,
Yes.
I do not accept those as rules for myself, my environment, or my realm. So even when I go out in a patriarchal community, one thing one thing you can know, and this is also how I build trust, whether you're an enemy of mine or not, right? You can bet, usually, unless something come up drastic, that when I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it, even when the other party don't like it. Okay. So if I say I'm gonna bust you in the ass if you roll up on me, allegedly, I'm gonna do that. You can count on me to do it. Okay. But hey, whatever. So when you're talking about the Michaela's team, she and her team are excellent at disseminating media information and flipping it on its head, and putting it out there, hammering out there a new propaganda that uplifts black women, black girls, the LGBT community, uh what y'all call it, biracial, our mixed black babies. Okay. She puts that out there because um this is what they are skilled, talented, and experienced at doing. Many of them are activists. So she would be great as a part of media, our media infrastructure. See, Auntie D has brought another talent and skill of hers that she acquired autodidactically. Okay, look it up. I'm not gonna keep, because I expect us to go deep here, right? I'm not going to I'm not gonna lessen um the terms we use and things like that, simply because I believe and I know that black women are brilliant. And if we take our energies away from foolish ass shit and bring it back over here and solve our critical problems, and then start solving the other problems, the less critical ones, huh? We can also read. And we also are excellent, even though sometimes we get in our little fantasy world and goes, no, that's not happening. No, we are also excellent at consuming information and comprehending the information, and then um, applying that information. Okay, we're excellent at that. So I'm not here looking at you as other black women and indigenous women or whoever you are. I'm not here looking at you going, oh, I have to, as someone told me several times, dumb it down. Several people have told me, dumb it down, sit dumb it down. No, black women are brilliant. I don't need to dumb nothing down. Okay, I don't see you as not brilliant. I see you as goddess born. I see you as creators. So how y'all see yourself as your business, but you can read the stuff I've read. It ain't that deep. That's all it is. I mean, yes, okay, I have some degrees, I have life experience. Great, wonderful. We all do. We all got stuff. We all learned stuff, you know? But you too can read. That's one of the solutions, because we don't really act on what we don't know. We act on a combination of what we know, what we believe, huh? And whatever we think the rules are that we're trying to, or stereotypes that black women be trying to or not fit in. I don't do that either. But to each his own. So you can see how different ones of you, like True, for instance, she has this incredible talent for technology and bringing together an understanding of different generations, right? To help people with branding. So she would be great in a couple of different areas of infrastructure. Because when I say infrastructure, I mean we ought to be building our own education system. We ought to be building our own healthcare system. We ought to have our own um, um, military intelligence system, which would include media. We ought to have our own environmental health and production system, right? Which includes imports and exports. And that, like, say, for instance, if we generally decided, not all of us, but if we generally decided that, okay, so from here on out, our talents, gifts, skills, education, and everything like that, we're going to each build our own business. And then anytime every demographic that comes to us for free, caping, they can purchase our services and we decide how much we're worth. They don't they don't give us a job description and say, this is how much you worth. Okay. No, because I'm telling you something that I've done in my own life. Okay. I do work um when I feel like it. In corporate. But I decide what they pay me. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what your pay scale. Who are you talking to, girl? Then go do that. Girl, I'm badass. That's the last CEO I was talking to, director, sorry, was talking to. They're like, well, we don't know. Oh, well, I'm badass. So what you need to do is go pay somebody else that pittance. Have a good day. And I was right back to my other streams of income because I believe that for us, we have the capability to have other streams of income. So if you were to look at um, Auntie D, and she brings to you something that she now knows and has experience with and has studied, um, it makes her be a part of the category of our infrastructure of banking and finance. We have the talents, education, ability, experiences, skills, and talents. We know this because we building everybody else stuff. Okay, they always coming to us to not just fix the problem but give them the answers, show them step by step, then basically we doing it for them and then we give it back to them so they can say they did it. Girl, why can't we bring that all back to us as the center, individually and as a whole, right? That, girl, I don't have time to be sitting here trying to figure out what the next dumbass black man said about this or that. The only reason I pay any attention is because, number one, I'm interconnected with the controversial blackness media source over there, Michaela, and she pops off on she brings these things to my attention, you know. So for me, I can just go and go, oh hell, okay, I'm not gonna deal with that one. But that one, yeah, because that has bigger implications to it, you know. But she is excellent at actually um she's brilliant at this, at looking at material and and recognizing what it means for us as a whole, right? So since we have these brilliant black women, if we would, I'm gonna make a suggestion for church women, including especially my cousins, if y'all listening, okay? Because y'all know if I get into a situation where I happen to be at a church, for number one, they'll never let me back. But that's neither here nor there. I'm hanging out with them and I went with them or whatever. And here come the plate coming around. And they like, okay, you have to. My cousin passing me $1 to put in the plate. Girl, you 60 up. You gotta at least go in your purse and pull out some money and put it in the plate. You embarrassing us. And then I give it.
So sad.
I'm not giving money to who? Girl, I know you lying. And they're like, shh. Just take this dollar and put it in the plate and make it look. No, I'm not making it look like nothing. What the hell you guys talking about? I don't open my purse to terrorists. Girl. Like, oh, now we all can't go to that church again. Damn. That's why we don't ever. Yeah, I don't know why y'all invited me. You said we was going to lunch. Now, true, the people cooking the dinner, oh, girl, they'll have you rocking over there in the back. But, y'all threw church in there. And y'all know I'm going to say this shit out loud. If when they say get up and testify, I'm going to say, so get up and go. So what are y'all doing for the Black women in your church? Because I see Black women sitting behind over here and over there. But you Black men in the front row. So I got questions. They like, oh God. Oh. So my suggestion is to you church Black women, I'm no Christian. Close your purse. Close your wallet. I think Jesus just might be okay. I don't know. We don't have that kind of relationship no more. We don't talk like we used to. Okay. But I think Jesus might be okay if, let's say, for 2024, you kept all your money in your pocket. Just for 2024. Because, we need to revisit, like Auntie D said, what am I giving my money to? And how is that playing out with our children?
Uh-huh. I can do you one better on that, actually.
Yeah. How is this playing? How is the money? I'm thinking I'm tithing because it's a biblical, and more so patriarchal thing to do. I'm tithing and I'm doing my part because one of the things, and this is allegedly about some of my cousins. Okay, I do have thousands of them, so we can go there. But this is allegedly about some of them too. Why do you keep thinking in your mind? And I know why, but just bear with me. Why do you keep thinking in your mind that if you go and tithe or you give money to you buy food for the homeless or whatever, that you're doing it so you can get the payment of a blessing from God?
Because you ain't read what you need to read. That's why.
I mean, I know that. I'll definitely be sending people to Auntie D all the time. But I'm just saying, if you Christians, why are you trying to? What is this thing with y'all with being transactional with y'all relationship to God? Because I just went and gave a turkey to such and so. This is what my cousins say. I just gave a turkey to so and so, and you know what? I got a new car. Girl, that ain't why you got a new car. You got a new car because you work 10 days a week. Uh-huh.
You done left
And
8 days a week. You done
yeah,
gone
no,
up to 10.
you working 10 days a week because you taking care of a whole grown Black man who, you calling a good Black man, okay, I guess. And 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 then you put, ain't this 50-50? Like, I know he's the head of household, but ain't this 50-50? Because you be working outside. And it don't look like you're ever going to be able to stop. And you older than me, Pooh. So I'm just saying. Um, do you? But the blessings that you're getting is because you spoke something, and then see, manifestation is a little bit different than prayer. It's prayer plus taking action. on your own
The
behalf.
real prayer involves action too, but that's a whole show. It is
Yeah,
different because
but
the
yeah, but
directly
if
is different.
you so I'm just giving you another bit of language. You're over here working your behind off. And in your mind, you think because you gave a turkey that's why you got a car because you prayed on it. And Jesus said, just give people some turkeys. And then I will bless you. No, it wasn't Jesus that said that. It was the sermons you were at and listening to black men in the pulpit who told you that.
Hmm. And they missed a lot of details in there.
And you believe they're godlings.
Yeah. And
So
see,
they're representing God to you. And instead of bulking up your relationship between God and you, Jesus and you, for yourself, you are playing this same patriarchal game out at church now. You
yep,
are saying
most
that
people are.
this person, this person who most black men cannot even and will not, they could, but they can't and will not manage their own sperm and where it goes. So you're listening to one of them from the pulpit decipher what God's message has been.
Without studying it for yourself.
But that's what I'm saying. You're not
That's the
doing
problem.
you're not you think that that person ought to be able to represent you. I don't have my husband's last name because he's powerful in his way as a white dude, but he's not powerful enough to like have me get
He can't
switch.
subsume you. He can't subsume your identity.
No, no. What? That's crazy. No, we're not doing that. No. So why we need to think about what what is going on here, you know? And we're starting to see more because social media is just like right up in your face. And we're
Literally.
starting to learn more because some courageous black women all got together on a black girl train over there on TikTok and hell took over, and then the Chinese folks that run TikTok had to come to the Americas, the US, which they own half of anyway. I'm just saying. They had to come over here and basically say, to the Congress that never gets together on anything together. Okay, never, except to say we need to stop TikTok because black women are over there teaching people reality. Black women are over there opening up all kinds of books and telling people to go read them and just doing these little short classes on all this history that we tried to destroy and hide, and now they done brought it back up to the surface and people are learning things. Even our children are learning things and they question us and our actions. Why you putting that damn mayonnaise in everything? Yes, your children are going to ask you
Oh
because
my
it's not
gosh.
okay. Okay.
Don't forget the
So,
raisins though.
yeah,
I
girl,
can work with the mayonnaise.
what is that,
But what
girl?
are the raisins doing in the collard greens? Somebody help me out.
Girl, what is you doing? You your own kids is asking you. That's why you don't want them. That's one of the reasons you don't want them to know about y'all badass behaviors, past and present. You don't want them to know that. You can't have that in the education system because you can't keep something like what white supremacy going if you don't program everybody to it. You can it won't it doesn't hold weight on its own. You have to keep applying the terrorism and the propaganda and the hate and the brutality, okay? And the fear. You have to keep applying it. So black women, are we really going to let the fears of these people who to date haven't created a thing. They made some stuff out of what we created over 500,000 years ago, but they haven't created anything. We're gonna let them tell we're gonna let them take our money and do what with it?
We're going to give them our money to do what with?
Yeah, that's what we're doing, right? We're going to give all our talents, abilities, and skills, education, and whatever to keep working in a system that is literally killing us from all different points. Okay, that's what we're doing, because that's the same as giving TD Jakes whatever tithe you give them. I really think if y'all really just paid attention to specifically the gospel, specifically the person that y'all say you are in relationship with, Jesus Christ. I ain't talking about the men before him. I ain't talking about the ones after. I'm talking about him. If you paid attention to the four gospels and you dug a little deeper and you connected some dots with history and the landmass and people and all this stuff, you might because I don't think I remember this time when Jesus like went in the temple and threw shit over.
Yep.
I don't think he came out of his pocket with no money. He didn't put no
It
money in the
happened
plate,
twice.
but he flipped shit over and he was like, I'm not tithing. Do what? Oh no. You ain't gonna keep using people. I think that's what Jesus said. So why are you listening to every other man but Jesus? That's my question. If you a Christian, I don't know. I don't, I'm not trying to get in between your relationship with Jesus because I know that's a personal thing. But do you really have a relationship with Jesus? Because it's really weird because you acted on all this other stuff that was interpreted for you by people who cannot and will not do anything that ain't fucking ignorant. They are willfully ignorant and they can't even and won't manage their own sperm. They won't take
And
responsibility for where they sperm leave their body. What? I'm
and this is
confused.
the thing. Idolatry is damnable.
I'm
You
confused.
will let me tell you what you will not hear in preach in any church. Y'all know John. I did a Bible study in the book of John. I'll put that out in the description, in the chat in a minute. Jesus, John, and Women, summer 2021 or 2022. I can't remember right now. If you read, because Auntie Love brought up Jesus, he's the one that said, come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Okay, so in your churches as black women, and as a black woman myself, I have to hold myself accountable and not do too much on this. Okay, who's asking me to do too much? Okay, is Jesus asking me to do too much? He is not. In the book of John, you see as Jesus deals with women who think they have to work and they have to appease other people, and he says to one of them, Martha, Martha, you are troubled about much serving, but your sister Mary, who's sitting down here and let me handle the business right now, and to take care of her and teach and learn about who I am and what I have planned is actually chosen a better thing. You up here trying to work, you over here overdoing. I will give you rest. Sit down. I got this. You read back through John, he fed 4,000 people the previous day and 5,000 the previous day before that. So it's not like Martha has to work her fingers to the bone, but she thinks she does because she's in a system that thinks so. She's in a system where they brought a woman to be stoned for adultery and left the men out of the picture. You can't have adultery without two people. So if they got the woman, they should have brought the man. Jesus said, every one of you that hasn't done it, every one of you not involved in this, cast the first stone. All those men had to leave. Those were the religious leaders of his time. Also in the book of John, the first person to minister to the Samaritans, who was the first listed missionary, is the Samaritan woman, a woman, biracial.
At the
When the
well.
mixed
I'm just
babies
saying.
that you were talking about.
I'm just
And
saying.
Jesus did not tell her she had to wait for some man to do it. She went and did it. Now, the men did turn around and tell her, we didn't believe you when you said it. Certain of them did. but she was still the one sent, you know. So you go through here, but you keep on with John, and if you keep on reading and you kept on reading, you need First John, Second John, Third John. Second John is one of the few books of the Bible that is addressed to a woman. She had a big, beautiful house, and a church was meeting in her house, and there were some people who were false teachers and wannabe godlings taking advantage of her. And the Apostle John wrote her a letter to say, "My dear lady, understand." And this is where we come back to what Black women are doing, holding up these people. Even greeting a man like that is partaking in his evil deeds. So when you become aware that you have a pastor and you continue to support this pastor, Jesus said, had John, the disciple whom Jesus loved, who was the closest one of the closest ones to him, the Spirit of God told John, tell that woman, you mean to do well with what you're doing, but you're going to get that credited to your account. Because now you've been told, you have been made aware, you are responsible for using your resources to hold up. And when you get to Third John, you find out the type of men that John was talking about. One of them is mentioned by name and what he was doing in dominating and being a godling. The details are there. So as Black women, because one of our other questions that we have is, how much time are you spending per week working on your personal finances? How many times per week are you spending learning about your own history? Auntie Love talked about a living history, about preparing things for yourself and for your children. What I don't want to see in 2024, I don't want to see any more of it, I should say. If we are funding foolishness, we are not funding the good. If we are funding foolishness, we're not funding ourselves, our well-being, and our children. And the Auntie Love has a book, and she taught us how to say this: "Nos damnare nostro." We damn ourselves. We must be very careful not to damn ourselves. You cannot fund foolery and not pay a price for it. TD Jakes wouldn't be TD Jakes. Now, how far back does this go? I remember visiting my cousin in Texas 30 years ago. And I remember we were going to go visit the Potter's house, but for whatever reason we got diverted. And I remember sitting in the church that we did go through and being relieved. I already knew something was wrong. I just couldn't tell you what it was 27, 28 years ago. My little Bible knowledge, like age 15, was like, there's something wrong. If you keep ignoring these red flags, you are making yourself desensitized. If you keep ignoring these dead red flags, you are giving tacit approval. If you keep ignoring the red flags, you are making yourself a handmaiden of evil. Nobody escapes this. Dr. Jackie is a living OBGYN who's out here talking about Black women being dramatic and had to give the most dramatic apology.
She gave 3, none of them hit, but okay.
Okay, well, 3. Okay, I'm a little behind because she got me so sick. I had to go put myself in bed. I couldn't go any further after that first one. Well, that's what happens when you choose to be a handmaid for foolery. If I don't step up and tell y'all the truth about pastors, that makes me complicit. Just because I'm in a church where people actually like read the Bible and know what Jesus says and goes through the book of Acts and then looks at, okay, are we measuring up? Now we got to stop doing that. So my pastor got up and said, now we used to do this over here at this church, but we can't do this anymore because Jesus said, no, we got to do this differently than we used to. We can't do this anymore. We're still in the process of discovery because people are just like reading now. And Pastor knows he has a lot of women readers, so he had to go back to seminary because I was on his neck, gently, respectfully, but I was on his neck. There were women who we have a picture of Dr. Desi Webster, the first Black woman to form a Bible school of its type west of the Mississippi, is still up there on the wall. So you have a number of very educated women who know the scripture. That helps. But we have to get to the point in which we are not allowing ourselves. I mean, we have it in our agenda Do you have a plan for your self-confidence? Do you know how to create boundaries with consequences? What reading and studying information are you studying? What are you doing to monetize your skills? All these things go together. When we fail to redirect from supporting evil, we are setting ourselves up for the consequences that come with it. If we are, and I say if just for the purpose of argument, we know that since we are, let me correct myself real quick. The darn near, if not exactly 100% of the resources, basically, if what we say goes, then there must be a certain level of responsibility that we had to take for ourselves in 2023 that we allowed certain things to go. But we may not have been aware before 2023 of what we were looking at. Auntie Love and I are making you aware so that none of us can. It's like Auntie Love and I have a high level of responsibility. If we decide to do foolery, the punishment will be great. I can't. Confidence with Love will tell you on that side of the cosmology. Look, you don't want. She'll tell you. Look, you don't want those kind of problems over here. I can tell you, Lord Jesus Christ ain't playing. There's some call for those of you who are courageous enough to read down that far. Yeah, what you don't want is you don't want nothing to do with that great white throne judgment. Y'all think y'all want fighting this? No, I don't think y'all want that. So when you have more knowledge, you're held to a higher standard. Oh, thanks, Dad. Um, oh, hi, Samantha. My mom and my dad and my sister both got home. Um, I what I need us to understand is we've seen a lot of very bad things in 2023 happening to Black women and children. I need us to understand that as we have become aware there are other options. There's fear, there's trepidation. Look at the trailblazers that are out there. There's a lot of good channels. Because from here, we have to hold ourselves accountable. Otherwise, the way the accountability will come is how it's going to come to a number of our brothers. Um, we probably would have to do several shows on this, Auntie Love. We're going to break down the Republican playbook.
Yeah, I
That's
am
going
going
to
to
show
need
up.
us to read that, Black women.
Yeah, that's going to show up. See, what's going to happen is if we don't take care of things we need to take care of, even if it doesn't happen in 2025, that playbook is going to be out. We'll be forced at some point under duress. And who was it that was saying to me yesterday, you don't want to have to do anything as a last resort, which is why all these different women, look, Auntie Love and I disagree on some very critical eternal issues. And we both know that if whichever one of us is wrong, the consequence is going to be eternal about that. Okay. But we're here in this temporal time working on some things that we need. Stephanie Perry diverges from both of us. She would not put up with 1 minute with us talking about, she wouldn't do either one. She's out there talking about same God. And is not gonna argue with us about, ma'am, you need to read. No, there ain't no, but she's not gonna deal with that argument. She's doing something else. True Mystique has two magnificent channels. And even though she and I are both Christians, we still have some differences in how we view different things on that. Mocha Mommy, I don't know her. She and Black Women Making Money, they're definitely more secular in their approach. Samri Bliss comes out here and gives you esoteric ancient knowledge. And I would say that a lot of the history that she has is closer to some of the history that Auntie Love has. But we don't necessarily need to argue about that because here's what's going to happen is you're going to come to whoever you're going to. So we don't have to argue about this when there are things like how are we going to actually make it financially through this coming year. And then to put it on the bright hand side, I'm wearing the colors of my book to remind you of that wonderful work True Mystique did. There is so much opportunity in terms of seizing the crypto bull run for financial freedom.
Hey,
And so
Q,
much
go
other
there.
stuff. So much other stuff in terms of Black Women Making Money said that the Fed is going to pivot, so money is going to be cheap again, which means people are going to be investing again, which means there's opportunity there. But it depends on who you're listening to and what you choose to apply. If you don't take anything else from our conversation today, what about, okay, if you have a social media channel, you have the ability to create safe space for yourself and others. You just use them block buttons like a mug and just make it happen. If you don't take anything but just being ready to start with something as opposed to thinking that you are bound to support the wickedness around you. I also will say this, it's been 18 months. I've given some things time to marinate. It's all fun and games to talk about white people who are racist and who we believe have don't have the best interests of our community and our future at heart. I'm gonna need some of y'all to stop palling around with people who pal around with people who suggest the killing of black children in the womb and have black children of their own. I'm gonna need you to step back from the people that I'm gonna need you to look at the people that you listen to online on a regular and where you participate and really get serious about that.
And I, to add to that, I think that it's another kind of um TD Jakes moment,
Basically,
right? Because when you're giving your energy to and you're coming up in your head with, oh, that person is telling us something, and wow, I didn't get it. And they spoke to what I kind of knew but didn't get. And now I'm getting it, and you know, I feel enraged, rightfully so, because you've literally experienced living in the body of black women, right? And black girls. So there is a level of righteous anger that we get to have, because as much as I know where God is born, we are also human. So we have a range of feelings. And there are people who are good at tapping into fear, anger, hurt, sadness. And we know this to be true because how many red pillars and whoever are making money off the pain of black women? How many white
yes,
supremacists are?
yes,
How many government officials are? How many people who are telling us how often we are being murked and who's doing the murking, but haven't done anything to stop the murking, right? Or stop the mutilation. Yeah, there's so many of them who not only are catalysts to our pain, but they eat our pain because
hmm
that's the type of vampire they are.
eat well and eat
Yeah, often. So
not
so
starving, eat
to
good.
us, what I'm
Got them some
and there
adipose
are
tissue going.
yeah, and some of us, some black women are familiars to them, meaning they work for them. They
And
work for them.
our
I don't care why they work for them. Because I also think it's very important that we start defining what things mean to us, not what they mean to other people. Okay, and that we start using language that rings true to us. Um, Being able to verbalize who we are and communicate what we want, right? And then take action on that,
and
right?
that's the key.
Yeah. So I one of the things I just want us to um let me pull it back up, sorry. I I just want to go over, and I just added an eighth one since we here, and Auntie D is just like, giving me all these gems over here. Um, so here's the problems that we've come up with just thus far that we must take action on as individual Black women and as a collective of Black women. Um, if we really truly want to see that Black girls are not being essayed in the in about uh, rounded off to about 5 million of them a year, okay, by anyone. See, you are not going to be doing that with my daughter because there are high level alleged um possible homicidal um consequences to that.
Executioner stuff.
Yeah,
Executioner stuff.
apex predator, there's apex predator consequences to that. And so when I put that as an edict to all people that had anything to do with her, even on the far periphery, right? It doesn't matter if you a Black man, a white woman, a white man, a this one, a that one. None of you get to do it to her. The same consequence is going to be to any of you. Okay? One of the things I would do when I went to school with them, with my kids, I would volunteer because y'all need to know. Y'all need to know what this really is. That's what you need to know. Because you get ready to make space for my daughter. And oh, by the way, your rules don't apply to her when I come through and override them. Now, on a regular, everyday, daily deal, I let you teach her some math and reading and things like that. And you don't get to belittle her as a Black girl. You don't get to tell her that she's not going to defend herself when some little girl, boy, or what the fuck ever out on the playground want to do the most. If you want to do the most, I know how to speak violence too, and so do she. So when you do that shit, she's going to deal with the children. Because yes, I was one of those parents that said, girl, if you come home and somebody done did some shit to you when you have these skills and this knowledge, and I have told you nobody gets to do any of that to you, I'm the only ass kicker around here. Okay. I'm going off, and you're gonna be the first one to deal with those consequences. And then of course I'm showing up at school and I am taking it out on every adult in my path. And then I'm going to call the white ex that I used to be with and the one now, because they the cleanup crew. They the cleanup crew. Because whatever happened to my daughter, that's what I'm going to do to the teacher, allegedly, they mama, because I'm going to follow them allegedly home. Or I'm going to wait for y'all in the parking lot. Principal, you getting it. And tell the superintendent I'll be there around 3. So he can get her and his consequence too. Because my children are under my rule. You know why? Because I'm responsible and accountable for what they do. I'm responsible and accountable for trying to make the right choices in their lives so that they can grow into decent, caring human beings. Despite the fact that I'm an apex predator, I would like for them to have the space to, like reimagine their humanity, not underneath whatever hellscape you trying to pause. The reason I talk about hell and that I'm one of the leadership there is from childhood, other people's choices, including my own parents, my own mother. Their choices took me to hell. And I've had to come back from hell on my knees backwards so many times that I felt like it was time for me to rule. New rules. You ain't gonna be dragging people to hell. You ain't dragging your riffraff to hell. Hell is closed right now. We under construction. No. Uh-uh. No. If this world is so hyphy on making black women and black girls' lives a daily hell, well, I ain't gonna be just sitting around and taking it. I'ma rule it. I'm a master of the masters. You can't come to the hell you created. How about that? How about we under reconstruction and you can take your ass to cracker heaven where you belong? Because you created whiteness too. I'm sorry, made it up. Because y'all can't create nothing. You just make shit up. But when we're looking at these problems, add to them black women, because we've had these out for months now. I haven't heard one word from black women going, yeah, that is a critical issue, but I think we need to think more along these lines too, because I need the help of other people. I don't know everything. In fact, I know very little in the scheme of things. So I'm depending on the brilliance of other black women and other black girls to get so we can get the full on solutions. We don't want just the solutions and options I come up with or Auntie D come up with. Come on. We want
It's
to
not
hear from
enough.
you. Yeah, you have these different experiences because this is how we come together to do a democratic community on which we solve problems. Similar to, but not at all, uh, uh, white women think tanks, because they be up all night creating, making up ways to terrorize our asses. Okay, I'm just telling you, they take their job very seriously. Can we? Can we come up with some solutions? Huh? Can we take this job a little bit more serious? Can we take being Goddess born a little more serious? I'm just asking. Just asking. So, number one, black girls, this isn't in no particular order, by the way, but anyway, one, black girls and black women daily experience mutilation, sexual assault, domestic violence, trigger warning, black femicide, emotional, verbal assault, and physical assault. Two, black girls and black women being mutilated, murdered, neglected, assaulted, battered, and brutalized through weaponization of tradition, religion, and bullying due to written and unwritten standards, policies, procedures, and violent law enforcement. Three, black girls, black women, and our children are being forbidden to read and learn about our historical brilliance and our power and our creativity. There is a buy-in for all of these other demographics and even black men to help us not remember who we are and how powerful we are, because the idea is that they can't be us, but they feel like if we apply violence we can harness y'all's elemental powers, and they've been pretty good at it. They've been putting in, that's the one thing I see black men putting in work for. So um we are acculturated and accepting of this brutal violence. I believe, because this, I'm gonna, this is gonna be the addition, but I add it now, right? That we're addicted to suffering. Everything tells us that we're going to suffer and we should just get with it, and we'll receive our reward if we meet mild, ladylike, and live up to the standards of a legion who I don't get their idea of beauty, but sure, I mean, but no. Okay.
And your
um
reward will be after a while.
and
That's
your
important.
work, yeah, some other after your life. Okay, you
After a
don't get
while.
to, you don't you what you get to do right now is suffer and like it and beg for more. That's addicted to suffering. And we play that out in different ways. So a lot of times the foundation for other addictions is our addiction to suffering. And we're gonna have to face that. And we're gonna have to look at it. And we're gonna have to unzip our skin and look at the bloody pulp and go, oh, no, I am going to get in a 12-step program and I am going to be free of drama. I'm gonna let go of my drama junkie addiction and I'm gonna let go of my suffering addiction. Does that mean you're not gonna go through things? No, it doesn't. It means you are gonna go through them. You're gonna learn from them, and then you're gonna come up with solutions to them so you don't ever, never, ever, never, ever have to do that shit again. You don't
Yeah.
never need to experience that again.
Don't make camp.
There's some things I just don't need to experience. Thank you. So I'm gonna give y'all some boundaries and consequences so y'all know we're not doing that over here. We're not having frogs walk up on me over here. We're just not gonna do it. Okay. So I need us to really look at this because we're talking about solutions as we're rolling over here at Noir Aunties. We talking about solutions. And I need some solutions. I don't need to keep hearing what the problem is. I need, what are you going to do? Are you even looking at the real problem? Because I'm talking about life and limb. If we're not alive or we're highly injured, we can't live to do whatever it is.
If we have no resources, we do not have the means to rescue ourselves or anyone else.
And we are
The other side of that.
literally deciding that we are going to tithe our resources away to fucking idiots, TD Jakes allegedly or whatever everybody's saying, or we're going to take in a black man that can only pay a light bill maybe, and then he'll take us to dinner, but it'll be our money because we're gonna slip him our credit card so he don't look bad when the bill come. I'm just saying. So for black women, and oh yeah, about number 3, what I'm sorry again. Why are we letting white women tell us what our kids can learn? I'm just curious. That was just a side question. You know, I don't know if y'all know this, but they don't actually like us. And they're 80% of the quote unquote educators in the United States. So we're handing our children over to these hookers and we're letting them decide what our children are going to learn or not learn. I'm confused. I mean, I know y'all be thinking that these Barbie try to look alikes or whatever are the standard or something or other. But okay, moms of liberty, really?
Didn't she just
So
catch her a second charge?
wait a minute. So the granddaughters of the Daughters of the Confederacy, and oh, this doesn't have to do with, oh, that's just Republicans. Oh no, they Democrats too. They all in it. Okay. So the white supremacists are gonna take our children and teach them what now? They wouldn't know kindness coming from their selves if it hit them in the head. You know, like another white woman hit him in the head or something. They would not know. You have some white women out here now actually telling other white women, you do know you're evil, right? We're evil. We be doing the worst shit and we do it on purpose. And we hate it when we see people liking on black women. We hate it.
Yes,
We
a
don't
couple of
get it.
videos like that here.
Yeah, we don't get it. Do you guys realize that we're supremacist, right? You do know that, right? Like we really do believe that. That's white women telling white women. Okay. So I'm just saying, what? So why are we handing our children to them? And another thing, why does everybody try to tell us as single mothers? Because I've been a single Black mother. Why do they always try to tell us, oh, you should put your kids in football, baseball, this shit? Now, first of all, I'm working around the clock. Okay. I'm trying to put 72 hours into 48 because I have to be completely responsible and accountable for raising this child. And you gonna sit over here and badmouth me, the person that stayed and took care of everything and was mama and daddy, not because I wanted to be, but because that was the choice of other grown folks, Black men. You abandoned. Y'all sit here talking about, oh, Roe versus Wade is gone. Well, that can't be true because Black men are still aborting their children after they're born. I'm saying. So
The
I'm gonna
legality.
hand my children over to some coaches and whatever that despise them, really, like on the low ball, they despise them. Maybe one of them might even be, like Bishop TD Jakes, and he got a community thing where he goes and he works personally with our children.
Eddie Long had that. The
Yeah,
Long
I
Fella.
don't. I'm not. No,
That
no.
actually
You're not
happened.
giving me an extra job. You're not. We're not putting my children in danger. I don't know you, girl. I don't know you. And if you ask my husband, we'll be doing something because we be out having fun and stuff, and we'll end up on some dark road. I'm like, hey, I'm calling people. I don't know you like that. Like 15, 20 years we've been together, but girl, I don't know you and you don't know me. Okay, so let's not do this. And we'll be cracking up. But the truth of the matter is, I don't know you. I don't I don't know you. Okay? I don't know you well enough for my children to be just going willy-nilly with some folks because they got a name tag that says they are a coach or some shit.
Hello,
Get
my
out.
name is
Oh,
Predator.
no, I don't know you. You ain't getting my children. I don't know where you come from. I don't know how you roll. I don't know who rolled what with you. I don't know what kind of, I don't know. And I'm not gonna know. And my children definitely won't know. Okay. They 32 and 24. They still don't go, to places where I'm like, at least usually I got to cut them off before. But them family meetups where the not Apex, the low budget predator is always there. The one that's gone from one generation of essaying children to the next, and he's at it, y'all bringing them plates, and the next little generation, the fifth generation children is running around, and he's sitting there looking at them and not his food. I'm just saying, I, I'm not bringing my children to that, and they full grown. They ain't
Mm-mm.
coming. No, you ain't.
Again,
You ain't never
partakers
been
of the
around my
evil deed.
children.
No,
Yeah,
because
you
they're
will
bringing plates
never.
and partaking
You
in the
will.
evil.
You are not somebody they ever need to know. They don't. Not even
Mm-mm.
though they grown. They don't need to know you. Okay, because I still have a apex predator, single Black mother mindset, and I will beat your ass. Now that's not alleged. So we're not doing that. So when like when people ask me, how did you manage this? How did you work full time? Even put yourself back through school two more times after you had your RN in the first place, and then have have babies without their fathers being there because they walked out in a variation, right? And then work 12-hour shifts and 8-hour shifts on a second job while pregnant. How do you walk out and not be in fear of all the things that could happen? Because if you roll up on me, even back then, I'm cutting you. You're a threat. You ain't got no business rolling up on me. You don't know how many men have tried to roll up on me in Stockton that okay, the fifth in the nation and the great taking people out, okay, back then. So maybe because I was there. I have to think about that. Because I was part of the population. Wow. Allegedly.
And the numbers
Oh,
have gone down since you
yeah,
moved.
yeah.
I'm just.
That should have occurred to me that the the homicides. Oh, okay. So I'm saying you ain't getting my kids. You ain't getting my money either. And you ain't getting my energy except to whoop your ass. Okay. That's the only energy I got for you with your inability to be a resource at all, tricks the ass. Okay? Don't come here with that. And you still can't. And I just want us to start to get that. We have the abilities, the skills to solve these problems. But we keep leaning back into a patriarchal mindset where we have placed, even in our minds, white women as the standard of whatever, black men as being providers and I don't know, protectors or some other mess. Girl, that is we having a a group awakening, but we that's because we've been in such deep illusions and delusions as a group. Girl, how are you gonna believe that love is somebody battering and assaulting you? It just doesn't. I. It. it, it's. Okay, I'm gonna use my words. It's incongruent. It isn't
It's
tenable.
incongruent.
Yeah,
Exact.
it's not tenable. So for black women and black girls endure being publicly, because this is media now, because propaganda does matter. Huh? That's why we need to have our own infrastructure that includes media. Okay, anyway, um, black girl, we endure publicly and are publicly humiliated, harassed, humbled, and hurt by diverse cultures, collectives with impunity, including black men, of course. We are taught to sacrifice our mental, emotional, sexual, and physical health and that of our children due to 1 through 3 above. Okay. And 5 is the inability to heal in the same environments or around the same people who actively hate, hunt, and apply these systemic psychological and individual violence to, right? We can't heal by accepting being dismissed, gaslit, even as we work to restore and evolve, seeking happiness and joy and peace for ourselves, just for us, just for us as individuals, and just for us as a collective. It, it's it's almost impossible to heal in a place where the violence keeps happening to you. So let's say in enslavement, you you actually use a bullwhip on a black girl, and then the next day you come back and you reopen up the wound with the same bullwhip. How does that wound heal being um being reopened because you're in the same environment with the same heinous uh behaviors and violence upon your body of the people around you? So, at what point do we decide that a part of the solution is telling people, you don't get to have access to me? You don't get to have access to my children. You walk up on my ass in a parking lot talking about a phone number or some shit. That's a deadly choice for you, allegedly. But you do that because sirs or ma'am or whoever you are out there, if you think that this is a joke where I'm concerned about me and my goddess born daughter and my children's, like my grandmother used to say, I dare you. Try me. I don't play them games. I've been standing up to Legion. I don't play them games. Go check my record. I've been letting black men know this ain't a safe space. You don't want to do that. If it, and if black men ask you what a black man asked me not too long ago, I thought I would pass out laughing. And they say, well, you're doing all this infrastructure for yourselves and y'all kids as single mamas. So where do I fit into that? Well, I think you need to go ask TD Jakes because I know he told you that we are being raised to be, I don't know, some foolishness like masculine, whatever. I don't care what the hell you call me. Come over here with your bullshit. I'm going to beat your ass. Not alleged. If you bring violence over here in any way, shape, or form, emotional, mental, spiritual, physical, I'm whooping your ass. I'm whooping your ass. That's it. Now, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm going to whoop your ass in court. Oh, I'm going to go at you many different ways. Because if you come at me, I'm going to definitely come for you. Now, I don't waste my time trying to figure out how to fuck your day up on a daily basis because I really don't care about you. You have proven to me that I have no business caring about you or spending any energy like that on you. Okay? You grown, black man. Make some better choices.
Choose better.
Choose better. But whatever it is you do or don't do, you ain't coming over here with none of it. So if I get an inkling from controversial blackness that I need to be paying attention to this, girl, if I have to pay attention to you, you don't want me to look your way. You really don't. I know some of you black men out there on Tickety Talk or wherever you at. Some black man said, why should I keep telling you how good you look? If you look at her, black man, she won't even say anything to us. I don't care about you. What part is it you don't understand? Oh, I can say it in different languages, but I just don't feel like I'm just saying I don't care. You sound stupid right now. So this idea that other people own you inside and out, they can have that idea, but they need to stop taking action on it. You need to be able to give them some boundaries and consequences and go, I know I'm fly as hell. And no, I'm not doing none of that with you or for you or any of that. I'm busy being cute, number one, but I'm busy cleaning my guns, number two. But I'm busy on arrangement. But I'm busy having my husband bring me my dinner, number four. I'm just busy. I'm busy. I'm busy out on the porch. You know, I'm down with Erica De Niro and the oat milk dirty chai lattes, honey. I'm busy.
That sounds good
I'm
though.
busy. I'm busy reading. I'm busy amassing funds. I'm busy amassing wealth. I'm busy taking my goddess born daughter to the next level and evolution of her having multiple streams of income. I'm busy. And I don't even understand you if you're not bending the knee over here. I can't even hear you. You only the ops to me. That's the only reason I pay attention to you. And therefore, if I'm paying attention to you, there's a consequence coming. If you acting a fool and you want to bring some bad behavior to the, oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely come with a consequence. But other than that, I don't care about you because you first didn't care about me, and you have made that plain and clear for thousands of years. So I'm just not gonna do it. Six. How do we gain protection? And this was something Yazzie brought up. How do we gain protection from the black men harming us without incurring even more violence and casualties from these same predators. I'm going to suggest, just like we be having these New Year's resolutions. Oh, it's 2024. What's our favorite? One of our favorites is Black women. Oh, I'm going to lose weight. A really good way is being on the range. And actually people do competitions, so you actually um you actually start developing. I started developing a physical workout plan, right? And I incorporate that in going to the range, preparing to go to the range, all of that. I'm lifting weights so that my grips are better, so that I have more control over the recoil. Huh? You can get some of your health goals met by being on the range, honey, and practicing. Yeah, you can get it met around your house so that you can prepare to go on the range, because you need some core training a little bit, do you some a little bit of walks, get your little breath up good, you know, because trigger pull is in the breath, hmm, and in the grips. You could incorporate some of the things that you want to do as you manage your own security, and stop trying to live out the fantasy that Black men are a resource as far as providing and protecting. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's not even really anywhere in history like that for the last 5,000 years. I'm just saying, like, go back. There's a few, but they're the exception, babe, not the rule. Okay, you, Black woman, are the resource, and you are the rule. You always have been the protectors and the providers. You have been the ones creating. You created agriculture. You created time and its measurement, because you have been giving birth to humanity for eons. So you tracked it. You track the seasons. You have been connected and intertwined with the source spiritually and physically, emotionally and mentally all along. You didn't need a TV Jakes to tell you shit.
And
It's
he won't
already
anyway.
yeah, it's already, he don't have it to tell you, but it's already inborn in you, Black woman, and you can definitely come up with solutions. Because I seen Black women, you know, I like I said, I ain't in a relationship with Jesus like that no more. But when people say, "Won't Jesus fix it?" I'm like, I don't know, but a Black woman will. That's for sure. I seen that myself daily. So your energy, that's another part of the solution, bringing it back to you and your children, honey. Because if you haven't noticed in 2023, ooh, we got a list of shit you just can't even turn your eyes from. I seen all of us out there talking about it this last year and or two. So combating anti-Black woman and Black girl behaviors, action, and language within and outside of the Black community. You don't get to talk no shit about Black women. Oh, you think the Jewish people will whoop your ass? Oh, we will stop all things. We will stop it all. Okay? Ain't nobody getting paid. Ain't nobody getting actual care. Ain't nobody getting no uplifted. Ain't nobody getting provided for, protected. None of it. If Black women tell you it ain't gonna happen and they decide it ain't gonna happen, girl, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't. So don't nobody get to talk about us. They don't get to talk about us, for us, to us, against us, none of it. I've listened to y'all opinions for at least 405 years. And you have created for Black women, only one thing, I'm sorry, made hell. For 405 years, just in these United States and colonized, y'all we got y'all on record cheesing in pictures. I don't know what your penchant for burning people bodies is. I know you was doing that to y'all selves, white supremacists and stuff before you came here. But I'm saying that's really weird. And you won't be doing it to us. Not in any form, not in your educational system, not in your judicial system, and certainly not in y'all healthcare system, because I don't need you. I sat down 20 years ago and went, what would it be like just not to have to work with these fucking people every day? What would it be like to not have to deal with the absolute dumbass bullshit from Black men? What would it be if they was like on an island, or say in Antarctica or Mars or something, colonizing somewhere else and trying to blow up the other planets or something? Like, they like violence. What would it be like
Yeah,
if
send them to
y'all
Mars.
what would it be like to not have to deal with y'all every day? Girl. And then I decided I can make that happen. So I did. And I freaking love my life. I love it. I love it. What are you talking about? I have so much fun. Y'all know, I know I'll be reading it and I get serious about, wanting the same thing for you as Black women and Black girls and Indigenous women, Indigenous girls, our LGBTQ, and our so-called biracial, but I call them mixed babies. I just feel like we all deserve the happiness and joy that I have, not allowing these people access. You ain't getting no money. You ain't getting no time. You ain't getting all you can get is consequences to your bad behavior. That's it. That's all I got for you. I got nothing else for you. Don't come to my house. Don't talk to me. Don't walk up on me, whatever. I just don't want to. And so I've decided, as a grown ass Black woman, I won't be. And you ain't going to make me. And that's one of my favorite things to say. Oh, you make me. Oh, you remember what I said? Oh, Jimmy Crack Corn, bitch, not okay. I really don't. I learned how
And I
not.
know you would someone would walk up on you and hear that too.
Yeah, I learned how not to care from y'all. What does not caring look like? Let's just look at Black men. Let's just look at how white women deal with us and our children. Let's just look at that. I'm just saying, girl, y'all know how not to care. Y'all know how to act like hominids. Y'all know how to be violent. I have learned
Hominids up in there.
great. Yeah, great. Because if you're not gonna act with humanity, can I really say you are? When I call myself an apex predator, that I'm telling you, I'm not being human. I'm telling you, I'm being a monster. That's what I'm telling you. It's not a lie. I'm telling you the truth. And my behaviors are backing that up. These people's behaviors are telling you they don't have humanity. They don't have it, and they definitely ain't going to extend it to you, Black woman and Black girl. How many more times do they need to tell you? Why did this young girl, Cassie, have to come out? Again, a Black woman. I don't know. Diddy, I ain't been to his parties or whatever, because I just don't. I don't like him. I never even understood the whole Biggie thing. Okay, but whatever. Um, so a Black woman again has to lead the charge on stopping these violent, cruel and unusual behaviors by someone. Again, he did this to men's, boys, whoever, allegedly, spiked drinks or whatever he was doing, allegedly and not allegedly. So why did it need to be a woman that he had caused to suffer to bring the consequences to him? Why didn't all of these men's who like to run around saying they good and all of that, why didn't they stand up and stop them? They all knew, they all coming out talking about, yeah, we knew all about it. Girl, yeah, that's why I wouldn't go. And blah, blah, blah. I heard what he was doing to these women. You knew. You knew.
They were
You knew
complicit.
about PD, whatever he did or didn't do. You knew about him too, black men, men, white women. Y'all knew because you clocked it. Because you got the tapes and the this and the that. You knew. And again, just like you put up our numbers that we've been unalived or mutilated or essayed or whatever, you watched our carnage. You knew. Let me tell y'all something about the healthcare community as an RN, Dr. Jackie. She knew. She knew. She knew that it doesn't matter what you come in and say, do or don't. It doesn't matter how much money you make. We all know it doesn't have nothing to do with your education, none of that stuff. You are marked for death when you walk into this United States healthcare system, black woman and black girl. You have no idea how that I have kicked doctors out. Not only as a nurse, okay, because they told us we couldn't talk back to them. We had to give up our seats. No, fuck you. And when I come out from this baby room, you better not be out here in my seat. Because I was working before you got here, and you're not special to me. Right? I'm not a respecter of persons. I don't care about your damn name tag. So y'all knew, and you stood around and you did absolutely nothing because you enjoy our pain and you make money off of our pain. We pay
And
healthcare insurance in this country. Black women. All this bullshit about all of us are on welfare and all this other shit, that's always been a lie. Girl, that shit is for white women. In bulk. They get it in bulk. We, civil rights, we the ones in the pictures, getting attacked by dogs, hoses, and police dragging us off, beating the hell out of us, lynching us as black women and black girls along with our children. And where were black men? Ducking, diving, and running. Because they sure enough wasn't standing up for sisters. In fact, they don't even like for you to know you were being lynched. They only talk about how they were. But we put a stop to all of it. We stood up to white men. And after we did all we did, and even Septima Clark, shout out to her, created the educational and the whole program for the civil rights movement. Y'all had another one. MLK, was that his name? Who wouldn't tell you that he had her create his little organization that everybody likes to talk about now. And she's sitting in the audience at quite a few of his speeches. She could come to the meetings, but she didn't get to have her input heard. But she created the civil rights movement and the way that it went about. She did that. So don't nobody want you to know of your great history as black women. They need you to believe that you were nothing, you've never been anything, and you ain't never gonna be nothing. You're never enough, and you're not gonna be good enough. When actually you are preternatural evolutionary creators. And one of the reasons you won't let this go with black men or even white people or whoever is because you are the mothers of all of it. And you still hold out hope that your errant children, even though they're grown and they're making choices that are not what you taught them, that's not how you love them, That's not how you gave them compassion. That's not how you cared for them. That's not how you stood for them, around them, and uplifted them while you were in pain and could barely breathe. That's not what you taught them. A lot of you. That's not what their actual mothers taught them. Some of them did, but not all of them. And we don't give Black women not one break. Not one. I'm not talking about every Black woman. I'm not talking about Black women who act out their whatever it is, their jealousies, competitiveness, foolishness, wanting to be, the next whoever to the next Black man. Anti, I'm not talking about Black women who are anti-Black women and girls. I am talking about the most of us who show compassion and care to the very people that hurt us. Megan Thee Stallion did not say anything because she was protecting the Black leprechaun that shot her. She didn't tell the police what happened or that he shot her because she didn't want them to pull guns and hurt all of them. She said that from the beginning to the end. And you know what? This man went on a propaganda tour
3 years.
and he terrorized her. So don't tell me that what these men are saying about us won't harm us. Don't tell me that, because it's open season on Black women and Black girls, and it has been. And yes, we are worn out, and I'm sorry about that. I am sorry that we're worn out, but we get to not be worn out by not allowing them access to us, our energy, our body, our works, our whatever. If you coming over here, you need to tithe over here, because the last time I looked, every time Black women and Black girls help you to evolve, you do your best to tear it down. Why did we bring you civil rights societies? Why did we bring you civil rights to these foul ass United States for you to spend the next 60 years tearing it apart and destroying it? Why? Why did we make it so that Asian people could be citizens here? We put our bodies in front of those hoses. We got our asses kicked by white and Black men and white women. I don't know what you talking about, but I don't remember you even in at those photo ops. Now I've seen some of y'all at the photo ops where we all like, oh, ain't nobody like brutalizing us. But I don't see you in those photos where you hanging beside my family members. I don't see it. If y'all know where that is, if y'all seen that somewhere, where Asian folks and Latin folks and whoever else was hanging right next to us in the lynching thing, let me know. Well, I don't see them getting bit by dogs and hoses and things like that. But we gave you the playbook, and we stood. And it wasn't just us. I want y'all to really look at those pictures. Our little girls were with us. Because if we left them home, the Negropeans that were over there at home would do some unholy shit to them. So do we take them to the march, or do we leave them home to be ate up by the other ones? We went through all of these things. Healthcare isn't for you, baby. Over here in the United States, it's not. I can tell you for a fact. I am an RN. I went to nursing school alongside with doctors, respiratory therapists, and healthcare is meant to cure the problems or whatever of white supremacists, not you. You, as Black women, for them, you're just a case study. You're a guinea pig. You are, how they can stitch your DNA and melanin onto theirs. That's you. I'm telling you for a fact, the first thing we learn in any medical situation that we are going to get educated is that when we see our client, we have to ask ourselves, are they pink, warm, and dry? Well, the only people that could be possibly pink, meaning they're breathing and their heart's pumping and all of that, right, is white people. No one else is pink. So you don't have any kind of way to figure out whether a black person is not breathing well just by looking at them. Because you can actually look at white people and go, oh, they're pink, so they're breathing, they're good. Okay, let's just move on to the next thing that we can work on. You have no way of telling that when I walk into the hospital.
That's deep.
Huh?
Because
That's what it is.
that's deep. Because
Because I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
you
Miss
wouldn't
D.
be able to tell even with you.
Oh,
Because you
there's a way to
wouldn't.
tell. They
I
just
mean,
don't
I'm
teach.
just saying,
Yeah.
if you didn't go to the next level of thinking, I mean, we're not dark black women, but we're not pink. So if we
No.
got gray undertones and a nurse
Mhm.
wasn't thinking, that would be entirely.
I'm just
I
telling
didn't
you.
know. I knew it was bad. I just didn't know
I'm just giving
that
to
bad.
you. I'm just giving it to you as I do.
I mean, I understand warm and dry because you're gonna be clammy if you're in shock, and I got
Oh
that.
yeah,
All
that's
that.
to anybody. But you.
Can't even get. I'm sitting here because a friend of mine nearly died behind this, and now I know
Mhm,
why.
mhm. Because the
Um,
premise of the healthcare system in the United States is to take care of the people in the hierarchy who they feel matter.
yeah,
It is not designed to do for you. It's like if you have the okay, they use rats and guinea pigs and things like that, rabbits, to
we be
um
hurting these rabbits today.
I know we
Ooh,
would jack um I hope they don't have a love meeting on me. But we have we you don't bring a like rat and check them into like the United States healthcare system and go, but they're having a problem in this and that because the way they see the rat is that, well, your place is in the lab so that we can figure out how to help us though. So we're not going to be taking the time. We're just not going to help you, little rabbit, because this is we didn't design this system to help you. We designed this system so you would be in a lab so we could figure out how to, live longer, not age, or some other, nonsense. Okay. You born aged. I'm just saying, white people. Anyway, no, your babies are actually have souls. I wish y'all stop eating them as adults, but that's okay. Um, but I'm saying this is the reality of the healthcare system. Go read Medical Apartheid. Go read about the things that they have done to Black women and Black girls, and they're still doing them. Go read it. I cannot be the only person who will put on full armor and stand the vanguard for us. I cannot. I cannot be in all these places at once. I cannot, stand up to doctors, administrators, people's parents as an RN who does this work for all children. I can't be the only one. I can't. Because while I'm goddess born and I am a healer as well as a warrior, because you need to be both, right? I'm one human. Where is my help, Black women? Where is us taking this reality, what's really happening to us, the actions that people are taking against us, the choices they're making against us to harm us, the very people who will turn around and give you compassion and care? They need they know that you are being um, murked with impunity 4 times more than white women in the hospital by white women because they study how we come up missing and everything else, and they keep notes on it. Okay, so how is it that they know that, oh, the reason that you're dying is bias? Well, who the hell has the bias? Who's this bias? Who's is it a myth, a myth, what is it? No, it is in the person of the 90% of white women who are in the specialized units, because they compromise. I mean, they encompass 74% of all medical health, healthcare in the United States. White women do. So they get into the specialties. But here's what else they know. How do we solve these disparities? You can't teach these people to care about nobody. We already know that. We've been teaching them for too many years how not to care. What are you talking about? It's part of their DNA now. You can't teach black people at this day that, oh, now we should just be happy to come into healthcare and be good with it. We really believe that, oh, it says healthcare, so they meant us. No, they're showing you every single day they don't, but they know what the answer is. And you know what the answer is, black women, because here it is. You know what we should do? We should give black women more education, let them go back to being doulas,
Yep.
midwives. We'll pay for it, because here's what we know. When black women are the caregivers, for the most part, I ain't talking about the anomalies like Dr. Jackie and her foolish ass. Okay. I'm talking about, on the whole, generally, based on their studies, when you're in the care of black women, this is generally, everybody's gonna live. Okay. There's not gonna be this weird disparity of this or that. All y'all kids are gonna live, because black women don't sit around plotting and coming up with policies, bills and laws to destroy other people's children. We don't.
We don't have
The
a 900.
administrators, most of the administrators of the hospitals, and I can tell you because I've been there, most of the administrators in the hospital are white women. Oh, there might be a white guy at the top, but for the most part, it's white women. So they make up the standards, policies, and procedures of your care, of your everyday care. And it can differ and vary by whatever healthcare system you're talking about, whatever hospital or group you're talking about. But the premise of it is you ain't getting no care. That's the premise when it comes to black women and black girls. And we are going to do the same thing to you. That was that James, whatever they like to call the father of gynecology, who was torturing all these black women. It wasn't just slaves he owned. The slave owners, meaning white women too, because they owned for
40%.
they were
100%.
owners of black peoples. Okay, they would give enslaved black women and black girls to this man to experiment on. How do you guys think that we breastfed the children of white women who were the relative sister or brother to the baby we had coming? Because we would be great at around the time that they were doing whatever with their white women. One of the reasons is because then we would be able to breastfeed for them, because we were having a baby at the same time. Huh? Y'all feel me? Because they understood their babies were dying out. And when you gave black women's breast milk, wow, these kids start living. Huh?
Yeah. How did George Washington and Thomas Jefferson get to 6'4" and 6'3" respectively? at a
because they
time
were
when the
born
average height for white
enslavers.
men was my height, 5'3", but they
They
were
were
slaves.
born enslavers, and so they were breastfed by black women. They spent a
Yep,
lot
that's
of
how
their
they got there.
formative time being raised by black women.
Yep.
So they appear to have a certain humanity as the quote unquote founding fathers, but all they did was study Native Americans, indigenous people, and how they ran their communities. And it was matrilineal in a lot of ways, and women had, you know, different types of rights to speak up, and part of the wisdom and all of that. And they studied how black enslaved black women really again were the protectors and providers of the community, and that they know for a fact that not only are you powerful and you have the ability to heal people, that's why they need you. They're saying it's because, oh, we can stop black women from dying in the hospitals during pregnancy and delivery and postpartum, because we know that if more black women were there, then be less biased. Hold on. No. You also said that when black women take care of whatever type of category that you want to put on a woman, everybody lives and all the babies live. So really what you're telling us again is you're not doing this for us. You're doing this
For
for
y'all.
y'all, because those same chicks have a problem with poor white people too. Those same chicks have a problem with white people who are low income. Even if they're just above the poverty, they got a problem with it. They got a problem. So they experiment and mistreat them too, right? So they don't care that they pass away. We'll never have universal health care in the United States. Never. And Lenria, she brought up something too about the UK not allowing them to have you know uh guns. Well, have y'all met the United States? We got the best whites ever when it comes to violence. The United States made sure that only their citizens, um, and Israel citizens, and now Ukrainian citizens, are the only citizens who carry guns
Daily.
daily. So even if you somehow magically defeat uh all the nuclear weapons and all this other military apparatus that these United States has amassed and puts the most money into ever, if you somehow overcome that, every single citizen could defend this country. But that's not true in, say, Mexico. Oh, a lot of people might have guns, but honey, not the way we do, not with the practice that we do. They don't. It's mostly only police or something like that who have guns in other parts of the world. Girl, Canada over here singing about, ooh, we've been gun free for this long. In Australia, I'm like, huh, y'all think that's cute, but the United States has proliferated all of these weapons.
Proliferated. Yeah.
Uh huh.
Yeah. Proliferate.
And y'all standing around out here with your pants around your knees, talking about, "Oh, look at me, I'm in the water." Oh, dude, one more step, and you're gonna be off of a reef. That's what's gonna happen, because they made sure that they have a military um something in all of these other countries, and there's not one foreign military apparatus in these United States. Now, if we like you a little bit like Canada or the UK, you can come over here and get some training, give us some, but you ain't gonna open no base over here where you could fly out and destroy anybody within 15 minutes around the world. You ain't gonna be doing that. Not with our US whites. We got the best over here. I don't know. I keep asking, Y'all think y'all whites are better than us at violence? I like to see you prove it.
England once upon a time, but that time is already 100 years back at least.
Yeah. So, I just I think we've come full circle, right?
Yeah.
Because um we're able to now put out for you and Noir aunties that here are the critical issues that we see, but we're only us, right? What do y'all see? What do you think are the most critical things we need to take action on day one? Like, like y'all friend Diaper Man Trump likes to say, if I get back in office day one, I'm wiping everybody.
Aquaman. Oh my gosh.
So
I haven't
so
heard
what
that one.
oh yeah, they got a whole thing out there. Stinky Donnie, honey. I can't even.
What?
But
Well, okay. All right. That's
I
another
don't know.
conversation.
I never actually imagined him like when I thought about I don't know, weird stuff comes into my head and I was like, I wonder. I bet that damn Obama smells so good. And that just it's never entered my mind in any of the times I ever seen Trump, but Karen Hunter brought it up. Shout out, girl. Uh, so what do y'all think he smells like? And come to
I
find out,
look.
he's just, I'm just, I'm just saying, like
I just got my
break my
stomach
mind
back
that
from
he eats
TD
the damn.
Jakes.
I'm
I
just saying,
just got my
I'm
stomach back.
sorry.
I just got my stomach back. I just got my stomach back, and you don't throw that out there. Really?
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, okay. Apparently he smells like BO and some other stuff mixed together that is so not good. Like what came into my mind was, ooh, I bet he smells like sulfur. Oh. Okay.
Sulfur would be. You probably could take him to keep the snakes and the voles
Oh
and
God. Yeah, I feel like he could. I feel like he could just like stand there. But people don't talk about it, I guess, kind of like a Diddy moment. You just can't talk about Diddy or something. I don't know. I don't know. The cowards over there who like to say they good or whatever, would never talk about him until a black woman had to come and face that down. So I'm just
I,
saying, what are we doing, black women? Please help me out. I don't.
and whatever it is, because I do have to run. I have another meeting that was rescheduled from last week to today. Please take action on what you can.
Mm-hmm,
There's a lot of issues.
mm-hmm,
Happy 2024 in advance. Make your New Year's resolution walked out to do something. I mentioned some very low hanging fruit. If you have a YouTube channel, you have TikTok, you have social media, Michaela Raymond has some information on Black misogyny. The study has been posted in the chat at least twice. Read it
mm-hmm,
and keep it off your page. That's an action step. That's a low risk action step. Just pre-block folk. Just people you don't want to see over there. Just go
mm-hmm.
go behind the scenes in YouTube. You go into the communities tab. You put users in there that can't speak. You just pre-block them and practice that. And once you begin to practice that, it becomes easier to practice in other ways. Please spend some time, if you are church like myself, be honest about what your church is doing or not doing and what kind of leadership you have. Okay? Changing those kind of habits is very difficult. But these are action steps that you can take. Whatever it is that you've heard here from our aunties this year, take steps to put this into your life. Confidence of Love has not mentioned it, but she has a course, The Self Confident Black Woman. You'll find that. If you search on her channel, you'll find that. Um, this course will force you to confront yourself. And if you spent the first part of 2024 really discovering, her first question is, who are you and what do you want? If you get that far and you get honest answers for yourself, you don't have to necessarily share them with the world. That will help you be able to redirect your energy. You can go on and invest in yourself and do that. Take something that we presented to you and know that you do not need anybody's permission to go better your life. You are a fully fledged human being. I'll put it as a Christian would. You are as much fearfully and wonderfully made. You have as much right to all the common grace in the universe as anyone does. You are not made an inferior being. There is no such thing. If you go and you look, and we cannot get around the fact that we have to acknowledge the wonderful stewardship that Black women have had on this earth. Don't see yourself as separate from that. You were not put here to be anyone's slave. So please, because we can't compel you to do anything, we're not your mistresses either, but we invite you to take this information that you have received and take one beginning step next year. Just start. And then we'll be back pretty soon with some more resources and things to help you get into motion as the year goes on. Of course, Confidence Love, that church channel, I have mine. You're welcome to come by. You already know you got to comport yourself appropriately, but y'all already know that. Yeah, y'all know that. Yeah, if y'all over here, y'all know that. And when you get yourself together, this will inspire the Black women and Black girls around you as well. This will also help you build capacity so that when you hear about the next Kiki Palmer, you have some things that you can do.
And
And
you don't have to experience those things yourself. We don't want to
yourself.
point that, you know, Black women like ourselves, yourselves, need to experience this in order to prepare for it not to happen
Right.
to you. You can
Let
prepare.
this, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you can prepare yourself. I'm gonna just say this really quick. I am gonna be talking more about the books that I have, and kind of the mindset of being in relationship with the goddesses. I know we're all different Black women, but I'm hearing from more and more Black women about wanting to know about what I do. I don't I goddess the god I'm in relationship with the goddess. We become in relationship with the goddess because we're all interconnected spiritually into the great Black mother, but we don't worship, right? So it's just it's different. But I also wanted to make sure I re-put this up on my Kindle. I don't know if y'all can see this. Can y'all see that? No. Okay. Um you'll see the first two books over that way towards that side.
There's a shine on it, and I don't know if that's coming from.
Let me see if I can at least get it all crooked.
Okay, I can
Okay.
see.
So I'll tell you what they are. These are kind of my biblica. That's why it says red, because I done highlighted, did everything under the sun. Okay. Um, this is a part of a whole like thing of biblica that I use to um help me grow in my relationship to the great Black mother, her sister goddesses, um, and specifically the ones that I have even a deeper connection to, and we're on a similar path. So we don't really look at goddesshood as hierarchical, right? Because that's not how it works for us. But um, one of the books that I read, and you'll see it other places, is When God Was a Black Woman. For those of you who know Erica De Niro, she's been really talking about lately the great cosmic mother. And there's one more that I think is really important, which is the Goddess Bible. So I'm giving you four just now. And yes, it's deep reading, but it also gives you some um, historical reference to who we are and were before patriarchy started, like Auntie D said, about 5,600 years ago, right? What we were about, and that I think it's important for us to know that we keep going through the same thing because we keep getting our living memory erased and other things that are happening. So that's really why I want you to eat, whether you are a Christian, whether you're atheist, whether you're anything, whatever it is. I'm not Christian, but I got my master's in theology, which included monotheism, specifically Christianity. So just because I'm not Christian doesn't mean I can't know, that I can't learn from it. That there are things within it that I can put into my life. I was raised a Christian, yes, but I've moved on to deeper mysteries. But that does not mean that I can't study other people's belief systems, because that's a part of psychology. Usually the way you believe is, whether consciously or unconsciously, the actions that you will or will not take. So when I understand how people think and how they believe, then it's easier for me. Um, Number one, as y'all favorite apex predator, it's easier for me to understand how to deal with them on all these different levels as a warrior. But it's also understood by me that my time ought to be limited. I want a world where you do not ever need an apex predator like me in your midst. I don't want you to have to defend your happiness, your freedom. I don't want you to have to do that. I don't want you to have to defend your life. I want you to be able to be the most brilliant creative women that you are, right? And that you naturally do have compassion for even the people who despise you. Like, we are amazing as Black women, Black girls in all our forms, and Indigenous women, Indigenous girls. I've never met a group of people more compassionate and kind in the face of all the things, the suffering that we've been put through. So I think a part of what I'm here to do is to fight off and hold back those different entities that are attacking us, while the rest of us heal and grow and evolve and come into our own, right? Because usually Black women, generally, I'm an anomaly. We don't generally war unless it's absolutely necessary. It's necessary to protect us living and then helping humanity evolve, because everything we do helps humanity evolve. Civil rights helped humanity evolve. Our enslavement here ended up turning this world upside down because of who we truly are. And I don't think of it as, oh, I'm just so much better than that person or that person. No, I need to be better than I was the day before, and I don't always meet that. And I know that y'all are the most incredible creators. You just don't see it yet. You don't understand that your worth is beyond measure because you keep believing other people telling you and showing you by their badass behaviors towards you that you're not. And I'm trying to hold the line until you get it, until you wrap your mind around the reality that is going on. Because y'all, Black women, have brought this and us and every living being through every part of Earth's evolution. Y'all have been here and y'all are still here. And you are powerful. You didn't give your power away, nobody took it. It's here. I just need to help you find it. I need to help you remove the pain and get kick that addiction to suffering and drama junkie, and having to have a comeback for everything. I pick and choose what I'm gonna come back at, because if I get a troll, I'm looking at how it affects what you see as Black women and Black girls. I'm not thinking about that person. Give a damn, you know. But I
They
am
ain't worth
thinking,
all that.
can you see how I am responding to this person? That you get to defend yourself. You get to show your feelings. You get to have them. And you, just like all of them, you get to choose how you're going to respond. You get to pick your solutions. And you get to have boundaries. And if people don't follow through, they get to have your consequences handed to them. I love y'all.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year's. Oh, how does Jesse Wu put it? Black woman's we ain't taking this shit no more. I don't care what you gotta say. I'm being cute over here. Black History 2024 Black Year Month.
We're just taking the whole year. Just let some folk know. We taking the whole
We're gonna
year.
be focused on solutions. And I need help, Black women. Me and Auntie D, we need help. We need to hear some solutions from you to add
Take what
to
you
solutions that we've, you know.
take what you've learned, consider it. Take your time. There's room for a lot of viewpoints on this. And because we all are not believing the same things, there will be nuance necessarily. Um, for those of you who are Christian women or are interested in it, get yourself out of this church mess. Read John and Acts, both of them. Watch how the original church operated. Watch how Jesus operates with women. Know who it is you say you worship. Those things help to deliver me from being dominated. And I did not need to move across the line. Now, that's not everybody's decision, but some of you will find out that, okay, I'm actually not a Christian because I don't believe none of this. Well, it's better that you know than not. Because if you're confused, you will continue to be enslaved through your confusion. On my channel, the Summer Bible Study is the channel, is the playlist, Jesus, John, and Women. Easy way to kind of walk through that. Also, please invest. I'm going to put out a video that has some Black women resources, mostly Black women resources, but there'll be resources from other groups of people as well. Things that I vetted myself. I was editor. There's one Black man that's going to have a book in there, but I'm the editor. So I've already pre-vetted him and everything he had to say. He's not allowed to come up here and hurt us. So there are things you can do that you can help to look at the solutions that you've looked at, that we've discussed, and ways to get started. Above all things, know that we are concerned about you being free.
Yes.
Temporarily, we're having trouble on this. And we want this to be the last year that we didn't know. Let it be the last year. Let this be the last year that we get caught up in anti-Black women propaganda. Let this be the last year that we fund foolery so that we really can, because we really don't have time to dumb it down. We really don't. I mean, if Auntie Love and I start going through the playbook with y'all, you're gonna understand that no, we don't have time to dumb it down. No. But we love you and we want you to have a prosperous, free new year. And I should also just say this: you have a right to learn about anything you want to. Even as a Christian, I'm not on Confidence with Love channel fussing with her putting up the Book of the Black Goddess. I'm on her channel. And if you want to learn about that as someone who studied world religions, just like my father, Baptist minister, has, you have a right to be making an informed decision. Just like the reverse would also be true. You have a right to know what it is and to be able to assess it and to be able to make a decision about whether or not. But also, when you're in someone else's house, you also don't move their furniture. That's also important. But you choose what houses you choose to be in, right?
Yes.
You get to choose whose house you get to be in. And that's
Yes.
the other thing. You don't have to roll with anything that isn't for you anymore. You get to choose. If we leave
And
you with nothing else, you get
yeah,
to choose.
it is about choice. It really
You get to
truly does
choose.
come to that.
You
It
get to
does.
choose. You don't get. This is a whole nother topic, and I have another meeting, and I'm already 35 minutes late with other Black women, but they don't really need me. They're good. But it's another topic, but it's just like, okay, don't make decisions about your eternity out of ignorance. For a long time, the institutional Europeanized Christian church denied people even the knowledge to read the Bible, much less to learn about anything else. Don't be with people that perpetuate that. A lot of things that Black women do that they think are Christian things. Now, I've never met an ignorant goddess worshiper. I suppose they must exist, but I'm just not exposed enough.
They do.
Okay, because I don't know about that. But
Definitely.
whatever it is you be doing out here, you do not need to be ignorant. It's like I've had Sunday school students of mine that became Muslims.
Mhm.
I didn't tear a whole a new one in them because I knew that the circles that they were in did not show them righteousness. And I remember I said that to one. I said, "You're looking for an environment that has righteousness. I'm only going to ask you to do one thing. I've taught you how to know the Bible. Now study the Quran and
Mhm.
compare, and you will be able to determine which of those is for you. I'm not going to rip you a new one because if what I've taught you is true and you have believed it, you will return. That's up to you, though. I can't compel you as a grown Black woman to do anything.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to learn. Be willing to learn whatever it is that you're interested in.
Yeah, and like
Oh,
this
that's the
isn't,
bag.
yeah, this isn't it itself. It's you know how we'll have concordances or other people's thoughts on it or things like that. So I do have the Dharmapada, the Vedas. I have all of those, the Upanishads, all of these different things that are biblical to other people, because again, um a part of power is having knowledge.
Yeah, you need to know.
Yeah. And you can operate, you can add things, you can take away things, you can act on things when you know it,
And you
right?
can't if you don't. It's like
Yeah.
I have to have a certain amount of knowledge. I don't agree with confidence with love, but I know why I don't agree with her.
Yes.
My disagreements with her are not based in just being afraid of everything is not being a Christian. Now
Hmm.
I have enough knowledge.
Yes.
I've studied enough about the Egyptian mysteries. So when she talks about the deeper mysteries, we can sit up here and talk about Gnosticism and all the rest of it, about the illusion and the Egyptian. We could do this. So I know where the distinctions are. She has a master's degree in theology. So she knows where her distinctions are with me. So we don't have to
Hmm.
argue about that anymore because we're not budging. But at the same time, we don't have to be unnecessarily offensive to each other. We don't have to be constantly going around the corner while other people are out there willing to beat us both to death while we're having this argument. Do you see the distinction that I'm trying to make? Take all your learning. It is notable in the scripture that Moses got all the learning of the Egyptians. The scripture is also clear that he rejected a lot of it as well, but it did not condemn him for knowing.
Hmm.
That's important to know. Hatshepsut probably raised him if you do your times and dates and so forth. Like I said, I have to know enough about it to be able to talk about it.
Hmm.
He rejected a great deal of it,
Hmm.
but he knew it and he's not condemned for knowing it. Some things are things on first base. No one ever came frightened into the kingdom of God just by sheer terror. There's more to it than that. A lot of things we're in because we're scared.
Hmm.
No one gets into a relationship with any true relationship with anybody in the spirit world just by sheer terror. That's not how that works. We have we have a soul and a spirit that has the right to choose. So if that's true in the hereafter, and that's true dealing with beings who are more powerful than ourselves in our human bodies, then how are we gonna let all these other people run over us that are just human beings, just mortal human beings just like us? If you can stop me from taking a breath and I can stop you from taking a breath, how are you so much more powerful than me? And as black women, again, Congressman Elvin and I don't agree with on a lot of these things, but we can each do certain work together.
We have a um I already put this to Miss D, Auntie D, some time ago, because I'm like, okay, listen, um, I'm this many years physically older, okay, and when I look at my crossing over and passing through this life, I'm gonna need Auntie D and a lot of y'all to show up at the library that I would like to
Yes,
pass
you have
away
shared that.
in.
Yes.
That's multi-leveled, and I would like us to, on my last breath, be debating, you know, different points of
I've
different
already I've
theories. You know,
I've
that
been
would
thinking
be
about
like that's how I want to go with my loving, wonderful family and friends around, and having a good old debate. No, go get that book. What book are you talking about? Don't
I've been
come
sitting
over
up here
here with
like
just some willy nilly mess.
they're
We
going to
need truth.
I've been thinking about how we gonna take over the San Francisco Public Library. It has 7 floors. And I'm just like,
Like
it's probably
everywhere
gonna
I
take at
go.
least that big.
Oh,
I don't know enough
oh.
about the Carolinas to know, but y'all gotta have one down there somewhere.
We
But
do.
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
we got some stuff over there in Raleigh. We got some things. But I'm just
Okay.
saying, could I like that's where I want to spend my last breath. Hearing my daughter go, Mom, not another history lesson. Mom, I want to stay up with you in your last two breaths, but I'm falling asleep again. You talking about all this history. Woman, what have I said?
But see, this is the thing. The as black women, we're still learning. This is a very this is a terrible thing to say at the end of a show because it's a show by itself. Being able to walk up to the gates together, whatever the gates are.
Mhm.
Being able to learn how to walk together through life and not have to agree on everything. There are certain things that Love and I are not going to ever go do. We're not going to a true shrine of the Black Madonna together. We probably wouldn't go into the church here either because we got different reasons not to do that. Because I'm just like, Catholicism, can't do it. I'm dying more Protestant, and I know why I am. That she already told you last time you pressed that offering plate over here, you already know. So there's a bunch of things we're not going to do here. But there are, with that being the case, there are things in terms of fundamental things that Black women need and that women our age need to, we're not the same age, but things that we need to pass on so that you have them. Very temporal things that have to do with you getting through the next year. I hate to be like this, getting through the next year alive.
It's real. Yeah.
Now, there were whole goo gobs of Christian Black women who were doing this work. And there are some of you on here on this live. Drew and I work together too. If there were whole goo gobs of vetted Christian Black women, and there's a number of them out there, if there was a whole bunch of goo gobs of women in relationship with the ancient goddesses who were doing this work, okay, Love and I would probably end up being in those circles. And so we wouldn't have run into each other most likely.
Hmm.
But in the United States, we have been scattered so that certain work has to be done because certain work has to be done. And as Black women, being able to not do this thing where if you're not like me, you have to die,
Mhm.
which we have learned from our oppressors. Detoxing from that so that we can do the things together that we can is another lesson to learn in 2024. None of you, True Mystique and I are both Christians. We're not just alike. If we wanted to sit down and argue doctrine, I'm sure we could. Um, Level Up Single Mom has been in my Bible studies.
Mhm.
I had to do an extra thing in the summer Bible study because she had a really good question. Well, I don't think we quite agree on that, but I did an extra one just to point out, okay, this is why this is here, as far. But then here's chapter and verse. You can go look at it for yourself.
Mhm.
But without having to tear up the whole church and have cliques and all this, and we ain't wearing the colors that go with it. You know, learning how to do just that as Black women. If you don't do anything else in 2024 but vet out the people in your life who need for you to be a carbon copy of them before they can treat you like a human being. Like I said, it's a terrible subject to have at the end. Now I'm 46 minutes late. But again, the beautiful thing about that group is they have wonderful leadership. They have wonderful democratic structure, artists. They don't need these things. What's understood doesn't need to be explained. Is what I'm really saying.
Yes. Yeah.
I go there because I love having it. It's usually the fourth Friday. They moved it because of Christmas, but there is no need for us to take into 2024 the idea that we have to find reasons to tear each other. There's just no reason to do that.
And at the same time, I think that I think it's important for both of us, for any and all of us as Black women and Black girls, to like spend some time with Auntie D, um, for instance, on different um, different things that, let me say, you've been taught maybe from the pulpit, but you 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 maybe could learn some different things about it, right? From from Miss D, because she's um she's well read in different parts of the Bible, and not not just the Bible literally, but as we'll say, spiritually, temporally, the time that it was, who was doing what in different countries according to the Bible, surrounding um, spaces where Jewish people were in the Middle East and in Africa, surrounding the Bible, right? And the times, and how people did marketing and things like that, and why certain rules were put into place. Because we might not understand the rule of, let's say, um um why Muslims, Islam, it forbids pork. Now, there's supposedly a spiritual reason, but there's also a temporal reason, because if you don't cook pork right, you will
Yeah,
die
yeah, you'll die.
of dysentery.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'll die.
So yeah, so see how having that knowledge, like, just because somebody in the pulpit told you we don't eat pork because uh pork is pink and
Leviticus
blah, some
chapter.
other thing, yeah, some other stuff. Great, I'm not mad. Okay, but that's you hearing it from the pulpit. You going and picking up books and resources that Auntie D points you to is another thing, right? So I think there's an opportunity here for us to be able to listen to younger Black women, and even Black women in their 30s and 40s who've had really scary and violent um, experiences in church, you
Yeah,
know, and
those things
around,
are real.
you know, and how they, you know, the responsibility of sin and whatever was placed on them in the pulpit. Um, eh, eh, Partly in due to the interpretation of males in a patriarchy, you know, because you want to keep the hierarchy, the caste system the way it is, right? And capitalism, tithing, things like that fit into it.
American Christianity has its
Yeah,
own horrific
yeah, yeah,
slavery-based wrinkles. You're
yes. But we need to be honest about that with one another because we have been telling each other just accept and believe. And it doesn't matter how other people choose to behave or act, even towards you. You have to forgive them and you
okay.
have to give them grace and you have to basically, this is what you're being told in the pulpit, and a lot of us have heard this, that the onus is on me as the person who was violated to show grace, mercy, and forgiving to the person who did
Mhm.
the violating. And when any book is used that way, right?
And
We have to examine it, and we have to be real about it, and we have to um talk about the ways that black women and black girls are very spiritual, so we will adopt to the spirituality a um of a religion, like we will adopt to the
we
spirituality
can
part.
adopt any of them.
Yeah, yeah, because we are, but my thing for us is that I, in my studies and in being in relationship with the goddess, the reason we adapt is because we are interconnected. Our souls, our spirits are interconnected to creation. We haven't what a lot of religions, whether you're talking about Islam, Buddhism, whatever, I don't even care what the religion is. I'm not talking about spirituality now. If all of these religions keep trying to tell you that you are less than because you are a woman. And we can go into Hinduism if you want to, the Vedas, and though they will look at different um they have a pantheon of gods and goddesses. They've even done a lot to destroy the image of the goddesses in their religions.
I,
So I'm
it,
telling
as
you,
strong as Kali is, it's hard to even believe that because it's just like, if off the top of your head, okay, there's only a few of them that you're gonna know. Shiva, of course, but Kali is as strong as she is. It's hard to believe that that would actually have happened. But I'm not disputing you. I just
well, yeah,
She just stands out so much that it's hard to
yeah,
believe that they managed to do that.
but when you go to war against women, what
Um,
we're terming as women and all the attributes of being a woman and all of that, then you're also trying to destroy their connection to that goddess, because you are trying to say that women are to be property, and all your
um,
power to create other human beings, we want that in the hands of men,
I just thought
higher
of the
or
way India
lower
is.
men, whatever.
Yeah,
We want that in the
yeah.
hands of men. And we need you to agree to it because we do know how powerful you are. But so far, violence has worked against that. So I need for us to actually get real about the ways that um Christianity, yes, but Islam, or I can name any of them that are steeped in patriarchy, right? And are used as weapons against women. We need to be able to say that is probably number 9 on our most critical problems, because it is getting to the heart of our spirituality and our belief.
I
And
would
when
move that
we
up further.
disconnect, when we're disconnected from being a part of divinity, then we we start to behave as prey. Okay. And I would say this to us. Um, when you see what we're seeing in from Israel to Gaza, and that historically we know around in that area was what they call Canaan, you know, and then uh,
Yeah,
Canaan's a little bit it's
there's more
more,
to it than that, but
yeah,
I'm trying to
okay.
do this map in my head,
So
but I know what you're talking
yeah.
about.
So so a point of order would be, if we're looking at the Bible, and in the Bible you have from um Abram, or Abraham, once he
Got his
accepts.
name changed. Yeah.
You have from him through Jacob this idea from a almighty being that we are told inspired the writing of what is canonized as the Bible and the Jewish Bible, right? We're told that um, this God Almighty, this creator of all things, says to this group of people, your promised land is actually Canaan, where you came from, because that's where Abram came from, right? Him and Lot came
Ur of
out.
the Chaldees. He
Yeah,
actually
they came
was
out.
Ur of the Chaldees. He actually would have been classed today as an illegal immigrant. And if
Okay.
you read the record, he had to be very careful because he said several times, "I realize I'm a stranger here."
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, but he
but he
did
was
something
from close to Iraq today, and
right,
he was told to
which is
move
kind of
down
yeah, which
in
is kind of
Canaan.
where they're saying, Canaan, parts
Yeah, it's
parts
about it's
because of
about
all the
500
was.
miles
Yeah.
walking altogether to get there.
So he and Lot come out, right?
Yeah, he and
Together,
Sarai and Lot come
right?
all come together. Yes,
Yeah. And in my estimation, he did some pretty heinous acts. And
he
I
did.
cannot, but I
He owns
cannot
the first slave in the Bible,
yeah. And
first
what I can't,
enslaved black woman.
but he
He does.
also pimped out his wife. So I can't give
Yes, when he was in
cover.
Egypt. That's right.
I cannot give cover to this almighty being. I cannot apologize for these behaviors. And when this almighty being says to them that you are going to go back, but it's going to be your promised land. No, Abraham, you're not going to see it. Moses, you did something too close to what we are seeing over here with some of these black preachers and white preachers and whatever.
Basically,
What did RCD say? Passes. He did not let Moses go. And somebody brought that up. I'm trying to remember who I was listening to. He did not let Moses go over to the quote unquote promised land, even after all the
Moses,
things that he did to bring him that
he was given
far, because
specific
Moses did
instructions,
wrong.
and he decided to do his
Right.
own thing.
But your TD Jakeses and your whoever else is, we will give them a pass
And
after,
that's the problem.
yeah.
The thing
Instead of
is,
going, you don't get to continue, you're not going to continue, leave
exactly,
nobody,
because
blah, blah, blah. So
here's
when
the
we have to really get there, I think we have to really get there. We have to be very honest about that. You have from my perspective and my studies, a warlord lord type of God who tells these men that they get to go and take away the lives of men, women, and children. And we can say, because I remember you bringing this up, TD, that, a part of it is that God was trying to save some of the women and children in Canaan or wherever, right? Sodom and Gomorrah, whatever, we have demonized next. Um, those areas because God wanted the women and children saved from their own people that were hurting them. Then why did you need to kill the women and children too? So I'm saying these are questions that are
Very
going to have
pretty.
to be realistic, because I'm going to tell what I need to tell us is the women and children. Here's what I've known all along: the women and children that were killed in Canaan were, I'm going to use this word even though it's not, it that's not how it happens. We're in relationship with the goddess. But the women and children and the men believed in the goddesses. And what you're saying when you're telling somebody to go kill the women, men, and children because they're sinning, because they don't believe in me, they're not accepting, and they're doing this. It is a part of goddess worship not to see the body as a sinful thing. It is flesh, this is true. But we're not supposed to be looking from the goddess perspective at women and saying, your body is causing somebody else to be either jealous or want to do violence to you. So therefore, you should not be able to take, and plus your original sin, women. So you should not be
But the
able
Bible does not
to.
say that.
The
It
Bible
doesn't.
doesn't say that, but I'm saying that's what we're hearing in the
That's how it's been
pulpit.
taught. That is
So we
fair.
have, yeah, that's why I would want people to come to you so that you can help them differentiate, right? The things that have been coming out of the pulpit for thousands of years on behalf of patriarchy. And one of the things that these authors did was they went they said that these people were chosen to go to a promised land that was already full of people, just like Native Americans were called barbarians, just like we were kidnapped from Africa and called savages. Okay. So you did this propaganda reach, and you're saying that those group of people were sinners and they didn't want to accept God as an almighty being and pray to God. So therefore they deserve to be destroyed. And if you do this destruction, if you do this genocide, you will have your promised land. You
And what
don't
they've
get
done is
to
that they,
you
I
didn't
see
hear
what
it
you're
from
saying.
the yeah, you didn't get to hear it from the perspective of the goddess born and the goddess the people who believed in the goddesses and their connection and spirituality with the goddesses. You didn't get to hear it from their point of view. You heard it from the people who warred on them. The goddesses didn't come over here warring on you. You and your patriarchy weaponized some things you had already learned from us, because we, by anthropology, had already been here. This is just by calculations of humans that black women were here. We know for a fact 500,000 years ago, and y'all wasn't. So you took something that we created in order to make sure that those who were born with disabilities, children, elders, this and that, were uplifted, and you criminalized it by way of saying separating the flesh from the spirit. And you said that our activities with our own bodies, let's say like Megan the Stallion, y'all can tell Megan the Stallion you a ho and a such and so and a this and that by the way she dresses or whatever she wears. She is criminalized for showing her body. But you didn't want to criminalize a person that
Corey,
tried to take
actually,
away
not
her
her.
self body autonomy, who tried to take her life.
The
You
state
wanted
had
to
to come do it.
criminalize her for taking pleasure in her body. You criminalized goddesses goddesses and goddess people in relationship with goddesses, and you use the fact that we are free. We get our bodies are part of creation, and in particular, it is a incredible moving experience when you do choose to create another human being in your body. And so to criminalize that and to say that men need to be in control of that because women are too weak or too soft-headed or too some other bullshit they want to make up, you did the same thing then, and you keep doing it because your battle is really not spiritual, it is temporal. You want
That's
to
it.
be in control of the actual
Planet.
physical bodies of
Yes.
the people who can create human beings, and we don't get to say no anymore. That's what you keep trying to tell us. So
Yes.
if you use that against us and we start catching on to that, obviously younger women like my daughter are not going to want no parts of that, because really she learned from someone who was goddess born, who stood up in the first place and said no. No, I'm not doing it. Don't tell me what I am, and don't tell me what to do with my body, because none of you protected my body when I was too young to protect it myself.
Which is a fair critique.
So now you want to come and tell me how I'm going to wear a tattoo or not, or that I'm being this or that. No, I'm going to need you to shut the whole hell up. Go sit your ass down, because number one, I'm grown. And I did the work to get here. And we ain't giving that credit to not a male. No, ma'am. That's not what we going to do. That's not who I am. And that's not who I was meant to be. And you are not going to make me feel bad about it, help me to feel like I should be shamed and this and that, because you coveting me and my
But
power and
that's the
my
thing.
love and joy of life and happiness and being interconnected, my joy of spending time on my belly with some kids, my joy of fighting a puppy, because I'm really gonna kick his ass, the new one, the newborn one.
Is he
I
still
will
milk
fight a
drunk?
puppy. I will
Is he
fight
st-
a puppy.
is he still milk drunk?
Oh, he done lost his whole mind. He jumping around. He doing all this. He sleeping in my husband's hair. He doing the whole works. I don't care what we do. He can jump. So he's jump. Where your legs come from? I thought we were rolling off of your belly. What happened to your eyes being closed and you sitting still? You getting on my nerves. And then you and your mama want to play fight because she a puppy too? No, I'm gonna beat some puppy ass. Don't put it
So
past me.
so the voles and the moles, they
That's
mm,
just my side execution.
that's your side hustle.
Yeah, that's
So
my side. This is my part
that's a
time.
side hustle.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
now any being can get it. Is this
yeah.
what we do?
Yeah. No, I'm kicking everybody ass. I just said straight up in bed with
Any being can get it.
this. This is getting too white for
This
me.
is
This is getting too white for me. Why are I don't know? And then my husband says, "Let's like, why did you give the puppy a shower, a dog, a bath, or whatever? He hasn't even been outside." And I think my daughter calls like, "Oh, I just got done giving the baby a bath and blah, blah. Why did you get that baby a bath? He don't go outside. He can't go outside. I don't care. He be in my bed. Everything gotta be clean. You can't come. We ain't doing that. I
yeah, because
need
if he getting up in your
washcloths
hair,
involved. So no, don't come over here." And his mama keep him clean. And let me give that just a side note to all the Legion who keep saying they don't wash their ass and then saying animals don't either. I watched my my girl dog give birth to the baby and helped her and all that. And she cleaned that dog
yeah, they
24/7. So
do.
I do not want
Yeah.
to hear y'all talking about y'all comparison to animals anymore. I was like, look at this. I should be just taping this because don't y'all come here no more with that lie. Oh, animals don't clean themselves, so we don't have to
It,
wash our tail.
it is a
Yeah,
it is a video for another day. But the saddest thing is when ignorant people try to reign and tell other
Yes.
people what's going on in a world they
Yeah.
have not studied at all. Because dogs and cats clean their children, and even and cats, you can just sit down and watch a
Very
cat.
fastidious. Very
They are
fastidious.
very specific because they understand in that environment,
Hmm.
if you don't take care of yourself, you likely to die.
I'm
But
just
like
saying.
I said, when people, it's a video for another day, but you
Y'all
mentioned
patriarchy over there trying to convince people. Oh no, bathing too much is a sin. Girl,
you mentioned the life
I'm the biggest sin
expectancy
on the
of
book there.
babies. You can track the life expectancy of babies born in the United States after the mass importation of black women versus
Hmm.
before.
Yes.
That's trackable. It is
Hmm.
trackable.
Yeah, because we're gonna clean some people. We're not doing that. That's not happening. And we're gonna overfeed your children. Now we're gonna overfeed children. And we will tell them no, but we gonna love on them too. We will do all of that. But
Because we know
yeah,
how.
yeah,
History and genetics tells us the same thing. And this is why I don't spend time arguing it. We know Eve had to be black, period. There's no
yeah.
argument about it. It's
And
it's it's we can trace our matrilineal DNA.
I
We
see
know
it.
that
I see this to be an opportunity, you know, for those of you who are Christian women that I really admire and I respect because you truly walk your belief. Okay. I can respect the KKK if you really gonna act like a crossroads demon, then do that. I can respect you, uh, uh, really holding on to your beliefs and acting on them. You just don't want to act on them over here. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm gonna act on my beliefs, and it's just gonna be
that's
bloody.
not going to be a
Yeah,
pleasant because
it's not
what
gonna
you
go
say is
well.
true. Because see, what you said is true. He does describe himself as the Lord of hosts, and Jesus Christ describes himself the captain of the hosts of the Lord. It is what it is. There's no need to apologize for it because it is what it is.
Yeah.
But but this is what I'm saying. Even Jesus himself said, before you come over here, count the cost.
Hmm.
It ain't for everybody. I'm quite sure that there are initiations that are involved in if you truly want to study the ancient mystery religions. There's steps in I mean I'm going back as far as I can go mentally to this, but you just walk up on an Egyptian priestess. You just didn't get to do none of that. You didn't get to just walk in there and be one of those. There were things that you had to know. We have kind of the light version in our fraternities and sororities after the Greeks got it from
Hmm.
the Egyptians, but then got confused by the illusions and kind of went around Asia Minor and picked up some of Diana, which is why TD Jakes up there confused about trying to mix Diana with Kronos and Gaia and still watch the guy twerk in front of him at the same time, got it all mixed up. But see, you did not get to do that. You didn't get to do that back in the day. Being Christian is much easier in some ways than any of the things that you really had to be initiated into the secrets. Like you really had to know certain things. But the idea is, it's hard to believe something you don't know about.
Hmm.
Because what you end up doing is you fall into base level tradition. And in this culture, if you default, you're going to default to chattel slave making patriarchy. Like I said, I don't know any ignorant
Yeah.
goddess worshippers. I don't know enough members of that community. But I'm sure that they would be in terrible trouble because Elizabeth Taylor exists. And people think Cleopatra looked like her. So and Hatshepsut looked like her, and Cleopatra and Nefertiti looked like her, and Semiramis looked like. I mean, I jumped back a whole another couple thousand
Didn't she
years, but
play Sheba too? Didn't she play Sheba,
um,
Makeda? Didn't she play her at one
I
point?
think so. No, that wasn't her. That was Lola Brigida.
Oh, was it?
That was
Okay, my bad. A whole
because I
different white
remember seeing
woman.
that movie,
Okay.
and I remember being watching that movie, and I'm like, wait, the Bible doesn't say that. No, it ain't nowhere in the world. She's
Now, who
Ethiopian,
the hell is Sheba look like? Okay.
How are we gonna do this? Okay, you all were almost right when you got
Y'all
Jude
telling
Brennan to
me
be Solomon.
Queen Makeda looked like that girl? No, she did.
Exactly. Now, I mean, at least they did get a beautiful. She was beautiful. And they were almost right with Yul Brynner. I'm like, how did y'all get him from being Ramses to? It's just like y'all decided. But the point I'm trying to make there is just, it's like I told my Sunday school student, you want to be a Muslim? Great, learn the Quran. And in fact, here's a book about the truth about the Muslims that goes through some of the. I didn't have the book at hand, but I read it, so I knew what she was going to encounter. And she was going to encounter a system that was very regimented, but in which you can actually beat your wife. One of any four. Openly, you can do this. It's in there. She was going to encounter some things, and I knew what they were, but I could not argue with. It was not my place to argue with her soul's choice on it. She eventually turned around and came back, but because she did the study, not because I pulled her back, but because she did the study. Because I was able to represent Christ well enough for her to see that she could be a free, loved woman, not entirely in my image, but I had a lot of influence on that. Whatever it is you're doing, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to be brutalized in this culture. I mean, this is again a horrible thing to say at the end of any program. We've been trying to end this program for an hour and 15 minutes. But know what it is that you have to choose from. I know who Sekhmet is, more or less. I know the power that she has in that cosmology. Even some of the language that we have, because Egypt is so ancient. Sekhmet, that cosmology decides whether you're going to be born once or born again, which sounds familiar because you have similar language in Christianity as well. Even the word amen is borrowed. So that's now we can sit here and argue about how far back is in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. We can make a case that we can go further back than anybody can go on this because we don't know the time between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. But I actually have to know about it to be able to have the argument. Now, and on her own ground, I'm sure Auntie Love can eat me alive. She knows way more about the ancient goddesses than I do. And I can sit up here and be, well, actually, in Ecclesiastes 7:3, it actually says, because I know what it is that I know, and we know enough about what the other knows to be able to
have a healthy debate and discussion
and delineate
and
so
learn
that
things
those
from one another.
listening can actually then be like, okay, where am I called? Not who am I afraid of? Because if I wasn't a Christian, coming out the wrong side of Sekhmet's internal would be terrifying. I have to say, if I wasn't a Christian, that's not good. If Auntie Love was not confirmed in Goddess worship, the Great White Throne would probably be much more scary an idea than it is. But you're not supposed to go through your life choosing by fear. This is how we have been kept in bondage and enslaved in our minds. Most of us as Black women are operating by fear. We are making decisions afraid of. I felt so much pain when you said that part about your cousins slipping you $1 to not embarrass them. What kind of place are you in? But then you got Black women slipping dollars to Black men so their egos won't be crushed because they don't have money to actually do anything. I'm like, there's so many conversations. I've been in churches like that. I can remember times in my life where I actually filled out envelopes with an apology because I filled out the envelope so they wouldn't know I didn't have any money. Been there, done that, seen that movie. I understand it. I remember that time in my life. So much at home, at work, at church, in the street, in the park, when we have time to even go there. So much ruled by fear. Now, there are things to be rightly afraid of. But what you do with that fear next, if you don't realize you have choices. I personally am not looking forward to the prospect of the next Republican president because I know what they plan to do. We've looked at the playbook.
Yeah, I think if we, one of the things that I was saying, I don't know, one of my things is like, I be reading all kinds of stuff. So I have the black
Yeah,
codes.
Black Holes of Georgia is a good
Yeah,
book to kind
yeah.
of give you the idea.
Because so many states just followed,
Yeah,
just like we're seeing now, whatever like you see certain states doing a certain thing, well, other ones will follow it, sooner or
yeah.
later.
They
Okay.
take one because, like you said, they don't
Yeah.
create anything.
Yeah.
So if
So
one
they
person
just,
comes up,
yeah. And then they took all of these and they made them into Jim Crow laws, whatever. Okay.
exactly.
So
So
now
that's
here we
scary.
are.
But what do we do with the fear from there? What do
Yeah.
we do instead of living in the fear? Because we
Because
didn't get out of that situation with people just being afraid. We got out of that situation because there were black women who were afraid, but they said, "Now I got to actually get up and do something." And that's how
because
we are not in that situation now.
yeah, I think what it we adapted in a way that um sometimes I've seen us do throughout history, but we do tend to come out of it, like, and we go back to what we were doing to have have our bodies and our spirits be connected, our relationship to other elements be a connection. The, the see the earth, let's say you got the God of the Bible or the God of Islam, though they see it, they're saying a similar thing, and that God doesn't have a sex when you really start poking them. But for the most part,
He's
they call it he.
he is
So
masculine, but not in the
yeah,
usually
yeah,
in the
you really
spirit,
gotta,
not necessarily a male is kind of
yeah,
the
you gotta really go there with them and poke them in order for them to actually say the whole of it. But that you have um you have a god and a goddess, and this whole idea that we need to war, or we need to, hey, ch, um we need to war, or we need to do this or that to someone else, right? um that's like that's like the ocean is different than let's say the air, and the air is different from the earth, but none of them as elements is trying to be in competition with one another. They each do different things,
and they eat
and
beneficial each other.
yeah, and they get their feelings, they get in their feelings too, and then they act on their feelings too, because if you push them too far, you might just get
Yeah, don't
flooded
do
with
that.
tsunamis or earthquakes or something.
Yeah, don't do
So I'm just
that.
saying, that's just a little side note. Y'all might want to leave these other elementals alone. Stop messing with them like that and thinking that you get to harness them and destroy them on the way. If you can't harness them, then you destroy them. So if you think, because these elements fight back, but I want y'all to know the truth. Black women are preternaturally elemental as well, and you see when you push it to this limit where you are again trying to harness us, right? And use violence to keep those harnesses in place. Babies are not of ours that we, created or whatever. We gonna whoop your ass, okay? And like black women are famous for saying, "I brought you in this world, I'll take you out." So you, I'm telling you, stop, because black women are actually elemental, and and though you try these things with other elements, you can see that they don't fight amongst each other like that. They're not trying to get one side to worship the other side or nothing like that. They actually are connected, right? So they work in unison as well as apart. And that's really how I see in my relationship with the goddesses. We each have something that we need to do, right? And some of us can be like me, and in an image somewhat of Sekhmet. She is a warrior and she is a healer. She will bring you some consequences, wipe your ass out, bring you some a little bit of get right whoop ass, um, or a lot, and then
I was
start it
a
all
little
over.
bit. Oh, she
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
See,
So the concepts of, those are patriarchal concepts. That's not how my experience with people who are truly into the mysteries, they actually have relationships. That's how I can tell the difference between when Legion are trying to co-opt our spirituality and turn around and represent it and then sell it back to us when it came from us in the first place.
well, okay,
Okay,
but can we talk about
some
Legion for
corrupted
just? Oh, I'm
version of
sorry.
it.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Can we talk about Legion for just a second? Just because under integration, sometimes we do not understand that we have legionnaire habits. So I'm not talking about Legion. We're talking about it. We're just talking about so we can help ourselves purge from that next. If you came from a society in which 9 months of the year, now I really what I want to know, and you may have more data about this than I have, and again, it's another show, but how did these people get put out of Africa and out of Mesopotamia in the first place? I just need to know how it was that that happened. Now I have some idea that people were scattered. I know that. We know that at a certain point the earth was broken. That's actually recorded in scripture. We know what happened. Some man tried to get up and play God, and God came down and said, "Nah, what I'm gonna do is change everybody's language. You call Babel." Some man decided he was gonna do that. And if you go back and uh Auntie Love can tell y'all the other thing he did was break down the idol that was there to his mother. So he decided to take it all over. And by the time he got that tower up there, nah, that wasn't what's gonna happen. So we know people started migrating. We know from science and history as well that people started migrating from there. I'm trying to figure out how certain people got exiled to the coldest waste on earth. I'm trying to figure out what did y'all do to get that to happen. But if we read the history back far enough,
Mm.
and just watch from today and look at the behavior. But here's the thing about it, scarcity is a part of living in Northern Europe. Not so much Southern Europe. The closer you get to Africa, less so. But scarcity is a part of life in Northern Europe.
Mhm.
You can have 9 months of practical winter. So you have habits having been acculturated that way. I think Dr. Francis Cress Welsing probably has written more and better about that in the second half of the 20th century than probably any
Yeah.
other scholar.
Mhm.
So your religion, unless it is true, I mean, unless you have really contacted the reality, I don't care whether you are opening the Bible or you're going to look in the Book of the Dead. There's two things you're going to find out because these are ancient sources of wisdom. The universe is abundant. Jesus did not say, I have come that they might have life and have it abundantly. He said, more abundantly. That's about John 9 or 10 ish. There is a sense in which there's enough for everybody, but if you are traumatized by scarcity, and you are from a culture that hoards, that is always afraid, like on Game of Thrones, that you're gonna have winter is coming is your terror, that you may have years and years of endless winter. And if you do your historical studies, if you got caught in Europe when certain volcanic things happen in the world, yeah, you did have years and years of winter. Then y'all don't clean yourself, so y'all don't have the you're gonna call it the black plague of all things. But you're gonna have the bubonic plague coming in and take out a third of you in one year. So
And
unless
you
you have done the spiritual work.
and on top of that, you codified destroying women.
Yeah.
You
Now the
codified it.
Vikings, not so much. Not so much the Vikings.
Well, I mean,
Because
you
they
had
were
druids, you had people who were following the deeper mysteries of the goddesses there. and
Yeah,
that's
the
why they
Jewish
have an
intelligence.
interpretation of it, yeah, now, you know, as Vikings. I mean, that was more of a job description, you know, they were
This
Norwegians
is
and
true.
whatever,
The
but
Varangians are a large group of people.
yeah, so but they went to war on women then. That's a part of the Inquisition. So this
Yeah, by the time
idea
we get
that
down there.
that you use um torture mechanisms to come to destroy um people because you want to monopolize the ability to capitalize off
Right.
of being in charge of somebody's health. Because
Because
if you
all
had women, you know, being the ones who did most of the health care and healing, then they would be seen as equal to you. And that's another thing I think you know, people would do good to spend some time with you and asking questions and getting your perspective and your knowledge to help them to go deeper into the Bible, right? And get more information and get more understanding. And you have a repeat of a repeat of a repeat um that continues to go on, and it is a patriarchal move to war against women. So you demonize them and you physically torture them. A lot of
you
the
make
torture,
them,
yeah, the torture that you did to um indigenous people and black women, indigenous
yeah,
women,
that's the latest
through,
iteration.
you know, because again, indigenous men, you on your own, you grown, okay. um I I think, you know, I don't know what you did or didn't do, but it whatever it is, it didn't help, okay, because
In
your
fairness to,
your let's be honest. I mean, we can say whatever you want to say. True, they encountered a whole lot of things, but you know, so did black women, and we still here, and we're
that's true.
thriving, and we're the most
I
highly
can't argue with
educated.
that. I
So
can't
I
argue with
don't
that.
even want to hear anybody's little whatever. I know
I mean, they
we're
did give up their lives by the millions. However, they were not successful. So
yeah. So
I
I'm
get that.
saying if you keep repeating this same thing in the patriarchy where you keep um trying to be in control of humans self body autonomy, or you keep trying to harness powerful beings such as black women, black girls, indigenous women, indigenous girls, and if you can't control it, then you destroy it, um then you're going out in a hailstorm too. Okay. And in a lot of
Indeed,
things too. Because if you destroy the air and the air is not available for your lungs, you will
you're
suffocate
going to
in a
die.
lot of pain, you know?
You're going to die.
Yeah, and not in a good way. Okay, because we're
No,
all gonna die, but some of us are gonna pass and become ancestors and be reborn in different ways. And some of y'all are just once born, and that was your choice to create a hell on earth. So you get to be what you chose to do. Okay.
you determine your own. How shall I say?
No,
Well,
no
nos
stomach fire,
dominare
no.
nostrum, nos
Mhm.
dominare nostrum,
We
basically.
damn ourselves.
And this is okay. So to break this down from Genesis 3 to Revelation 22, the record is man tried to be what he could not be, and then took it out on women the rest of the way. That's Genesis 3, back half.
Mhm.
All these men are trying to set up their throne. It's significant that Nimrod broke the throne of Semiramis and the image of Semiramis, and then about that same time tried to build that tower up to take God's spot as well. This is going to continue to repeat because this is the nature of men, all the way down to the end.
Mhm.
But here's the thing: to the extent that you read the Bible carefully. If you read Genesis 2 carefully, yes, God maintains divinity to himself. But in terms of all temporal things in the universe, he gave men and women co equal human status. He did not subordinate women at the beginning, but he warned Eve, this is going to be what's happened. Since Adam fallen, this is what he's going to do the rest of the way. And indeed, we have now seen this throughout all of history. This will continue as men try to set up their thrones to compete with God and fail, and they will always retort. Always. There's no exception to the rule.
And I'm
Even
gonna take it to the goddess side.
right,
Stop
but
trying to what you really need to do is stop trying to compete with the goddess. I, I
if you go that way, it's
no,
the
I don't
same problem.
know. When you're men, you men's stop trying to compete with the great black mother. You It is not a competition. I can tell you after being in relationship, um an almighty being is not concerned about what Target is putting up on its t-shirts.
No.
The great black mother, the source, is not concerned about who is dressing like what, girl. The great black mother has never asked you to tithe. She don't need your money. She don't.
Neither.
Your money only means something to you, and it don't even mean nothing to you. So she don't. That is that for us as in relationship with the goddess. Like it is literally it. That's so weird. Like like Islam or Judaism or Christianity or like I said, even Buddhisms or the Vedas or whatever. Okay, stop trying to compete with somebody who isn't in you. That's all in your own mind.
And
Okay,
that's true on either side of this.
but we're not trying over here. We're trying to evolve. We're trying to um reestablish connections and enjoy our peace and working together and ensuring that everybody is uplifted, that the most vulnerable are taken care of. And while we're doing that, you're constantly trying to control or harness the power that we naturally possess. And you keep trying to tell us that we're nothing when you keep coming to us to fix all your problems and answer all your prayers. You keep saying that you are Muslims or Christians or Buddhists or I don't know, whatever the hell you are. Why do you keep coming over here to the people that you act and have acted like you hate?
Because it
You
is. You
so
said it.
so so this is, I just think it's an opportunity for black women to hear from someone like you or True, a the non-pulpit
Right.
version, the one
Because
where you learn
learn
and
because
you
a
know.
man who is truly relying on God is not going to come demand all that. Because
Mhm.
technically, here's the situation. If you have who you say you have, why do you need to take it out of some woman? If you're about, okay, wait a minute. All right, love, joy, peace,
Mhm.
gentleness, goodness, patience, meekness, faith, self-control. Galatians 5:22. If you about that, why are you beating up on some woman? If you are told to do good to all twice, and you do need to know that you're not an ancient Jew either. What was done in Canaan was done once. It's not what you call, it's not prescriptive. It describes what happened. Look, I can't make an apology, nor can I, uh, I can't apologize for that because it says what it says. But it didn't give anybody else the right to go come to, I don't know, Great Zimbabwe, the Ashanti, the Malinke. Queen of Monterenas wasn't going to have it anyway. Queen Nzinga wasn't going to have it anyway. Nobody had a right to take that as prescriptive. But the issue is, you do have half the human race who are stuck on it does not matter what the title is. It's like the competition you think you're going to have. And I've got to the point where I'm telling people, I said, look, sir, you let's go this way. Okay, so let's say the Bible says the competition is going up on the spiritual level. You're not going to jump over anybody above. Let's say if the competition is going up on a spiritual level, you're just a mortal man. You can't get anything done without me as it is. So how? If you can't get anything done without me participating, how then are you gonna jump up another level higher? You think Sekhmet's gonna let you sit on her throne?
She is the throne. No.
You can't sit there, friend. Take anyone you want. No, you just have to adjust to the fact that you're just a human being. And in all these other half of the human race, who's bringing the rest of the human race in, are human and are at least co-equal. I know that you're going to go above co-equal, but at least you don't get the right to beat on that. But see, this is the thing. When you unpack in a system like this, again, put whatever name on it you want. One of the first slave ships was called the Good Ship Jesus. It is what it is. It makes me sick to just think about it. I'm just done with T. Jakes packing up that earth, and you up here talking about what Donald Trump smells like. So I hurt myself again. If you do not understand the system that you live in and the legionnaire nature of it, the true legionnaire's disease, anything you practice will default. Like I said, I don't know any goddess worshippers who are ignorant, but if the Haunted Love says they exist, they're
Oh, they
default.
do. Mm-hmm.
I know the ignorant church women, because they don't know, are defaulting. I know enough ignorant Muslims and Black Muslims to know that if you don't know what it is you are in, you are going to default to a plantation. It is inevitable in the American system. If you move to Europe, you're going to have a different version of the same problem. You're going to be colonized in place. Depending on where you go in Africa, there are 54 countries in Africa. There are going to be variations. It's 4 times the size of the United States.
Yeah.
But if you look at the condition of women, after all, Africa is where it began to go wrong in the first place. I don't understand how the continent that gave us Amani Renas, Hatshepsut, Nefertiti. I don't understand how you get this and there's and more and more and more and more. But it started to go wrong there, and you've talked about this on the historical
Yeah,
lesson.
we did just what we are doing now, as Black women. We chose to have sons because, okay, I always say this word wrong. Parthenogenesis. Okay.
Parthenogenesis, that's it.
Okay. Because that's another kind of point of contention. If you say you have Mary is a virgin, in the Christian religion. So Mary's the virgin, and she gave a virgin birth. Now, it's one of two things. Okay. According to the pulpiters, the passes, okay, whether they were Gnostic, Christians, whatever, okay, Catholics, Protestants, whatever different branches y'all call yourselves or whatever. If whatever today, if you look at that story, a lot of males who see themselves as godlings, on the planet Earth, have taken that
Yes, they have.
and dragged it through the pulpit along with what was said. They used that and they dragged it through the pulpit, and they have been devouring women. We
Misused it.
chose as Black women who were the first, because we had within us the ability to become pregnant without males. We had what we needed we had that spiritual connection so deeply as goddess born that we were able to reproduce ourselves. We had decided at some point to split ourselves and also give birth to males. Now, I think as mothers in general, we had a heart for our children, but we saw in our daughters the same thing we see now. In the beginning, we saw in our daughters power. We didn't see that in our sons, but we still loved those sons that we gave birth to. So we tried to prop them up. We tried to help them to be stronger and better and, be connected in the same ways that our daughters have been. But we were reproducing ourselves as Black women, when we reproduced our daughters. But now we have flipped that and we have chosen not to choose our daughters. Again, for a similar reason, because we see our sons as weak. We know they're weak. We know that. Black women, we know that. I can tell you just right now from the men in my family, I know that. Okay? They all have this thing where they're 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 trying to fit into the male categories and the masculine, whatever people say masculine people should do as opposed to feminine people, but it's always a competition, it's always oh, you don't want to be seen as a feminine male, or you don't want to be seen as a masculine female. I don't care how you see me. Okay. What matters is how I define me, right? And my connection with the source and therefore creation and therefore, other beings and other elements. So we keep repeating this same thing ever since we decided to split ourselves. Now, there is a bit of a notation to the Anunnaki that people love to bring up, that this and that. But when the Anunnaki that these people keep talking about, which would have been males from outer space, in other words, they saw them as angels. The fall, what we're calling the fallen, or the
Yeah,
with the quote unquote daughters of men, they're saying Anunnaki. But even when you go back to the Anunnaki, wherever they came from, whatever other universe they came from, they came when they came here, they came to Kemet and they came to Nubia. And yes, they might have intermixed their DNA, but we were already here. We're who um um took on their seed, Black women. So, if that's truly the case, if the Anunnaki exist in the way that people think that they do after all their studies and physics and all of these things and
oh,
studies of,
the Anakim. It took me a second to
yeah,
catch up, but yes, I
I,
know who
I,
you.
I,
Yeah.
however, wherever they came from, or that Islam sees them as angels, or the Christian Bible sees them as angels, or the Jewish Bible sees them as angels. Wherever they came from, they came to a place here on planet Earth where there were Black women already here. We had already built cities. We had already, because typically when you're pregnant, this is just from my personal, having been pregnant and had children. Typically when you're pregnant, you kind of want to stay put at a certain time. So
You
you don't
gotta,
want
yeah,
to,
nest. You gotta have
yeah,
some kind of.
we don't need to be chasing animals because we developed agriculture so we could stay
Agriculture.
put. Uh-huh. And some of what happened is, yes, the land shifted, the earth continues to go through evolutions and change and things like that. However, just like the universe does, it expands, it comes back, it expands, it comes back. Okay. So that changes weather patterns in different places across universes. But when you really start to study deeper into these things, you can see how, okay, you're saying that these beings came down and they were the progenitors of man. Okay, well, but we were already here. Women were already here. You didn't come to some dust and dirt.
No,
You
that would have
you
been done
came and
anyway.
you had interactions with Kemet people. How, so if you the almighty beings, because some people think that's what it means. And I'm telling you, yeah, all of those things, all of those stories could be absolutely in their way, have truth to them, are actionable. And y'all don't get to sit here and use whatever biblical you wrote. Okay. You don't get to use what the goddess wrote either, to sit here and come up with ways to harness other types of elements and destroy them if you can't have own them.
No one gets to do that.
Yeah,
Doesn't
you
matter what.
don't. Yeah, you
You
don't
don't
get
get.
to.
You didn't write that. That doesn't belong to you.
Okay. So
Stop
how?
trying to make chattel of
So
what doesn't even belong to you.
yeah. So y'all. So some of these men, a lot of these men, and some black women too, in the pulpit world. I'm not talking about the Miss D and True world where y'all actually study and then you cross reference and then you go deeper over here and you learn about other things and then you come back in relationship to Jesus, not Paul. Y'all ain't called Paul Christians. Christians. Okay. Y'all
Would
ain't
you be
called
a
Peter
Paulian?
Christians. Y'all ain't called
No,
Solomon Christian. You ain't called David Christian. You call Christians.
right. You
You
answered again.
followers of Christ. I don't care what
Exactly.
they all wrote. I don't care. Okay. I don't care. However, as believers, some of the people who are not believers, pulpitters, pastors, some of these deaconesses or whatever it is you call yourself, nuns, whatever y'all call yourselves, okay, whatever your branch of religiosity is, you've interpreted this this um this story of a girl who was already engaged and so basically married because she had already moved in with the family. They in a patriarchy, then they started deciding who you would marry in more noble
But she
families or
hadn't moved
whatever
in yet.
time.
She
Yeah,
hadn't
from
moved in yet. We know that. She hadn't moved in
well,
yet.
what
We know
I
that.
what I understood is that she had, but when she got pregnant, she went to Elizabeth, and then Anna was already heralding Jesus, and Elizabeth believed in Christ as
Okay.
well, and
So
so did Mary, but
as the story goes,
Zachariah didn't wouldn't
as the story
believe it.
goes, in Jewish culture at that time, the man had to be out building a house. He didn't have it yet. He was supposed to build them a place. So Mary couldn't be living with Joseph yet. And we know that this is the case because in Matthew chapter 1, it says when he went to get her. After
But
he heard from the angel, as opposed to having her either put away privately or stoned to death. After he found out that she was not carrying another man's child, but that the promise of the Jewish Messiah had been fulfilled, then he went and got her. That's how we know that she wasn't living with him at that time, because he could have had her stoned to death. But
well,
Gabriel turned around and came back and said, nope, this is the promise that God made all the way back in Isaiah.
but this is
Your fiance is carrying the son of the highest. So don't be afraid. Go ahead and take her under your protection. And that happens in Matthew 1. So we know she
okay.
wasn't living with him yet.
So in some areas, maybe I'm wrong, but in some areas, I'm just trying to get to where I got that in my head, was that when you are betrothed at a certain
Yes.
age during your betrothal, you actually go to the side of the women, the mothers, the cousins, the whatever of that man until
Mm,
he builds a house. But I could be wrong. I won't mean I take you on that one. Like, yeah, 100%. Okay, because I mean, I'm a novice in biblical study to you. So, but here's what I will say. This is what I hear from a lot of Black women, and this is the way I saw it too. And I
okay.
still see. And a lot of it comes from pulpitters. Okay. And I
Fair
understand
enough.
that they're interpreting, but we are taught as Black women and Black girls that they are leaders. We're supposed to follow them, and they may in themselves see themselves as godlings, and we some of us as Black women have put them up as godlings.
This is
But
true.
however this is the reality of it, how this affects our our baby girls and them as young girls and them as young women and them as adult young women is um is um it is brutal, and
Yes,
it is frankly disgusting.
it
So
is.
this is something that I think we have to face, and we have to have um Black women with your caliber of study to explain better, to really help Black women who are choosing to be Christian to see this differently and therefore protect themselves from the pulpitters.
I
But
agree.
anyway, the point here for me is that you have an almighty being who impregnates a child, because I mean a child by our definition
Our standards.
of a yeah. um her body is young, okay, and whether she was actually with Joseph or not, the idea that he had a decision that he got to make at I don't care that he heard it from Gabriel. I don't care who came to him and told him no, don't, you know, but he felt he had a choice that he was going to make, either to kill her, let her live, disgrace her, or marry her anyway. Okay? The fact that he even could think like that is a problem. That's number 1. Number 2, she is a child. If she is a parthenogenic um, human Black girl, great. And an almighty being co opted her will. You can say, we can make any type of apology for that. We
That's
can
not
come,
what's written, though. That's not
we,
what's written.
so what I think we don't understand, the rest of us, is that this is how, you know, I'm not going to say I'm an expert, but um the the interpretations that we've been given, the things that we've been
Fair
taught,
enough.
even the things that we've read, okay? And we can get that clarity from you. That's why I'm trying to tell Black women, you need to go talk to Miss D, because she could tell you, she could give you the actual what this is really about. But
But
from
I
the
can see
rest
where
of
you're coming from. The
yeah,
way
from
that
the
it's
rest of
taught,
our perspective that don't have your
right? The
abilities,
males have all the rights.
yeah,
The
that
way that
that
it's taught,
yeah,
they have
that was just
all the
one.
rights.
They She's property. So let's just go there. God, so we have a God who impregnates this child. She is not a God. She doesn't, she, yes, supposedly has free will, but apparently not really, because he impregnates her and he does send messages through others to her. And yes, made sure that Joseph would marry her and whatever else he did, as far as being her husband or whatever. But she still had to go through a pregnancy in which people actually at that time, now that I know, gave her a hard time,
Oh yeah, she had a
right?
terrible time. I'm quite certain.
So an almighty being impregnates her, that's taking her will away. Okay. um she has this child, and this almighty being doesn't speak directly to her. In no way, nowhere did I see that he directly had conversations like he had in Job, let's say, with Satan, the adversary, whatever you want to call him. He had actual conversations with with Satan.
In the Old
Doesn't
Testament, there
but he
are very few direct conversations. In
Yeah,
the New
but
Testament,
you just impregnated me. Okay. So I'm gonna say, can we have some conversations between us? And as I'm going through some things and I like need to talk to you as the father of my child, can I talk to you personally and we talk to each other and we have a relationship with each other, not through other folks or other angels or whatever? So, in other words, Black men have come to think, and men in general have come to think, that they do get to quote unquote grape.
that is a fair assessment. If you do not have the details,
Mm-hmm.
that is a fair assessment. I think it
Mm-hmm.
would probably be unjust to assume Mary did not have a personal prayer life. Only so many things were recorded. But
Yeah,
if you did not have detail about Jewish prophecy and Jewish history, which of course is not coming across most pulpits, that's
right.
a fair, your assessment of what Black women have been taught from the pulpit is accurate. That is a fair assessment of what most of us have heard, actually. I can't argue with, okay, this is the assessment because this is the, I would say that what you said is a pretty deep, a mass perception of the virgin birth because we used to talk with Chip about this too. And so this is a fair assessment of what we have been taught, which is why it is very important that you read the first two chapters of Matthew and the first three chapters of Luke for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you are not encouraged to do that, this is why Tiny and Ti keep thinking they can produce a Messiah, even though in Genesis 3:15, God very clearly said, man will never produce a Messiah. The
Apparently, I
woman
can't produce
seed
a thing either.
will produce, the woman will produce the Messiah. We will not be involved, you little rebel. Dust thou art, and dust thou shalt return. But see, again, rebellious men are not going to teach you how to call out their persistent rebellion. So I can't argue with your assessment because
Yeah.
even though I missed, the pulpiteers never had as much because Dr. Desi Webster was back there and taught both my mom, my
Mm-hmm.
grandma, and my
Mm-hmm.
dad. So I never had an opportunity to just go with that. They gave me my verse Bible at 4, and we started reading it, and I was left alone to read it and then come and ask questions of my own. So I can't argue with your assessment in terms of that is probably the common understanding of most church women in the Black community about the Virgin Mary. They do not know that Mary actually said, be it unto me according to thy word. They did not know that every Jewish woman had been waiting 700 years for this opportunity. There was no way to know that because you're probably not going to get a sermon from Isaiah chapter 7 anywhere in there or Isaiah chapter 9 or any of that. So you probably would never get that across the pulpit. It saddens me to think of the things that because of Dr. Desi Webster I grew up with and the young women
Mhm.
around me grew up with that most people didn't. But that is because Dr. Desi Webster made sure that everybody around her knew what was going on. And she was incredibly resisted by the Black passives of this area. That almost didn't happen.
Mhm.
Um, so there are a lot of things, but this is the thing about it. For 2024's purposes,
Mhm.
listen less to the passives. If you're going to be a Christian, start reading the Bible for yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
If you want to be a goddess worshiper, please pick up the book about the first book of Black Goddess. If you think that's what you want to do, please go pick that up. Just don't knee jerk emotionalize fear to anything. It in heaven and earth, it is far too dangerous because we are living in systems that we don't even. Stevie Wonder was right one time between him producing them 12 children to the women he never married, but he did say one thing correctly: when you believe in things that you don't understand, then you suffer.
Mhm.
So I think we probably should move that question up from question 9, though, because so many of us are
Yeah.
floundering in whatever it is. Like I said,
Yes.
I know ignorant practitioners of every. I know ignorant practitioners of everything but goddess worship. You are a strong representative of that community, but I know ignorant groups, and again, I'm not insulting anyone by saying anyone is
Right.
ignorant. You're kept
Right.
ignorant. You don't know what you don't know because you were not given the means to know it. But you floundering around and not being able to assess these matters for yourself, you need to know, what does it take to be a serious minded, what does it take to be a Christian for real, not church? What does it take to be in relationship with the goddesses? Let me come back from goddess worshiper, because that's not correct. You told me a couple times, in relationship. What does it take to be part of the ancient mysteries that go with that? You need to know what those things are. You know, being a Muslim, you got stuff to do 5 times a day. Love and I would not be able to sit here this whole time for what this is hour 5. We can never get out of here before we do at least 4 hours. But you wouldn't be able to sit here and do this. That's stuff you need to do, because when you don't know what you're in, again, it just defaults. Um, I've heard some very strange things said about the Virgin Mary that would be on a par with what you just described. Um, but then I realized, okay, y'all didn't read your Q documents, y'all didn't read your Bible, y'all didn't read, because of course Islam has a version of that also, because Allah cannot have a child. So there's a whole story that goes around with that, how that happened. It's just like nobody read anything. So we're just kind of doing whatever it is that makes the man we trying to please feel good today. That's sort of what we
Yeah.
defaulted.
Yeah. And I think, and it's such the, I'm gonna call it pulpit heresies,
Yeah.
because I think it's just it's I do I've learned a lot from you. And so I do think there's an opportunity for those Black women who are Christians to find a really great resource in, your Bible study, and just like your best-selling novel. Okay.
Yeah,
Um
forgot about
uh,
that for a minute. Bring my
so
mind back over
so
here.
yeah, I think there's an opportunity, and because I love you to death and I spend time with you, and I love how we, like, you say something that connects the dot for me, and I say something that might connect the dot for you. You
Mhm.
know, like this that we are very different when it comes to um I, what we name our practice, and kind of some of the things that we follow, but it does come back to some foundational things of um you know really operating from a space, well, not in my particular case, of love, you know really operating from
We're
that
not living
space,
your
right?
executioner life. When you're not living your
Yeah,
executioner
you're
life.
not
We done killed the
yeah,
moles, the
y'all
voles, the
ain't
rabbits. I
Yeah, I'm
mean,
getting
we
rid of
gonna
all
fight
of
the
them.
dog.
Changing the whole ecosystem. Yeah. Go take your ass over to my neighbors. They like y'all. They like chasing y'all and stuff. Good job. Go on, because you can't come here. Um, so I think it's an opportunity in 2024 for there for women, black women like yourself, or true, or just different black women who are Christians, to clamp down on that pulpit and go, you are not going to be misrepresenting um the Jesus we're in relationship with anymore. Okay, we are not trying to have black women be chattel, or any woman be chattel,
No, we not.
or
No,
uh or prey, or any of that. And what y'all are trying to pass off as the Bible and its lessons is not okay, men's. This is not okay. You don't get to keep doing this, because then those of you who think you're godlings for whatever reason, or however somebody told you or something, you get the impression that if the almighty God that you are in competition with being um impregnated a quote unquote virgin against her will, and then basically was an absentee father, throughout his son's life, then
but I see. I'm not gonna argue with your assessment because if you didn't
y'all
get the
getting to
reading,
y'all
no, I
getting
see
to
what you're
do the
saying.
same thing to your
Right.
own children
So you
is
get to
not
repeat.
a
Right.
flex.
Oh, the
You don't
misreading is. I got
Yeah, you don't get
it.
to sit here and go, well, that's how God made it. And if
Mm-mm.
y'all got to have any say, then wouldn't the God I'm in competition of being a godling for have said so? No, you were not created equal. You were created to be our property, and for us, especially in the case of black women, black girls, indigenous women, indigenous girls, you were created for us to harness you and use your
I
bodies
see what you're
as a
saying.
vessel. And even when our children are at on their death watch, even when they've gone through a passion and they're on their death watch, and they call out to us as their fathers, um to just get some comfort, and we don't pick up the phone. Every single one of you black men abandoning your children, every single one of you white men who do it too, and every single one of you men's in between, whatever, however you self-identify, that you think you get to take away the self-body autonomy of a woman. Let your seed spill in, because you have no, it is her problem what happens when you take away her self-body autonomy through violence.
I see what you're saying. In other words, and True and Mystique and I have been doing work on this. Her takedown of Travis Scott. I don't
Mhm.
know if you've seen that yet, but
I
it
haven't
is
seen that.
that is one of the most
Ooh, I'm gonna have to see that. I'll
amazing.
take that.
He
Oh,
took
true.
down what happened at Astro World. Look, y'all think I drag? Look, I'm not ashamed to say this. True Mystique is 14 years younger than me. I hope my drag activity can get to that level because she got that New York drag. We out here on the left coast. That ain't even it, y'all. That New York level drag, though.
Ooh, let's talk about the
She
true
has
drags,
been
honey.
no. See, True Mystique breaks stuff down in ways that I haven't even thought about because different backgrounds. I think I understand. Let me make sure that I understand what you're saying because I do have to do this video. I have a TD Jakes wasn't contented to be dragged once because now I got to deal with this foolery that we done found out. I think what I understand that you're saying is okay, black women who are Christians need to stand against these misreadings that keep getting misread forward and justifying foolery. Since we know what is
Mm-hmm,
written, we
mm-hmm.
need to meet these men as they come out with foolery justifying their ridiculosity. I know that word doesn't exist, but we know since Black women
Yes, we do.
invented that
Yes,
word,
it does now. Miss D
we
just
just
came
made
up
that.
with it.
Since we just, they're gonna come out here with their ridiculosity, that we need to be very focused on combating that. Now, I do spend a lot of time combating that. It's like I'm studying what happened to TDJ because I know I have a 15-year-old Black woman student that I better be able to show her. She's a young woman, obviously, but I better be able to show her chapter, verse, and history. She gonna come up, okay, where is that in archaeology? I better be able to have an answer. So I know on a daily that I have to answer. One of the reasons that I can even keep up with you is because I got students chasing me who are 10, 11, 12 Black girls, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, who are going to come at me with these questions because they have not been taught to be afraid. I will not allow that. And thankfully, Pastor McNeil's not on that regime either, and that's why he got picked in the first place. I'm just saying what I'm saying. We, as the women had to get together and form the committee and decide. But that's sort of the key thing. It's like I can have amazing admiration for you as a warrior, but I wouldn't have to be afraid of you unless I messed up and really got dumb and made you my enemy in that sense. I know what you're capable of, but it's not like it has to be a personal fear. That is the ideal when you go to a church or to a temple, because obviously you and I would do this differently, or you're in your home. You ought to have a certain amount of awe for the spirit world is different from us. The powers and the dignities are different. Now we have this in the body, but not everyone up there is limited by having a body. Like Conference Love says, Sekhmet is the throne. So we're on a different. You ought not to be in a belief system that has a slave master over you, circa 1619 is what I'm trying to get at. You are to know, and that's why I say this probably should go up higher, because if you're slavish in mind, then it doesn't matter what system you go into. You're going just like white Europeans who are scarcity minded will reproduce this no matter what they say they practice. Imagine a scarcity minded Buddhist. It does exist. I've run into this. I'm like, wait, I'm not even a Buddhist, and I know that if you meditated right, you would not. Wait, hold on. Wait, what is it? It's the eightfold path and the Four Noble Truths. If you knew anything about that, then you wouldn't be behaving this way. You just took Buddha and rubbed him all over your body. And he did not ask for you to do that. And you just are now practicing. I don't know how you are a Zen capitalist. I don't even know how you put those two things. I don't know how you do that. But it's just like you will reproduce what you come with unless you stop and examine, and what you examine calls to you. That's not quite the right language I can say as a Christian, that every Christian was called by Christ into God's family in Christ. I can say it that way. I don't know how exactly you would say that in the you're over here, my right, your left. I don't know exactly how you would phrase that. I don't know for certain how a Muslim would phrase that either. But if as the Bible says, the trumpet gives an uncertain sound, who will go to the battle? Well, sometimes the trumpet's not giving an uncertain sound. You don't know what you're hearing. There's a difference between, because there's so much noise that has been put on us as Black women. If you could sit down, it's like Uppity Unicorn describes how she came into the belief system that she's in after the grief of losing her fiance, and the spirit that showed up to bring her comfort is who she decided to worship. I don't have to agree with it, but she was quiet enough to hear who called to her, and she chose to answer. I don't have to agree with it, but that's what happened. She was in a space where she was seeking help, and whoever showed up is who showed up. Most of us are not even allowed to sit down long enough to know what it is we believe, to know what it is that we want. Okay, what kind of outcomes do you want? That really makes a big difference when you determine your choice of practice. If you are interested in having everything in this world, European Christianity will promise you that, but you can't get it. You black. Nah, you can't get that. True Christianity is like you will have everything that you need, but I'm not gonna make you a capitalist who gets to reign over other people to get it. That's not gonna happen either. So if you are interested in having everything put in front of you in this world, Christ is like, nah, that's not on offer over here. But most people don't know that, which is why you up there dropping seed money because if you sow your seed, God's gonna give you this and God's gonna give you that. No,
Mhm.
no, 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 baby, no, that's not. No. I don't think. I know enough about Islam to know that probably does not work there either. And I'm sure in relationship with the goddesses, that does not work either. I don't know
Yeah.
where that does work, but I know that if you study this, either of these three, we're not promising you the planet in terms of you being a slave master. Stewardship, I think, would be something that's common between, but we're not promising you that you get to be a white man. I've said this before on my own channel. I ran into two black women this year who thought who were ideating about being white women. I, I, you don't know. I know for certain. Lord Jesus Christ did no that you can't get there from here. You can't be. They were her property. You don't get that. You can't get there from here. And even in European Christianity, you're not a European baby. You still can't get it. You can pretend. You
Mhm.
can get over the top of some other black women who are silly enough to let you do that. But as even on War Aunties, we had to demonstrate to our sorrow. Nah, not everybody gonna let you do that. No.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's very important that you don't believe anything or anyone that you have not had a chance to examine. It's very important. The Bible does say, observe the people that are elders who you are living with. Examine yourself to make sure, which means you have to have some knowledge to examine it by. So even as a Christian, I still have to check in and see, like, wait, am I in line with? Wait, Jesus said, oh wait, hold on, I gotta correct that because now that ain't it. That now I got to get right on this one. I got to get my life together. Y'all see me, I tell y'all that, but I'm also talking to myself. I'm sure that because you're in a very disciplined cosmology, that you have to do some of the things like that as well. But if you refuse the discipline, and then this comes down, like if you're going to have a financial plan, you still have to be able to make assessments. If you're going to plan to take that passport and move to another country and not end up in a whole bunch of passport bros that hate you here or there, you
Mhm.
still need to work this out. If you're going to work with any of Stephanie Perry's plans to do this, you're going to have to discipline yourself. There's a decluttering process. How do you get rid of all this American stuff? How do you not go and become an ugly American acting like a white slave owner in another country? And especially since other countries have so many Americans in there stinking up the joint, being a black woman is an advantage because they don't see us as doing that. But we take those
Mhm.
attitudes, we're going to have the same problems. All
Yep.
of these things require a commitment to what we talked about last time. Read up, study up, and find out who you are and what do you want and what are you called to actually.
Mhm.
This cannot be this cannot be glossed over. The Bible says you become like who you worship. If you're worshiping these no good godlings competing with him for his spot, you're going to end up becoming you people will fight because I've seen this in days when I was younger and the churches around me were not doing well. Basically, you're all competing for where you're gonna be when the whole thing collapses and is condemned. COVID was not kind. COVID killed off a lot of things that needed to die because all it was I think you talk about the ones, the twos, the threes, the fours, and the fives who were in
The
competition.
tribal leadership. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that was. You can put Christ's name on it if you want to. That's a blasphemy because he never
Mhm.
taught that. He said all of you are brothers and sisters, and all the brothers and the sisters have the same right to the royal priesthood. So what is this competition going on between y'all, between the men and the women? Yo, you have equal rights as priests. Before I'm high priest, but you have equal rights as stewards of this universe under me. So all this other
Well,
hierarchical stuff that's going on is not, and when I say under, just because there's a gap between divinity and
Mhm.
mortality, but not in the sense of being, as it says in the Bible, having loved his own, he loved them unto the end. As he
Right.
said to
Because
his father,
Islam did this thing. Islam, the the Muslims and some in the Middle East did this. This is similar to what I'm talking about in the Christian pulpit. So of there, it's more stated in the Quran. It really does talk more about treatment of women, of you know different aspects, and that you know sex with a woman you're not married to, it holds an equal um consequence. Not, like, just like Jesus held everybody accountable when it came to Mary Magdalene, her too, but them too, the men too. Um, Islam has that. It has because it's also from Abraham, right?
it's
So,
even handed in some
yeah,
things.
it has this thing. So you come through, and how did they turn this out recently? And I mean in the last 100 years or so, whatever. They have been taking young girls and marrying them for a day,
Yep, I heard about it.
right? So took you provided a loophole for yourself
Yes,
around what you were commanded to do
bingo.
for for your for your own
Lust.
self pleasure. They don't have nothing
Mm-hmm.
to do with nothing else. You can't blame this on these young girls,
Mm-mm.
but you took that and you corrupted it. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter whether I'm talking about, like I said, anything that is connected to patriarchy in that way, where we follow the rules of patriarchy, whether it has to do with, whether it's a part of the patriarchy that's healthcare, whether it's that part that's the supposed judicial system. Doesn't I don't or religion, because in a patriarchy they like to separate religion from spirituality.
Well, yes, because
And
mortal
then,
fallen man
yeah,
gets to be God in a patriarchy by
right.
virtue of being a man,
Yes,
along with all his peccadillos, all his
yes,
lust, all his abusive tendencies. He still must be held as God in a
because
patriarchy. By definition, that's where you end up
yeah,
because
because if
you,
I was to listen to these people, right, about their patriarchal rules and whatever. So y'all designed a system that was both religious, it was, health related, it was judicial related, it was related to all of these other things, just so you could torture women because you hate
basically,
that they had to that you couldn't give birth to yourself. Girl, y'all doing a whole lot of, like Zoe says, whole lot of um just to be in competition with our us as divine beings. You had to make up all of this stuff. And so you took and you corrupted. if we if
everything.
we if we couldn't see that you literally took spiritual and interconnected practices, and because you're not infinite and you don't you somebody ate your soul when you were young, or they or you weren't born with one because you're a psychopath. I don't know. However, you don't now have a soul as an adult person. You and your familiars, those women who get with you, because we understand very well that, like in the US, white supremacy rules. It doesn't matter that you're a woman. you know I'm a vote against any other any other one of you that we have in the hierarchy, because it's not my womanness, it is my whiteness. What is wrong with you? Okay. So you go take that. And black women, y'all are doing it too. And I'm saying y'all because I'm on some different stuff. But some of you are really doing that same thing that these legion are doing. I don't know if y'all went to the crossroads where, because they crossroad demons, and they buy and sell anything, include souls, or at least they think they can.
Correct. Revelation 18. Correct.
Yeah. So you went and what, rented your soul or whatever. I don't know what you
Oh, we
did
gonna have
over
a
there.
rent a soul truck for
Okay,
real.
I'm
We
just saying,
go. Oh my God, we gonna rent a
know
soul. Really?
I don't know what Homie the Clown is backing up to you, and
Oh,
you getting shit out the back of, and you listening to whoever tell sell you some jacked up junk. Hey, I don't know, okay, because I don't know everybody's personal story. I'm just saying, generally, y'all y'all are getting with harming other black women and black girls and then blaming them for it after a lot of us have gone through the same things.
yeah.
And then you make it to be a rite of passage to be addicted to suffering.
Right.
And I'm saying to y'all, no, thank you. None for me. Okay. By the way, I don't like chitlins either. I never did. But
I don't.
that's a family staple
I
around here
can't.
for most of my family. But I'm just saying, we all knew I was different when I wouldn't eat the chitlins. Okay. So I'm just telling you, um, you can never get them clean enough for me. And you can
I
never
look
get y'all behaviors. You
exactly.
cannot um
Oh,
talk your way out of ways you behaved your way into. And for you to take whatever biblical that we agree in general as humanity that we feel is inspired by the source through humans or whatever, for you to take that and for you to make a product of it and try to sell it
commodity.
to the
Yeah.
very people that brought it in the first place. And then you want to tell me that while I was practicing it, it was barbaric. But now that you doing it, whether you're a male or you're a white supremacist or you feed into either system, I so now that you doing it, it's wholly incorrect. So in the same way, not this ain't just black men, girl. This is all of them gone back to through their history as men, honey. How do you actually decide whether a child that a woman has is quote unquote legitimate or not? Girl, shut up.
Even
Girl,
that's only
shut.
about 600 years
I'm
old.
gonna need y'all to
Yeah.
just shut up. Listen, up until about 10 years ago, I never heard a black woman say, "Oh, or yeah, a black woman, a black boy, none of them." Okay, I never heard them say, "Oh, that's my half brother from my mother." Yeah, my mother had both of us, but we have different baby daddies. I never heard that 10 years ago. That's one thing that I never heard from black women. And this is the difference in what I'm seeing now in younger women. And I want to give younger women a heads up. Listen, girl, let me tell you something. I know black women over time have adopted to a whole lot of stuff, but you don't want to be the next one to make that same jacked up choice that the ones in my generation made. Okay, don't keep choosing the same foolishness. Your child is not illegitimate because
No.
there is not a man or whatever. That men have told us that the only way we can be seen as even in part human is through our connection with them, taking their name and all of this stuff and declaring that this child is his or his, so therefore that child is legitimate. That child is legitimate because they came from me. Okay, we don't have no how you gonna be a half brother or sister coming out of my body. My two children have two different fathers, and I don't get your point. They brother and sister. Ain't no half shit over here. But see, y'all let these patriarchy people corrupt that. And even now I'm hearing black women go, "Oh, mixed black children aren't black." Girl, since when? Okay? Since when? We have the most differentiated um DNA and background as black women
Yeah, we
um
generated all the rest of
across the
it. Of
globe.
course we
Okay,
do.
well, first of all, we were the first, so
Exactly. All of
we are
it
the
came from us.
progenitors of all. So how you gonna sit here and say that you're gonna go to war against a trans black woman, or you're gonna have a whole like fit because somebody called you cishet, that y'all don't realize white people made that word up, and it wasn't about you being um you know, they were defining something. That's what they were doing, like they always do. And usually we just go along with the definitions that they come up with, whether they
Well,
jack us or not. But
because
so we're gonna have these fights amongst each other, and we're gonna try to use the weapons of whiteness like we do with colorism. Okay, because let me tell y'all something, we do it both ways. I don't know how many times as a light complected woman I've heard that I think I'm this or that. Girl, you don't know nothing about me. First of all, you don't know nothing about me. And you just a light skinned huzzy. You just a this and that and blah blah blah. And I understand the sentiment because we have been privileged as black women who are lighter complected. But we as light complected women need to put a stop to that shit. And at the same time, my own mother, who is dark complected, and she was, doesn't get to terrorize me because of the way I look. Listen, lady, you slept with that light skinned man. I kept asking you, are you sure he my daddy? Because I know I look a lot like him and everything, but I don't like him. So can we pick somebody else? Lady, because you made that choice, right? So um us trying to fit into white supremacy and be in, fit into their stereotypes that they like about us or some crap, or what they don't like about us. I'm gonna just tell y'all that's dumb as hell. Please don't make that same mistake that we made and that our mothers made or our grandmothers made. That's a mistake that we made. Okay, there is no for us. There is none of that. Stop it. Okay, this is
and there never
how
was.
we came from the beginning, and this is why we're still here, because we don't sit here and go, oh, you're more this than this, and that's why I can't do. No,
Okay,
you came out of my body, girl. No, ain't nobody doing that.
okay.
And this whole thing, and I don't want some of you as some of us as black women who are marrying, like white men or Asian men or whatever, but primarily white men. Some of us think that that's the key to I don't know what. Listen, all it's the key to is that we ain't gonna be harnessing me, but I'm definitely gonna use your privilege and power such as it is. Okay, and there is no me. I go to bed a black woman, I sleep the whole night a black woman, and I wake up a black woman. Because I'm married to a white man does not in any way make me a white woman. Now we're getting a little janky with these fucking pets in my bed, but okay, that's just a side thing that I'm gonna have to deal with internally and externally with my therapist. It's getting just a little too white for me. Okay, but here's the thing. I just because I sleep with a white man does not mean I am somehow magically white in any way, shape, or form. Okay. I purposefully politically used his so-called privilege. Okay. to uplift Black women and Black girls. I do that when I date white men or Asian men because, hello, a God is born and plus an apex predator, a bit of a monster, okay, more than a bit. And I will see what resources you bring. And yes, I'm going to use them. Now, are you going to get things from me? Absolutely. You are. You're getting the best of the best because, after all, I am a Black woman and God is born. So, what comes with me is everything. I make everyone's life thrive that gets with me. But you ain't going to do that for free, and you ain't going to harness me, and you ain't going to be tripping with me. What we going to do is I can listen. Girl, I can even get with my therapist. I love, shout out to Rolanda. You have changed my life, Black woman. I love you. Girl, I can, because I come with it. I'm like, girl, I'm a whole apex predator. No, I'm not going to be liking on white women. Next. Okay. Yeah. Now that I can work on over there. Yeah, I can definitely work on that. But no, I'm not going to be in community with Black men. Next. Yeah, I'm definitely going apex predator on them. And I'm definitely going to use every single tool in my toolkit and every point of the art of war. I'm going there with you. Okay? Because you decided that I was your enemy and you decided to act on that crazy shit. So now here we are. No, I'm definitely coming for you because you've been coming at me, my children, and this whole of humanity for thousands of years. And I'm over it. So therefore, you're going to have to be over it too. Because we have work that we naturally do as Black women, Black girls, Indigenous women, and Indigenous girls. And you ain't gonna sit here and keep targeting us, being violent with us, trying to strip up us of our own self body, autonomy, and mess, while we trying to save your dumb ass from the dumb shit that you chose. We trying to correct the you done destroyed, and we the only ones that can fix, and you want to come to us and act a fool, girl.
Because
I can't.
remember,
I can't
we
do it.
did not write the book that says better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Satan didn't write that either. That came from a particular culture. Would rather set up a throne over a ruin. So
Mhm,
obviously that means would rather have it be a ruin
mhm.
than to work together and make it what it needs to be.
Yeah.
When you look at large swaths of the United States of America, you have evidence that groups of people would rather it be what it is, leaving the women and children in the squalor, than to humble themselves, learn, grow, and rebuild. Because they can't rebuild without the women and children, but they don't want to admit to that. So they're just going to let it be what it is till another group of men comes through, puts them out, and repairs it. How do I know that? Because the only thing I hear coming down in San Francisco is the rain right now. I don't hear the drug dealing, the shooting, the foolishness in the street that kept my dad under arm for another 20, 30 years after his military career was actually over. We don't deal with any of that anymore because I had to explain this to, I do have Black men friends, and I had to explain this very, very difficult truth to him. Yeah, I mean, we've studied our Black history and we know who's featured in Black history. Would you like to know who the people were who were selling drugs and killing everybody and prostituting the women and everybody else? You want to know who the majority? I know that my father's in the minority report. There were only three upstanding men who stood up against it in the whole neighborhood. The Western edition has 6,000 souls living in it. They don't want to hear that, but it's just like, no, the privilege of you having access to me is that you're going to hear it today.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you now, you thought it was cute to let me know that there's still a possibility you can go out there and find a man. I said, if I ever do decide to go do that, just understand I'm not going to discriminate.
Mm-hmm.
May the best man win. Because we got evidence that some men are out here fixing the problems and some men are out here okay with the problem. Now, there, to be fair, there are a certain number of men on the other side of this coin who would be perfectly happy to wreck the entire United States of America. If you did not know that about before January 6, 2021, you should know that now. This is not a question, and there are a certain number of women who are willing to have a wreck as well. The South could have done much better rebuilding after the Civil War, except the daughters of the Confederacy were too busy trying to roll stuff back so they could live their best white slave mistress life in Jim Crow. It is what it is. It's gone with the wind, but they trying to grab it. And they got some butterfly nets and some extra stockings that they had, and they helped to write this stuff down. When you read the 925 Heritage Foundation plan for 2025, 925 pages, love brought this to my attention. Look at the table of contents and see who wrote a lot of that. And probably edited the smack out of it, by the way. I can't remember whether or not it actually says that or not. But the editor
Yeah,
on that.
because in the in the end, it says like in the beginning, you know this because you don't read it, but it's they call it the Heritage Report
Yes,
2025. So
2025.
that with Jenny Thomas and all them being,
Mm-hmm.
that hooker that just was out, because I'm going to tell you what this 2025 report is really. It's again another version of slave codes, because just what you see that they have absolutely been done in Florida, Texas, some of these other states. um they are that's their plan for the whole of the United States, and they'll recolonize other places, because they have learned from their what they consider their mistakes too, as as the people that generally write what is going to happen in society, which happens to be white women. I know y'all don't want to believe it, but it's true. um eh, they have decided that they understood where they made their mistakes as to why y'all ain't back enslaved fully, no human rights whatsoever. They understand their mistake, um their mistakes that they made. So one of their things, and I think this is around page 32, they get into a whole discussion about we won't be having any single mothers.
Yep,
And then
correct.
parentheses, they say black.
The
You know,
only
yeah,
time Black women are ever mentioned in the first 100 or so places is
is
that all of
right
us
there.
are suddenly single mothers.
Okay. So they're little, I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, but they are like, they said single mothers in general. And if you, because of the propaganda that we have, because Black women are some of the only women that don't look at single motherhood as, okay, my life is over. Okay. We look at single motherhood and just are like, okay, so I'm gonna thrive beyond this. And I'm gonna raise my baby and we're gonna do this and that and the next. Okay. We're the only ones that look forward and will not only survive but thrive in the worst conditions, right? Doesn't matter what, girl, I've had surgeries being a single Black mother. I have had, girl, please, okay? Uh Somebody I just watched these couples have, some of these little couples have babies, and they think they know everything by the time the baby is 3 weeks old. I'm cracking up. I've been cracking up for my whole career, right? After I had kids, of course, because I thought I knew some shit too. All right. As a nurse. Oh, I'm a pediatric nurse. Girl, shut up. You don't know nothing about nothing. All right. So the young man was like, "Oh, we have a good baby. That baby is 3 weeks old. Wait till that baby is getting ready to jack your asses up." He already took this lady to a whole nother dimension during her pregnancy. Y'all need to quit lying to yourselves, right? This baby is large and in charge. You are tripping. They're like, "Oh, we sleep at night. I don't know what some of the rest of you are going through or some other crap." I'm like, "Girl, let me tell you one thing, like I always say, girl, you see that little baby right there? He don't care. He really don't. I don't care what you put me in. I don't care what you take me out of. All I know is you better have some loving, breast milk, and some diaper changes and bathing right in a row. Okay, that's all
Now,
I can tell you. Now, yesterday, you know how they have Prime today? Well, I want Prime yesterday.
exactly.
Before I even know I won it. So all y'all better get with the program. So he's like, "Oh no, we're this. Girl, you ain't even hit when they start walking and running and then talk about no, and then taking
That's a
it to a
whole
whole
human
nother
being.
level because y'all think, oh, the baby's not talking enough. And then you do all this stuff to get them talking, and then they can speak in paragraphs by the time they 2.5 and explain every single thing you did because they got no filter, because they only tell the truth, because they like, I don't care. Yeah, you ain't seen nothing. And oh, you talk about sleep. Girl, I have a 24 and a 32-year-old. I am not sleeping. Okay. I get up in the middle of the night going, is she all right? Okay. The oldest one is here. And I'm like, hey, have I seen it? You know, like, girl. Oh, and side note, stop letting your grown ass boys come live at your house and not pay rent and take care of everything you say without question and not bend the knee. Are you kidding? I understand what the economy is doing and that older, parents are helping their 20, 30-year olds, 40-year olds, or whatever. And that used to be unheard of. Got it. Actually, it wasn't. We did used to be closer in as families for a time, and we helped each other. See, if I've got a bigger property and I put this house over here and this house over here, think of it as an apartment. You know how white people buy a whole apartment and then each one of y'all pays rent? Ain't nobody
Black
living
poor black.
there for free.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody doing that. You paying this part of the bills and this part. Girl, I be cracking up. This is the part I love. We caught mortgage because I study these things. We refinanced our house just at a time that was peak, and got a much lower interest rate. Like, I hate to tell y'all, it's under 3%, girl. So,
Oh,
so coming from California, right? And buying this property
at
now.
that time,
Girl, I've
yeah.
made enough mistakes and tripping on other properties. Girl, no, I got you. I got you. So this is their wealth, right? But what I know about rural America is these people all live on the same property. They all pay. So nobody's paying, like in California and New York, sometimes it's more like you're living separately, so that's supposedly quote unquote making it so they can keep raising the prices, right? You keep getting into these recessions, coming into depressions, and all of this every 5 to 8 years. And when I'm just gonna tell you, I'm gonna share this with y'all. My mortgage, including everything, and actually this is on the high end. I'm just telling y'all, okay. My mortgage, including everything, and we're on like 0.65 or 0.7 acre, whatever. Okay. Escrow, insurance, everything, taxes. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. I think it's $830. That's what I want to say.
That's a nice deal right there.
And
It's
that's
under
including tax. Yeah. And that's a lot
that's $10,000 a
for
year.
here. Okay. So you can't you can't get anywhere near as y'all say, the gentlewoman of California is San Francisco for less than 2 or 3 million. I don't care where
Look,
you live.
eight
Okay,
hundred
I
and
don't
thirty
care.
dollars a month would not even get you a studio apartment
No,
here.
no,
That's not gonna. No, no.
no.
You
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 could
can't.
you
No.
couldn't even get a parking space.
Actually, you know what? That in certain areas, you're right. You really can't get.
You can't park your car. You gonna have to
Look,
stay in. No, for
ten
real, you
thousand
can't.
dollars a year here.
Yeah, you ain't gonna see parking. Okay,
That's your food
so
cost. Like
yeah,
for real. If
yeah.
you eat out every day at $45 a day times 30 days times a year, yeah, that's your food cost here. If you don't know how to cook, and see, let me just say this. This goes to a lot of the labor that Black women are not recognized for. Because if your family is not spending money like that, it's because someone's at home actually cooking. It is
Mm,
very expensive to be a single man who eats out every day, unless, of
yes,
course, you do know how to cook and protect yourself.
yeah.
This has to do with the level of unspoken labor. This is what makes it so offensive that someone's like, I will pay a light bill and take you out to dinner twice. So I'm gonna go make $200,000 a year and provide all this other stuff, all the other meals of the month or the year. So this is what we do.
Yeah.
That is one aspect. People don't know how much cleaning services cost. People do not understand how much childcare costs.
Mm-mm.
So we going 50-50. No, player. That's an 80-20 move.
Mm-mm.
And then you only gonna bring in 20% of the income on top of that, or 25% income. Because the last time I looked, $50,000 is only 25% of 200,000.
Now,
So
if you took your Black women, if you took, because Apex Predator over here, let me enlighten you. When I'm looking at my mistakes and my bad choices, I'm going to even use those to push forward. I'm going to learn from them and I'm going to course correct. I'm going to admit my badass behaviors, and some of them I keep because I love them. So, when you're talking about moving forward past the mistakes that we make or the choices that were not good, or even re-examining our behavioral patterns, because it's really important that you start to study yourself. I think that's the biggest fear I hear from people who take my um self-confidence class for Black women, is they're like, but I don't want to spend time with myself trying to
yeah,
figure out who I am or what I want. That's ridiculous. I want a man to tell me, and then I'll just get with it. And when he
kind
can't,
of.
yeah, when he kind of doesn't do what I kind of think he
Have
should
people?
know
I'm
to do.
sorry. Have people actually told you that they basically, or is that subliminal? Have people basically said to you,
No,
"I'd rather
people
my
have
man"?
said I do not want to. I don't. Usually it's by about week 3 of their process, because I won't give them answers, right? So between week
Oh,
3 and week 6 is when I see people drop off. Okay. But when people, because the way the course is set up, you can look ahead and look at, what the exercises are,
yeah.
what the
You
patterns
can't
are.
preview it.
Yeah, all of these different tools that you're given that you need to
I'm
sit
listening.
with and put into practice. So people do say, "Hey, I don't want to look at myself. What are you talking about? Like, that's way too much. I'm tired. Um, I'm too stressed. I'm going through too much. I need to, watch whoever's whatever. I don't know, but I don't want to spend that kind of time, thinking about how I move and why I'm making the choices that I'm making, and really examining my belief system. And is it working for you? Is that really your belief system, or were you pulpitted? I don't know. Okay, whatever your religion, I don't know. But that those are things for you to find out, because the assumption that, oh, I just treat people like I want to be treated. No, you're not treating me like you want to be treated. I don't want to be treated like you, girl. I don't know you. I don't know what you want to be into and whatever, girl. I can't be. I need to know how I want to be treated and communicate that to you clearly. Okay. And then give you some boundaries. And then when you cross the line, because you got a behavioral pattern, I will give you consequences that you will either go, gee, I don't want to do that again to her, or yeah, never mind. Okay, yeah. So so I'm just like, girl, how do we start to wrap our mind about around the reality of the situation and the environment we're in, and how we are participating in it, as you said so many times, Auntie D, by um buying, literally buying into it, literally
Literally
into it. That does
paying.
not mean that you are going to change, let's say PD Jakes or whatever. All that means is you ain't gonna be he ain't gonna be getting no money from you. Okay. He ain't gonna be getting no energy from you, and he ain't gonna be getting no children to eat allegedly from you.
Yes, because that's all we
So
can control.
yeah, that's all you can control. You can just girl, you ain't get. I bet TD Jakes ain't never did nothing on Love Austin's dime. Ever. I can tell you right now. Okay. He couldn't get the weather report. He couldn't get a hello, nothing from me. Nothing. You understand? Nothing. He's never gotten anything. He never will. Okay. Well, he could get a consequence, but other than that, okay, he has gotten a consequence. I did run him through the mud a couple years ago for them that stupid ass shit he said. Say another word. Say one more word, I dare you. Okay. Got to a whole fight with a cousin in law. Okay. It wasn't really a
Really?
fair
Wow.
fight. It wasn't
Okay.
really a fair fight. Okay.
I'm sure you don't do fair
Yeah,
fighting, and that's
it
okay.
wasn't really a fair fight. Yeah, I'm a bar fighter. I don't play them kind of games. But pick up whatever, right? And use it as a tool, even
Yeah.
your okay.
Give me
So
one moment. I figured I'd
just
throw up here before you get
just
this.
us our being able to look at the reality of the situation, and really start to embrace the solutions. You know, we can sit here and talk about TDX all day, and Diddy, and the next one, and the next one, okay? But I need Black women and Black girls, Indigenous women, Indigenous girls, our LGBTQ cheerings, because I'm old, but our LGBTQ fam, and our mixed fam. I need all of y'all to stop being murked and
Yes.
and uh and violated, frankly. I need the
Yeah.
brutality to end today. I don't need the supremacists, which always cracks me up. White supremacists, that's just dumb. Okay, anyway, I don't need them to take another group of numbers watching us be brutalized and ticking off numbers. I don't want one more day. And frankly, I'm just gonna keep fighting till I don't wake up and hear about the next Black woman, Black girl, indigenous woman, girl coming up missing. The next LGBTQ in this little 2025 report that these hookers wrote, that they plan to enact, because they ain't playing those games. Like I'm trying to tell y'all, Black women, you better be coming up with some actions and some solutions to stop the carnage right here, because it's some stuff coming in 2025 that they've already started instituting, and they watched how
And even
all of
if
America got with it, because those laws are in place and they get ready to blow that out. Don't come over here with your nonsense trying to attack our LGBTQ kids. Okay, don't come over here with your hierarchical bullshit about biracial. Black children aren't white, but they aren't black, and we adopted to that shit. Oh no, they came out of my body, they black. Oh, they came out of my grandmama, they black. Stop it, because they're not who's killing us. We're not killing each other. We're
Exactly.
ending each other's lives. Other people are ending our lives, and we're trying to fight over nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, just we're just dancing to a tune. Madison literally wrote it. The federal please go read it. The father of the Constitution literally wrote. I had to change room because if y'all remember last time, the soldier who is my father didn't know what happened to me, so he came looking. I said, "Nah, let me come upstairs." So I just changed room, but um, no, that's not gonna work. When you blind y'all by the light, there we go. Um, Madison literally wrote this. It's in the Federalist Papers number 10, and you can look that up. I'm creating a system right.
Georgia Michaela telling me to take my medicine.
Okay, we're gonna have to forgot that internet because it's storming. All right, change rooms again. Y'all get to see my other bookshelf out here behind us here. Um, um, literally to the esteemed gentleman of the state of New York. New York was the second biggest slave state at that time. Yeah, right here. You see back behind me? Back here with my map. See if I can get us all on the screen at the same time. Here we go. Virginia is the biggest slave state.
Mm-hmm.
It's the second biggest slave state. So James Madison is writing his fellow slave owners in New York, trying to get them to ratify the Constitution. And he tells them, what I'm doing is dividing a system that will factionalize the people. Because we don't want the worst sort of people to ever get together and realize what we're doing to them and take the stuff away from the better and best sort.
Mm-hmm. That
So
means you poor white people. I'm just saying.
that's poor white. That's it's still not us because at this point it's
Mm-hmm.
still too early for the mass importation of black women. There are black women in the country, but the mass importation hasn't even started yet because Madison has a bigger problem. What are we going to do about the slave trade? But he knows he can't kind of deal with that in the Federalist paper. The point I'm trying to make to you is black women are kept fighting each other. We don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to agree on everything to stop savaging people that are not trying to hurt us. Because all this stuff that we're fighting about nothing is just a big distraction. I'm going to say this and I need you to understand it. And it's going to seem to be out of left field, but I'll link it together for you. Most people do not know the name of the prime minister before Hitler. But if you look at their goals in life, they had the same goals. Stresemann. If you look at their policy about the German Empire, black women who are Herero in Namibia are still going to get their arms cut off. It's just that Stresemann did not have the nerve to rebuild the German army. He didn't have the nerve to try that. And the prime minister before Neville Chamberlain was a little bit more stiff necked. But if you look at the policy, it's the same policy. Whether you get a Republican president in 2025 or 2029, playbook stays the same. It's essentially been the same playbook ever since Anglo Saxons came out of Europe. These are people that taught their children that no one else in the world even has a history. And again, we're not talking about relative to people in Africa. We're talking about, I mean, how did you go look at Rome and think that y'all basically, the only person that you had that stood up against the Romans was Boudica, Queen Boudica is the only person that was successfully stood up against the Romans even for a minute. So how are you gonna tell the people that beat you that they don't have a history when they beat you? But hey, you told the Irish, they didn't. You told the Scots, they didn't. The Scots were just like, we ain't trying to hear all that. Hadrian couldn't beat us. Who you? But they were just about the only people around there who resisted them. So that's how they treated their fellow Europeans, who were their next door neighbors. The Welsh, they took their language out of existence. The original Breton, from which Britain gets its name, no longer even exists. And then after they practiced their craft on their neighbors, they created a potato famine out of whole cloth. What you don't know about that is, yeah, the crops failed, so the English went and took all the crops that the Irish still had, and then burned down their houses so they would starve and not be looking for them. And after they perfected all this foolishness, they're the ones that gave us a modest proposal whereby they proposed, even though it was satire, sit there and think to yourself, okay, we're the modest proposals that we just roast the babies. They're the ones that gave us Sweeney Todd. Observe the tale of Sweeney Todd, where a barber can't make enough, so he just starts making pork pies out of his customers. They gave us Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I need you to think about how they perfected their craft on one another, and then they took those same strategies, and we out here walking to the tune, sitting up here worried about, okay, if I know my family history well enough, I have 5 races in me as it is. So how am I going to look at some child who did not choose their parents and say, you don't get certain benefits because you just mixed twice? I mixed 5 times, by the way, at least 5. 23andMe says it's probably more like 8, but I knew about 5. How we gonna do this? If you look at me, I've had people who mistake me for one or more of my ethnicities in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm kind of like my hair is kind of unambiguously black, but even so, people wondered about it. But it's just like, who gave us the idea that we're going to apportion or deny based on color, based on race? Our ancestors were not so. Our
Mm-mm.
indigenous ancestors, our African ancestors did. Look, you don't get the privilege of starting civilization acting a fool like that. That's just not what. No, that's not it. We need to recognize where. Lord, now I'm holding the computer and pacing the room. This is not good. Y'all probably gonna get dizzy. Let me stop. He has strong
Don't
arms.
worry about it. We in the after show. See, y'all, this is what happens. Usually, when we leave, we don't leave. We get into these deep, deep,
Real
deep.
deep discussions. I
Yeah.
have
Well,
thrown
what about
crazy mind out here
this?
on y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what this is what happens with us. Welcome. Welcome to the oceans.
Yeah. Welcome to the after show.
Yeah, we in the
We done
deep.
got strays of mine and Namibia and all that. But it does connect, y'all. We out here, we have become the mouthpieces. And not Love and I. No.
Mhm.
Auntie Love and I do our first of all, she keeps me honest. I do my best to
Be
keep her honest.
honest.
We gonna come and look at the documents, and we know that we better not say anything anti-black in front of it. No, no, even if it even crossed our mind, better not. We're not about to, so we're not, and then women that we choose to associate with in 2024 will all have this quality because
Yes.
we've been busy eliminating.
Mhm.
And when I say anti-black, it's not necessarily these women get up in the morning and they're just thinking to themselves, "Oh, let me go hurt a black person." No, they have been so taken over.
Mhm.
Now there are some exceptions to the rule. Now, don't get me wrong, but I'm saying they have been so taken over. And when we make up reasons to fight among ourselves, as a Christian, of course, I have to tell you that all fornication is sin, but I'm not going to pick up a stone. Because I read how the Lord Jesus Christ, the woman who was taken in adultery, he happened to notice the man was not brought in there. He said, "Any one of y'all haven't sinned, y'all go ahead and do that." It's actually in the red letters. It's up in there. So I don't have to agree, but I'm not going to try to kill you because we disagree. That don't make no sense. You still are a human being. You have a right to what? Make your own decisions and deal with your temporal consequences here and thereafter. And none of those consequences have anything to do with me unless you are attacking me or people that I'm concerned with.
Mhm.
But we are out here fighting among ourselves because we have been convinced to do the dirty work. And it is the dirtiest work of the past 600 years that human beings should be dominated by other human beings. And so when we do the foolery, I have no idea what would go through someone's mind exactly I enjoy. It's like that song said, if I could be anything in the world, I enjoy being a girl. I do. So if I don't know what would cause me to want to be a man. I don't know what it would be like to be that uncomfortable. I also don't understand what would cause me to be uncomfortable enough to want to go the other way. It's also not my business to try to listen and understand. Again, I don't have to agree. I don't understand. I mean, I have read more about the science that's involved in it, but the point is, if that is your decision, I don't get to hurt you. And then
No,
the other question is, what are we competing for? Why are we fighting for the bottom? The people that want to take me out want to take you out. So then if
yeah,
we take each other out, then the people that want to take us both out win.
yeah,
So
because
why?
I'm gonna have to start. I need to put this to black women. I kind of it kind of it slipped my mind a couple times in 2023, but how um we like we're looking at Dr. Jackie and we mad as hell. Like if I seen one, I've seen 800 videos on how
Yeah, them suckers
all these
proliferate
different
quick.
women have come forth and different black women are telling their stories, which is excellent. Now that I'm sad that it got to this for us as black women to be able to feel comfortable enough to share the things that we have been encountering, because usually mum's the word, especially when you're talking about um legion, because if we even look at, let's say, like, I not me personally, but other people do this. Like if we can't even say like white woman. We have to say palmian people or some other thing, or envelope you. You can say black, black, blackity black all day. Okay? And black women, black men, black blah, blah. But you can't say a white, you can't put those two words together because why? I don't know. Y'all the ones that came up with trying to make a difference out of what complexion someone is anyway, because you mad you don't have melanin. Okay, so whatever. But I'm telling you guys, at what point do we look at a Dr. Jackie go to hell off because we need to, because you don't get to do any of that. Okay, you don't get to have a platform in any way, shape, or form. I don't care if it's a pulpit. I don't care if it's a under the pit. I don't care if it's an over pit. You don't get to have that platform and be a black woman who's an anti-black woman and black girl. No, no, we're not doing that shit. No. Okay. But when you come over here and white women are doing 1,000 times more, because literally Dr. Jackie is one of a very few that are
Shit.
doing all of that as black providers, healthcare providers. That doesn't mean that we don't have them, because we do. And that doesn't mean she don't need her consequences, because I believe in whooping ass. I don't really give a damn about your name tag. Okay. You can get it too as a black woman who is anti-black woman, because you are familiars to the enemy. You like for them to drain your blood and suck it so you can get closer to being something you believe is important or superior or some other crap. Listen, good for you, girl. But you have decided that you are going to be my enemy too, and you can get what every other one does. But I am not going to sit here and do that while the people who are actually damn killing us, we don't say one word about. Well, we work with them, so we don't want to make them uncomfortable. No, let me tell y'all something. And I need us to think about this. And maybe as a question, why are we so afraid to say to white women, Legion? Why are we afraid to tell them they hurt us? Why are we afraid to say you don't keep getting to make laws, policies, standards, rules, and then get your men's, black or white, to enforce them on my body? Why? What is it that we're afraid of? Are we afraid of their history of violence that is so destructive, that we have seen them smiling up, bringing their poor children to they little picnics while they roast us alive? And let me tell y'all something about, I'll give you the example of Mary Taylor from Georgia. She was one of the black women that we have a more detailed understanding of what these people did to her as a black woman. She was 20 years old. She was in Georgia. They had just lynched her husband. We can't even say lynch, because what if we make white people feel uncomfortable? Well, what do you think it makes us feel to be said lynching? Okay? So so she apparently says, because she was 8 months pregnant at the time when they did this to her husband, who was 19, she was 20. This was in 1920. She, said, and I'm going to imagine it was in her home, that she was going to, um, you know, um, speak out on this. Like she was going to go to court, about this, right? Now, somewhere along the line, I also imagine that the people surrounding her after her husband was lynched, like, I want to imagine they were probably black people. Now, somebody went and told it
Yep.
to the white folks. When I tell you that these people, see, we have this thought that it was only white men who came to drag this 8 month pregnant woman who just lost uh, a husband that she seemingly loved, um, due to your violence and brutality. You're going to drag her out of her house. You're going to rip her clothes off her. You're going to grape her. You're going to assault her in so many other ways. And then you're going to hang her. And while she's kicking, you're going to open up her belly, let her baby cry out. And the baby, my understanding from their account, is that the baby took a breath and moaned, and they stepped that baby into the ground. Then they set this woman on fire alive and then shot her full of bullets. You're telling me that these same people, who, by the way, it wasn't just the men, their women were there too.
Everybody participated who was a certain age.
In particular, this woman, okay? And let me tell you, this is not the first time that they did that. They've been doing that to one another. Again,
Hmm.
in Europe, they would they are the just like they make capitalism something very similar, would be the Inquisition.
About the same time. The Fixed Twist is a
Okay,
little bit earlier, but about the same time.
so you got the Inquisition. Yeah, the Inquisition was in 1400. So you
A little
got
bit
the
earlier.
Inquisition, but prior to that, you was burning people for witches,
Yep.
for
Uh,
living off the land and having a relationship with the land, because some of them were goddess, quote unquote, worshipers. And but a lot of them were women. And there was money to be made off of another set of humans. And these women were in the way of it. So we can't be sitting over here praying, and holding up women and junk, as deities and whatever, and getting in the way of Catholic money. Now you
Well,
just
even
going too
that
far.
is that's actually really sad since if you really
Too
go
far.
with Catholics, they pretty much
Yeah.
worship it. I mean,
See,
I'm just as a
yeah,
musician, I know this because the music leaves a record. Some of the stuff written for Mary beats some of the stuff written. I'm just saying what I'm saying. You go sit down and listen to Schubert's
yeah,
Ave Maria and go see what he wrote for Jesus. I'm telling you, go do this. But it's just that it
yeah.
was,
So y'all,
but
so y'all
Mary
doing this
is
whole thing.
commoditized. Mary is commoditized in a
Yeah,
particular way, and a
yeah.
woman living off
Because
the land, it is not.
mhm. Yeah, you making
They're
money
both
off of
basically
everybody and
idols.
everything. That's y'all whole thing is how can y'all make a profit off of whatever moves and don't? Child, that's y'all thing. Okay, that's your real God. But whatever. Listen, y'all keep on doing that. But what I'm saying over here is we're not doing that over here. Okay. I don't go by the rules of a patriarchy for these reasons, right? But we have to have the courage to stand up and go, yeah, I'm not doing that. Just like, let me tell you something. This is why a lot of Jewish women that we've heard from here in the Americas have in particular, and some Israeli leadership that are women, right, have come through and said, our biggest problem is black people, young black people. Girl, that's code for black women. Black girls.
I've been
That's your biggest problem. Is
I've
us.
been trying
Look,
to
I
figure
got
this
y'all on
out.
record. Yeah, I got y'all on record several times.
I've
Okay.
been
Yeah. Talking
okay.
about we,
Help
how
me,
dare we? How dare
help
we?
me. We in
Dare we?
after show. Help me understand this. I've been trying to make sense of it because okay, Lehman Brothers. They started out with cotton. So if we're gonna talk about there being a problem, okay, that's Lehman Brothers' beginning. But we all know about the 658 billion with a B. That became everybody's problem. And black people didn't have anything to do with that. We couldn't even invest on that level. I mean, I know that folks might be a little bit frustrated with Kanye West. I mean, because he got up in the morning and went DEF CON on himself, unfortunately. Because you would talk about what Donald Trump smells like. You would talk about what he smelled like after he did that. But I'm just like, how did we get there from here? Of all the things, it's not. It's not black people carrying Nazi flags in the United States of America. It's not. I mean, didn't we just get that in 2017? And they come up there with the little tiki torches that they got from the start talking about you will not replace us.
Well,
So
because you know
that
what
was
it
just
is.
8 years ago. So 7 years
What
ago.
we
So
what we don't get is that we really don't get how powerful we are as black women. The reason why people keep telling you that you are ratchet and loud and crass and ghetto or what the hell ever next thing that they like to say about black women is because your voice creates. The only people that don't really realize that is black women, black girls. But if you if you listen to the voice of a Mahalia Jackson, she
yeah,
changes the very environment. She will bring your brain to tears
yeah,
just with the way her voice vibrates and
yeah,
creates a connection between you and her. And as an empath, she's pulling your pain, and as a preternatural black woman, a lot of us have the ability to heal just our presence. Okay. So don't come in singing, because every time a black woman sings, raps, does a poem, uses her voice, gets on YouTube, tickety top, you name it. We use our voice, we move everything. We just don't really recognize that power. So we give the recognition, or whatever, of whatever we do as Black women, because this is what we've been programmed, right? We give anything we do, anything we create, we give it to males or white women. Okay, that's how we do it.
But then
Okay, we don't
how?
give the credit. We don't take the credit for anything we do. So, in a world such as what we live in, these people that are amongst us every day, that we care for, that we uplift, that we physically, emotionally, and mentally heal just by being in their presence, much less our skills, talents, and abilities, right? Education and experience. We put a healing on people because our voice is that powerful and that
Oh, wait.
creative.
Is it
Why
okay? Wait.
else would people be keep telling us, shh, why you gotta be so loud? Why,
What?
ooh, I don't like it when you change your tone. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, they love your voice as long as they can harness its power. So when you're talking about, you know, um, Ashkenazi Jewish people or
Oh, I got
converts,
it.
they
Got
were
it. Okay.
European, but they converted to Judaism. That does not necessarily mean that they have any Hebrew or very little Hebrew.
Got it.
The
Okay.
original,
I hear what you're
you
talking
know,
about.
Hebrews
Ancient
who
Jewish
were Jewish.
lineage.
Okay, so they converted, to it, and or Islam in some cases, right? Or from Islam into Jewish, but they were Europeans. So
Got
so
it.
when you come into 1947, or after the
48.
Second World
Yeah.
War, it was ended in 45. When you come through and then you take a group of people who are actually ethnically, I guess as you want to say, European. They were
I
Polish, they
see.
were German, they were this or that, and they had been there for generations. And they actually, generations before, their whoever converted from whatever the religion was, because part of the Inquisition was to get rid of converts, or people who were Muslim or Jewish. That was part of the
Yes. Out of
Inquisition. Get
Spain in
your asses
particular.
out of
Right.
Spain. Okay.
Of
We
Spain.
ain't have
Because the
no,
Moors had been
no,
there for so long.
Okay. Yeah, because if anybody's gonna make money off of religion, it is going to be Catholics. It is not gonna be the rest of you. So we can't be competing in this environment. We ain't gonna do that. No, If we're gonna commodify things, it's just gonna be us. Nobody else gets to share. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's what
mercantilism. Okay, yeah.
okay, so here we come. Let's roll forward to
And
1947. You take these same people that you so-called slave, but all of you over here in the US running around here talking about they're Jesus killers and blah blah blah. Jewish people, okay, was on the side of Germany eliminating them, because if you listen to all of these anti-Semitites over here, girl, that's that next thing after Negroes, they yelling
yes, that's
Jewish
what I'm
people.
trying to understand.
Yeah.
How did we
So
become the biggest threat? Cause
because
I'm
we're powerful. Listen, y'all
oh,
sit here and y'all watch these people enslave black women, and black women turn around and put a stop to it. Okay. Black women went and had, because we've had this for literally billions of years, okay? We had the democratic communities because that's how you operate with a matriarchy. You work together. Ain't no separation of powers and dumbass shit. Okay, so what's your talent? Great, you do that. Who you love? Great, you do that. Girl, ain't nobody doing all that nonsense. Okay, so here you come. we're picking our thuns, up to about 6,000 years ago. And because we have pity on how weak they are, we're going to try to prop them up. Girl, I'm just asking all of us to stop. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. And it is literally taking people out. And primarily right now, it's Black women, Black girls, and I can't have that. So
Okay, I feel you on that.
yeah, so this 1947, you're taking people who are actually ethnically European, and you are telling them, "Oh, guess what? We got your promised land for you. We got you. Remember when you lost it sometime when when you killed all the goddess born and you mass murdered their children and stuff like that back in the day, like about 5,000, 6,000 years, whatever. Anyway, we got it back and we're gonna move those people off of there like we do. We're gonna just enact the colonization that we normally do, where we just genocide people. We don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna put you in a position, and if you look at Gaza and what we're now calling Israel, right? If you
Keep
look at the
talking.
position
What's
it's
the whole
in
mess?
tactically and strategically, then you start to get why that swath of land is so important
Right,
to
because where it sits
patriarchy. Yeah.
in the rest of the
So
world,
so
religiously,
y'all
financially.
been doing y'all did the same thing. Y'all did the same thing that y'all talked about in y'all Jewish Biblica in our Old Testament. You did the same exact thing that you did to people who were worshiping or quote unquote the goddess and in relationship with the goddess. You are repeating it. You've been repeating it, but let's just okay, since we all here and we all can see that you repeating it, let me just make it clear, connect the dots. Same thing you did in your Biblica is the same thing you doing now to Palestinians.
And
And so
because
black
I
women
see.
are just we done had it. Listen, black women just said, okay, usually, we got our own business and stuff like that, and we do come for calls, stuff like that. But black women was like, so no, that shit is wrong. Ain't nobody agreeing to that. You can't go around killing children and then, you know, coming up with some propaganda that they're whole Nazis at 3 years old, so you could just go bombing them
Right.
and do it whatever the hell you want, cutting off
No.
their you hold the resources so you get the da da da. But you want to sit here and say, "Oh, they looked at us wrong, so we had to drop a bomb on them." Girl, shut up! No, you wrong. Well, that's being anti-Semitic. No, that's being pro-humanity, hooker. Now, black women done told you wrong. That's all you getting. So here come the all of a sudden
Oh,
we see it all the Jewish white women or Jewish-esque white women, whatever they are, whatever kind of convert they are from over here in the United States. Oh, oh, black women, how could you be so disloyal to us when we marched with you in 1776? Okay, not
no.
10, but I think it was in 1900s. We marched with you. My great Jewish grandmama, see, she's in that picture way back there in the march. And we marched hand in hand with you. And how could you be disloyal to us and tell us, no, we can't go just mass murdering these infidels and heretics? How come? Why? That's not fair. That is so not fair. And what is it? Are you ignorant or just stupid? You
How did it? Wait.
how could you not have learned about our Jewish Holocaust? We all know about the Jewish Holocaust. So you telling me as black women you don't know about the Jewish Holocaust is one of the most important points in history. Hooker, you don't know nothing about black enslavement. Aren't you friends with that one white girl that said, okay, that was a group of y'all that said, oh, slavery wasn't bad. Girl, and every time I say, well, good, let's enslave you. I know you ain't gonna do no work, white women. Don't get it twisted. I know what's gonna happen, but I'm saying, let's enslave you the way you did us. Okay?
They wouldn't
Because
survive.
you really
We
scared
know
us.
that from Chesapeake Bay. They
Yeah.
wouldn't survive.
So girl,
We got data on that already.
you
They wouldn't
can't
survive.
be You can't even hear that no. So how would you possibly survive the type of suffering, pain, and perpetual human ravaging that black women and black girls have not only survived and endured, but gone through and thrived? How?
So
You
is
couldn't. You couldn't.
basically
So you are not going to come over here and tell grown ass women what we going to do and how we going to feel about a situation. Because what is important for y'all to start to understand, all of us, my feelings are in my power. You don't get to tell me what I'm going to do with my feelings because that's next. I choose whether I'm going to act in concert with my feelings or whether I am going to act in opposition to my feelings. Don't sit here and tell me, oh, you doing too much emotional stuff. Girl, I got feelings for a reason. You know why? Because I need to be able to detect predators. Because girl, y'all everywhere.
so
Yeah, I got a natural instinctual. Oh, that's a predator. Now, albeit you ain't an apex predator, you are just kind of, we are hierarchical predators. You are just the scum of the earth, like a frog or something. But still, you are part of the predator ecosystem. Okay. So I'm just saying, girl, I got these feelings to tell me when shit ain't safe. And I need to be on my swivel, watching my 12 all the way back to my 12.
12, your
Cause
6, your
you
9
around
airplane.
here. Yeah. So don't let's not get caught up in black women, black men, and other people telling us you're being too emotional. Girl, don't tell me what I'm being. You don't know nothing about me. Don't tell me shit. Shut up. Okay. Furthermore, shut up out of my eyesight. You do not tell me a whole black woman who has a historical and ancestral suffering and pain at the hands of y'all, and you still just coming up with new ways to put out slave codes, okay? And you think I'm gonna get with it? No, I'm not getting with it. I'm not getting with it when you do it to indigenous people. I'm not getting with it when you do it to children. I'm not getting with it when you do it to pregnant women, LGBTQ, mixed children. I'm not getting with it. Uh, okay, I don't eat green eggs and ham or chitlins. Okay, and you ain't gonna make me.
No, ooh, in real life. But no,
You
let me
ain't
make
making
sure that I understand. Because literally, I've been trying to figure this out. But basically, it's the same problem. We are Republican one of one because we dare to have a different opinion. And I
it.
mean, there are black. I mean, all 18 million of us do not. It's like if I had to sit down with a Jewish person, the Torah does not end in Genesis or Exodus or Leviticus. So I would be like, I know I'm a goyim, but I can read, and I've got your Torah and half Torah from Jewish commentators right here. There's a
Mhm.
particular way that if you're in the land that you're supposed to treat the strangers in the land and your neighbors. And since in the book of Joshua, the Lord clearly said that I'm gonna leave these other people in here because I told you what to do and you didn't do it. So I'm gonna leave them all in here, and now you're gonna have to learn how to live with them. Since it says that, I would just go back to Torah and be like, no, you got problems based on what you say that you worship,
Mhm.
not based on what I think. We're not gonna have because you're not in charge of me, and I'm not in charge of you. But if apparently even the suggestion that I can read well enough and can say that makes me public enemy number one, you can't get anywhere with that. If the issue is black women have a different opinion, therefore by definition they're the enemy, we're in the same position with them as we are with everybody else.
Yeah, and how? Let me ask you something else, black woman. I want to ask you this question: how did you come to think that you um you need to wait for somebody else to be in charge of your personal security and your your safety? How did you come to believe that? Because let me tell y'all something. I don't know how many of y'all know this. I suspect most of you know it. You've heard it somewhere. But ev- every Israeli citizen, with a couple of exceptions, basically has to be conscripted into the military. So that means women, men, whatever, okay? Um you women generally do 2 years. I think men do 4 or 5. Okay. And that what that says is that every single one of them learned how to secure their own person, because it's just kind of a thing in this dimension. We can't occupy the same space at the same time, just here. So I'm just saying, if every single woman and man learns how to use weapons, tactics, strategies, and I can almost guarantee you that I don't know this for sure, but there's probably some self defense in, some of the educational parts of their communities. Okay, how how is it okay for the chosen people's women to be quote unquote what we keep being told is masculine when they learn how to protect themselves using the weapons of the day,
But no
some
one
of which
talks
they
about
make
that.
too. Some of the best guns were Israeli. I'm just saying,
They
allegedly.
are. That's true. No, no, no.
So
That's the thing.
I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. So just as a side note. So why is it okay for them to learn to defend themselves as women? Self-defense, right? Weapons of the day. Why is it okay for them to learn it and not you, black women? Why do you keep telling yourself that it just isn't okay? It's just not ladylike. It's too ratchet. It's too this. It's too that. Why do you keep telling yourself that you do not get to be in charge of your own self defense? And you definitely don't get to have your own militia to provide for the common self-defense of black girls and black women. Why is that true? Why can everybody and anybody, including Jewish people, come through and trash black women from hither and yon, and black girls too, and and um and provide towards our re-enslavement? How is that possible? But we can't say no,
I know the question is
because
rhetorical.
that is a crime punishable. But because us as black women and black girls saying no is a crime punishable by death. Now I don't know where y'all been, but that's what's been happening here. You don't
Yeah.
get to say no, because if you say no, the next step for them is to punish you. And so, is it that we have a fear of punishment so much so that we would do next to anything to not have to deal with even more pain? Now, we might be addicted to suffering, but girl, pain is another thing. So is that what's going on in our minds? Because I can tell you right now, the United States and they you know pack a mixed nuts. They over there doing the same thing with Ukrainian
That's
peoples. Okay?
yeah.
Yup. So black women, I need to know, did some of that $26 billion that you tied, or in my case paid taxes on, and y'all case paid taxes, so y'all done tied like 3 different times because you work, you pay taxes, and you pay into Medicare and everything for everybody else. Now now is that part of the 113 billion that the United States just provided for the Ukraines, particularly their women and girls, to learn how to use um, handguns and long rifles? Is that part of the price you've been paying? Because I feel like it is.
It is.
All
I mean,
this time,
technically, it is.
see, all this time now, see these little Ukrainian girls and these little Ukrainian women. They talk about, oh, I own a beauty shop, and on the weekends, I'm being trained how to use this, this, and this. Oh, really? And I'm involved in a whole lot of different like YouTube channels, girl. I am a real, pew pew enthusiast now. Like it's just bad. The there's actual uh magazines that come here and talk about love, right? But my husband's like, oh, that ain't for me. It says ammo. Okay, this is God buck wild, right? Because it's not just that it's powerful, it's not just that I get to really be responsible and accountable for my own security and stuff, but it's actually some really interesting things involved in it, right? Because it competitions and stuff like this. So now why is it that y'all been keep getting fed as black women and black girls that you can't take self-defense, put your little girls in martial arts and stuff like that? You need to have them in, like, I don't know, chorus or maybe something active, like they could run or play, maybe play tennis or something, you know what I'm saying, like maybe be in gymnastics or something like that. But you can never use your abilities to protect yourself, because that would be too masculine, this and that. Well, girl, why is it everywhere I go, they forming actual DV groups of white women getting together to go to the range together over the DV they experience? And it's not even close to the level of what black women and black girls experience. So while we're sitting around going, oh, that's not ladylike enough. Oh, we'll be seen as masculine. Oh, we can't go out and protect ourselves, because we put dumbass black men in charge, or a dumbass white. I don't know what you did, but I'm just saying, what is it that you telling yourself where you believe that you should not be starting a process in a group of literal violent hominids? Okay, they try to take everything from everybody, including each other, violently. Okay, don't care. A serial killer is, you know why they anonymously? Because they got caught. You're not supposed to get caught as a white serial killer. Super. What? How did this happen? Okay. So what is it in our minds as black women that we can't choose to focus on our finances? That we can't choose to make money for our own independence and freedom? What is it that we as black women, oh, it's a crime if a black woman decides that she's going to move out of this country to save her life, so she could just, like, let's say, walk to the store in damn peace? Now, why is that a crime, girl? Why is it a crime for any reason you want to move out of this United States? You grown. You get to make choices. Why is that? Why is you making choices about your own body security, self body autonomy, your finance, your abilities to decide what you're worth? Why is that a crime? Why is that called selfish? Why are we saying you bragging when you say what you actually accomplished? And some of us out here decide that we want to celebrate you and elevate you. Now, why is that a problem when it comes to black women and black girls? Why do we have to start saying stuff like, I know, but she just bad? We're calling a 3-year-old, our 3-year-old daughter, bad because she learned language from us,
Us.
and she bad, or we let men call our 5-year-old girl sexy as a nickname. Girl, since when? Since when? The only reason that 60% of our daughters, because it's been happening all along, okay, we have stories as grown ass women. The only reason that 60% of our daughters, our nieces, granddaughters, you know, are and some of our sons, and definitely our children of the LGBTQ community. Why is it that 60 and above percent of these children are being raped by men who say they protect the people they know, the women and children they know?
Clearly, they
Now,
don't.
why is that? What? So TD Jakes at the Potter house. You know, when you ain't at the Potter's house, I understand you at what that boy called his house, Daddy's house. Okay, whatever. So TD Jakes, exactly what have you done about the problem of black women being murked 4 times more than white women accidentally pass away in the hospital? I'm just saying. I was just asking. I didn't know. I because it could have been something, Miss D.
No,
I
no, no.
wasn't
This
sure.
individual got caught out there. I got the video for this. We're not talking about anything so complicated as preventing a murder. When stuff went down, I think it was Hurricane Harvey. He was sitting up there talking about he can't feed everybody in his zip code. Look, even in San Francisco, if you know how to do it, you can get a $6 meal. You go to the deli when they put out the food that they didn't sell the previous day and they make the po' boy sandwiches. Even in San Francisco, a sandwich and an apple costs you $6. You make nine-figure money every year. So let's do the math. Unless you have 16 million people living in your neighborhood, and by the way, Texas is not expensive as San Francisco, but we just gonna be nice. Unless you have 16 million people living in your neighborhood, you could have provided every black woman and child in your neighborhood at least a meal. Now, if you have 17 million black women living in Dallas, and I know that you don't because my cousins are in Dallas. So, what you mean you can't feed everybody in your zip code? We're not talking about you doing a 9 course meal. We're talking about feed them at least as well as you would feed your daughter for a minute and your daughter and the children, but then your daughter's out there stealing other people's children. So I guess that's not gonna work for you either. But see, that was a whole thing, and somebody went and actually, it was a man from Cleveland that was like, "Nah, I can't sit here with this because this just making us look too dumb." And he had left the church himself for this one of these reasons that he left. He said, "Unless would you have nine-figure money coming through, but you can't feed the people in their zip code, even in an emergency? Excuse me." That's what he was doing. Don't ask him to do anything complicated. He can't even figure out how to buy a poor boy sandwich and an apple.
So we
Let me
gave
do this math
so
again for
so
y'all.
black women gave him money for to do what now? I'm not sure.
So here's the
I'm
thing.
confused.
Black women primarily, there are some men in this church, but let's just make it 90-10. The lowest six-figure number, the lowest nine-figure number I can come up with is, of course, $100 million. So let's make it 90 million, okay? Presuming that you need to spend, okay, you got operation costs, you got a big building. All right, fine. I know how much it costs to run a building about that size, but we run our senior housing here on less than 10 million a year. We have 500 people living there. So, okay, the Potter's house at certain, we'll give you 10 million for overhead. You
Mhm.
have $80 million. You're gonna give people maybe not every, like El Bethel has a feeding program. So we only are open once a week, but we make sure everybody gets breakfast. So let's just say you're going to do feeding on Sunday morning, okay?
Mhm.
And we do grits and fruit and things like that so people have healthy options and traditional options. Children are not out here eating $10 or $15 worth of food. So you got $80 million to play with that black women gave you. And you can't figure out how to feed the people in your zip code unless you have 16 million people living in your zip code at $5 per. Okay, so that's just easy stuff. All right. Housing, like I said, we out here. I mean, I'm horseshoes and hand grenading numbers because I don't have it in front of me. But I'm like, I know what you can do. I sign up on contracts that are very big to take care of a lot of people's needs. So
Mhm.
you got $100 million that we gave you, and you can't even manage buying a poor boy sandwich. For that matter, even if you had only, I mean, what is my church's budget? Are we pulling 1 million every year? I don't think we're anywhere near that, and we managed to do this. So it's just like what we have to come to terms with is we are in a lot of aspects of our lives. We are being punished for existing while funding other people to exist and punish us. We are being punished when we realize what we're doing is saying no, because those other people know that they cannot have any kind of standard of life if we stop. That's basically what's going on inside the community. Now, like I said, I didn't realize how, because I'm sitting up here like, I don't know how a Jewish person would feel threatened by a black person, given the apparent power dynamic, but I forgot about the relative strength of humanity. I forgot about that part. That's why it didn't make sense to me. But
Yeah, because you're so powerful as an elemental being. I don't think the water is looking at itself going, the oceans, I mean, is looking at itself going, "Oh, I'm really so powerful." Like it's just that that's the ocean for you. I
that's
mean,
the ocean doing what the ocean does. It doesn't,
yeah,
it doesn't. If you are the ocean, you do not need to. The creation does not engage in comparisons like this. I mean, male birds do, male creatures do at certain times of year, but under normal operating circumstances, no. Everything is out here in the elements doing whatever it is. The elements are just doing what they do. So I see your point
yeah.
there. It didn't make sense because I hadn't, but it's just like I understand that there are people that are not going to. I guess to break this down very simply, it's one thing if you grow the tomatoes and someone takes the tomatoes and sells them back to you. That's bad, but you may need the tomatoes. What's really bad if you pay them to come and take your stuff and then pay again to get it back. Essentially, this is a lot of what we're doing with the relationships that we have with black men.
We're trying to outsource things because that's what we believe in some ways that we should. And
And
it's
it's
based on this patriarchal mindset of that this group of people is supposed to be doing this group of people is supposed to be doing
yeah,
that.
that
And
division of labor.
yeah, and
And it
then
seems to be working for other people. For
no,
example,
no, you can be, but I think it's just come to another point in history when it comes to black women, black girls, indigenous women, indigenous girls, that we have to course correct everyone, you know? And that's typically what you've seen us do. Now, we're not all supposed to, I don't believe we're all supposed to do it this one way. I don't believe that. I believe at the core of most black women, not all, but most black women, black girls, I just, especially black girls, I feel like they are born preternatural elementals. That would include trans women, right? Trans black women, because we don't really understand as other kinds of black women how the brain actually looks, and what DNA does with the brain, what environmental things do with the brain, who you are as a spiritual being does with the brain, right? Those are things you can't actually see. So you're making assumptions based on what you think you see. Um, and that's another reason why this premise with Sinji, where her premise is, oh, you just genocide them before they're born. You figure out that which ones are which, and you do that. But actually, I have to say this too. First of all, you don't know whether that, just because that child's genitalia tells you one thing, that is that's actually another way that we do divisions, and we make ridiculous we come with these ridiculous hierarchical things that really, that's just dumb. Okay,
I mean,
to say
I
that,
mean, I,
it's dumb. If you for
it's
you to
so.
say to me, okay, a black woman who um let me, side note, listen, I love the kids. I really do. And I
So
love
do
being a
I.
mom. That was always something that I really wanted to do. Side note, us telling other black women that they need to have children or whatever it is, or you're nothing unless you do, or you're not a woman, some other crap. Okay, listen, stop. That's some bull to the shit. You get to choose because you have self body autonomy. That that even if you can create a child in your body, and that you don't want to, or it's not the right circumstances, or you know you want to be able to really spend um you know uh loving, happy, enjoyable time with your children, and in relationship with your children, and learning about your children from them, rather than being at work 24/7 and then having to come home to work, again for free, because we only get paid for a third of the work we go out and do for other people as black women. So when you add on that we're doing all of this labor for free, and then you add on all these people who keep coming over here with prayer, prayer requests and what access, and we need to support them in every way they need to be supported, all this other crap. In the meantime, as soon as you get what you need, then you want to
You in the
either y'all
wind.
gonna come and cry that, oh, we should listen to black women, or you gonna say some other stupid shit like, well, you know, this is just how it is, and the devil
It's
did
the
it.
natural order of things.
Girl, I'm gonna need this stuff to stop and desist. Okay, stop, desist, stop it. It's not okay for us to do that. So one of the, because I had this debate with Sinji that time. One of the things that we need to understand is we are a whole being. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are a whole being. Just because other beings can't see how what our spiritual makeup is, or how our body makeup is on the inside, because you're not an MRI or whatever, doesn't mean that you get to decide that this is what's going on with me. Okay? So I have seen children born with both genitalia, and then the parents get to decide which one to cut
Which is
out.
which? Yeah, the hermaphrodite
Okay?
situation.
Yeah. So don't tell me that you can know for complete sure that the baby I'm carrying is male. Okay, even if I was to get with that. Second of all, why aren't you doing something about the grown men who are doing shit to you in the now? Okay,
I
why are
need
you
to
putting stuff?
understand. I
Okay,
don't understand.
I'm just
Okay,
asking, why
I
are you
need to.
spending energy putting out some message in which black women who can bear children will be going to possibly, highly possibly, their death, according to
I would like.
HHS.
Okay, see, this is the part I. Okay, there's so much about that I. Y'all, some of y'all know that 18 months ago, I'm like, ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna be around anybody that wants to kiss up to this woman. This is a very simple reason, okay? First of all, as a Christian, and everybody doesn't believe this, but if you do, it demands something of you. If the womb is God's workplace, I don't see to any other human being the right to go tell me that God's workplace just because it may happen to look like it has male genitalia. Okay? This is not going to happen. It's not a consistent position. But here's the thing, if I'm going to get an abortion, which I am not, but let's just say that we were going to do this. We know what people are doing in the healthcare system for Black women. So instead of you giving me the resources, instead of you investing in confidence and love choice course about interracial marriage so that I can know that I have options other than to lay down and make babies with people who don't care about me, you're going to have me exposed, to have my womb exposed, to have my womb and everything connected to that over and over and over again, because some women have a lot of boys. Women like that who just and basically pray to finally have a girl because they were just putting out boys. So how are we gonna do this? We haven't figured out yet that if you don't want to have children with no good Black men, you don't have children. Why are we going to take the most invasive and potentially damaging? Why do we advise women to then expose themselves before we even get to the agreement or disagreement on abortion? Before we even deal with that, we do understand what the abortion process is, right? So if you are a Black woman who cares about Black women, we're not going to talk about the Hitlerian aspects of this, since about half of Black children, and there are about 15 to 18 million of them run around us. We're talking about eliminating a size larger than the Holocaust from the womb. Okay? And I know some of you are like, well, they're just fetuses. Okay, but you're making a distinction about that fetus based on gender. And if you're going to do that, then you also have now conceded that that's a human being. Because you can't do that. You got to go one way or another with that. No, no, no. You're killing boys because they're boys. But back it up from there. You're telling Black women to go and catch STDs. I live in San Francisco.
Well, she's saying one of her caveats that she said, and y'all can go back and watch that debate. I want to say it was maybe, I know it was 2022, somewhere around maybe
Yeah, it
August
was before the
or
debate.
July. I don't know,
Probably
but
May,
one
June.
somewhere around there. Y'all can go back and look. But one of the things that she put into it was, and you can hear her on her own. I don't know if you can see her now, but um, one of the things she put into it was that, in her estimation, Black women are silly. So this is the only way for
Right.
us to deal
We
with
don't have
a now
sufficient.
she's right
Yeah.
about the problem. She's right about that. We agree on the problem that we literally are being at that time murked between 5 hours and 5.5 hours. Okay, on 2022. So that we both agree that's critical. We got to put a stop to it. We disagree on a lot of other points. And one of my things is you're one of the things you hear Black women say, and Black men and other people, is they say the problem with it being single parent homes, because it's assumed that a single parent home means mother, right? Because that's usually the way. The problem with us having single Black mothers is they can't raise Black men. No, you're wrong. We can raise them. We raised y'all for million, well, that 100,000s of years. So we can. Here's the thing. What we can't do is raise sensitive, humanistic, evolved men on a whole little boys on a whole who grew up to be what we consider men, you if you raise them based on the patriarchy, then you're going to get the same patriarchal outcomes.
Yep.
So if you're
There
saying,
you go.
so if you're saying that this is a little boy because you gendered him for yourself or whatever, and whatever, and you're raising him based on patriarchal rules, men are supposed to be doing this, girls are supposed to be doing that. Men are supposed to sit like this, girls are supposed to sit like that. Women can talk like this, but they can't talk like that. But men can do this, but women can't do that. Men are this, girl, women are this. Okay, if you're gonna raise them on a patriarchal, hierarchical thing that says men are the more important human in any situation. In fact, they're just the bee's
They're
knees, no
the
matter.
only humans,
They're the only
actually.
humans. Yeah, the rest of us are property or somehow a commodity or some other thing that is to be, used, abused, and made money off of. Right. So so if you're going to raise your sons with that mindset, using those terms and those meanings, then probably there's a good chance they're going to come out being that way, because even if they weren't born that way by temperament or whatever, um you're playing into you're using the very same rules of an environment that destroys you as a black woman and black girl.
Right.
So of course you're going to be getting a repeat of a repeat of a repeat of how black males roll if we as black women could, decide in our single parent homes that we are going to try to raise our boys to be quote unquote men. And when people say that, what I take from that is they're going to raise them by patriarchal rules. Well, patriarchal rules, if you haven't figured this out, are very destructive. I'm just saying. And it ends up destroying men too.
It,
But
it all
but
right,
that
yes.
aside, that's the same thing as a Jewish European, now American woman coming and getting online and saying to me as a black woman that I am anti-Semitic because I said no to you, and I don't agree with you killing children. I don't give a damn who the children are. I really just don't. Because I personally, um I'm gonna say this, it's gonna maybe sound backwards, but I personally don't see children as gendered until they express that to me themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like until they stop, until they show me who they are or tell me who they are or whatever, because they're in their own bodies. So I'm just saying. So it's really weird to me that we place this even before they're born. Why you have a gender reveal? Damn baby don't care what they are. Okay? I'm just gonna tell y'all the truth. The baby don't care. The baby don't care
Neither
that
knows nor
whatever their
cares at that
gender is
age.
at that point. They really need you to concentrate and stay awake because you ain't gonna sleep anyway. So for the next 25 years to life, because when you have children, the idea of this, for those of you who like to abandon your children, we shall not name names, black men or anything, but for those of us who take actual responsibility and accountability for the choices to put our legs in a V, like I did, then this is 25 to life, and I'm on death row. That's how much I have to rock with the children that I chose to create with your dumb ass. Okay, and I'm taking full on responsibility and accountability. So you don't now get to come and tell me that I'm not shit because I chose my children and not your foolishness. And I raised them in a way that they could choose who they are. And in this round, as long as I'm doing the work, I'm taking the credit for that. And I'm gonna give you the credit for what you do. And for the successes, Y'all always get the credit because that's what a servant leader, transformational leader does. And I'm gonna take the responsibility for the shit to you as you grow up. But as you grow up, you're gonna be taking responsibility for your own shit. Because I've also been cultivating you to know that you are affecting and infecting your environment too, little girl and little boy. So you are going to, as you grow older, start making choices that are not in alignment necessarily with what I taught you. And if you think I'm going to keep on paying the consequences for your badass behaviors as you get to be teenage, older and older and then grown, you have lost your mind. I don't know who you've been hanging out with, but y'all done lost your mind. Now, on in on the other side of that, my responsibility is great. So that means the person that I have to work on the most is the person that has the biggest effect on their environment, which is me. So I'm going to have to admit that I have mental illness and I'm going to have to go work on my badass behaviors that I do not want to infect my children with. Now, you might not know that when you first have children. And hey, other people might not have known how to tell you that, okay, at the time. Because believe me, when you are in your own bodies at this point in this life that you're in, and you're having the problems that you had, the people before you had the problems and then some, okay? So while I know that my mother wasn't a nurturer, like she wasn't going to be doing all that. She could provide, but she wasn't going to be nurturing or protecting nobody, not me anyway. While I understand that, I can also admit it. And I can admit to all of you that honestly, I was making my own choices at probably around 14, 15. That had nothing to do with, you know, what she was pretending to teach me while feeding me to a heroin addict. But you know, hey, that doesn't mean she's the one making choices for me as an adult. I could have chose to pimp women and men. My father was a pimp. She chose to be a RN, but she had some real powerful monster shit behind that. I chose to be an RN because I was seeking my humanity, right? So we get to make choices. And we get to decide that people do not have access to us. We get to decide they don't have access to our spirit, our emotions, our minds, our physical selves. We get to decide that. And we don't need to, we don't have to. Maybe you want to, and that's your business, but we don't need to. Um, we really, as Black women, Black girls, Indigenous women, Indigenous girls, we don't need the rest of you. You need us. We're not the ones trying to come up with a plan to destroy you, but you damn sure spend all night and all day doing that very thing. Don't you have something to eat or some like a bungee jumping to do or some shit? Leave Black women the fuck alone. We are not trying to do all of or any of that with you. Okay. And for those of us who are trying to do that because we like it when you drink our blood and we like we're going to stay addicted to our suffering or whatever it is, then y'all can take them with you or they can decide to go with you or whatever and take out preferences and all that good stuff too. Because what I found is, ooh, life is kind of cool and relaxed without y'all around getting mad because I laughed out loud or I walked through a parking lot looking fly as fuck. And now I done rose your eye or some other bullshit. or that you are feeling particularly whatever the fuck it is today, and you saw me as a Black woman and you wanted to let me know that I'm beautiful to you, and blah blah blah, and yada yada. You know how many people stop me in a parking lot? It's not a one-off with you people. It's every other 5 seconds. Because really, you're not telling me that I'm beautiful. What you're telling me is, oh, I deigned to, you know, let you know that I'm not racist and I need your approval on that. Girl, if you don't get the hell out of here. I was just thinking about something. Now I done lost it because you done interrupted me moving from my car to my thing. And now I need to pay you attention because you crave the attention of Black women and Black girls. You crave everything about us. So you're always on us. You are always trying to be in our environment. And I understand it because we naturally will heal people. We don't even know that's what we're doing. We wonder why we so drained and over it, okay? But we are, some of us are natural healers too. And we don't even realize because we're not taking the time to explore who we are and then deciding what we want for our lives, what path we're going to follow. And you are grown, you get to make choices. Yes, these environmental things do have an effect on you, but you get to choose that you are going to embrace your power. You get to choose what you believe about yourself. You ain't got to believe what people have been printed on you, girl. Okay, you might not want to use me as example, but look at me. I don't give a damn what people think. Girl, I don't care. Really? Oh, really? What I do care about is, was I communicating the way I intended? You know, I do care about that. So that's why I will listen to what people are telling me about what I said and how it hit them or something like that. Or I didn't really explain myself right because I have a tendency to just be in my own head and just come out of my mouth with stuff that people are like, what the fuck, what you did? Why did you just say Z for no reason? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I was just following my own rabbit holes down, you know. I hate rabbits. But anyway, yeah. So
You got
I just feel like, Michaela, I wish I had the damn thing. I'm sorry. I noticed this about like 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, babe. I really am. She been telling me you better go take your medicine. But um I I just know that we have, you and I in particular, Auntie D, we have such opportunity in 2024. And I think, you know, I don't like this said, and I may cut this part from here if I knew how, but I might do it. Okay. So because I need to pretend I never said this, and we cannot ever. I think it's because I haven't had my medication or something. So I'm about to say something very humanistic and loving and caring, but we cannot be spreading that it came from me. Okay.
we gonna disavow any knowledge
Yeah.
of your action.
Yeah. Thank you, because I have a reputation to uphold, um, of, you know, alleged violence and stuff. So, um. when as Black women, Black girls, indigenous women, and indigenous girls go, so goes the world. When I understand that one of the key elements to human evolution and life is the ocean, then I'm going to try to protect the ocean, because despite the monster in me, despite the apex predator, my role as God is born is really to help humanity evolve. So if I detect that we are going counter to that and we're destroying, say, like the air, right? Then I have to do whatever it takes as a follower of segment to stop that destruction. because actually it is necessary for the evolution and the growth of creation and humanity as we know it now. Um, when you are trying to destroy Black women and Black girls and Indigenous women and girls, you are trying to destroy the very element that can correct your dumb ass bullshit. And I, on my path, cannot allow that. So if what you're doing is deciding to destroy an elemental part of the evolutionary process of humanity as we know it, then I cannot agree with that, get with that. I work in opposition to that. So that's the way it is. Now, you can decide to save your own selves. But I have to hold the ocean, the air, the sun, the environment, creation sacred, uplifted, and protected just for the mere fact that we need all of it. It doesn't need us. And we don't get to destroy large swaths of it just because we're covetous or someone else ate at our souls because that's what human hominids tend to do. And I will disavow that later that I care about
Yeah,
all of
that
you.
we'll disavow that
Yeah.
happened.
Mhm.
Um, as we go into 2024, although of course I have a very different way of coming at the same thing.
Mhm.
Mankind, taking men and women together, were not put on this earth to destroy it. But we have seen, it is not arguable from history, that men have led the charge to even destroy the whole earth and would do it to the moon and Mars if they could, in order to set up a throne of delusion. And there are women who are willing to go along with this as well. This is wickedness. I don't have to have the same view on the cosmology as love does to know that people doing this are trying to arrogate the right to be Satan's idea of God, to want to reign over it, but have no ability, nor responsibility, nor concern about taking care of it, and willing to break it
Mhm.
all down in order to hold on to their delusion just a little longer.
Mhm.
As someone who is a gendered it out queen priestess of the Most High God in Christ, one
Mhm.
of the reasons that I am still here in the earth, and if you are a Christian, you're not here to pay your tithes. You are here to resist evil, such that there are certain things that are prophesied cannot even happen while we are in the earth because we are standing here empowered by the Holy Spirit of God to keep those things. You're not here to give TD Jakes his next 9-figure amount to play with next year. Some of the things that you're supposed to do, you can check anybody. True religion before the Father is undefiled, that you take care of the widows and the orphans. And that would, of course, by those day standards, that's where your single mothers come from. And keep yourself unspotted from the world. You're not supposed to be chasing the evil that you see other people doing.
Mhm.
You can vet any Christian ministry and any Christian person by how well they're doing with this. We're not here. There is a place in the Bible where it says, I will destroy them who destroy the earth. Because the earth does not belong to these no good men and the women that follow them. The earth is Lord and full thereof. That's going to be addressed. Now, Love and I are going to disagree about the identity of who's going to address it. But
Mhm.
understand, it going to be addressed. So in 2024, may I
Mhm.
suggest we've given you 7.5 hours of information. And it's that important. I missed my authors meeting. I'll catch up next year. We were just in a good spot. We just couldn't break it up. But we wanted to spend this time with you to make sure that you understand that we've talked about a bunch of different issues. We're quite sure whether religion should be number 9 or somewhere higher up, though. I think we still a lot of
I
work
think
with
it
that.
should be higher up because it's very important. Um, it is the core of, it's the balance of who we are. I
Yeah, a
think.
lot
I
of
mean,
what we believe
yeah.
really does impact, and what
Hmm.
the detail that we have really impacts what we do. Because if you were a well-informed Christian, you would know tithing is not for you. That commandment was given to the Jewish priesthood. You are a
Hmm.
priest after the order of Melchizedek, who knew who the Most High God was before Abraham got there.
Hmm.
So, but again, study that. But what I'm saying is, whatever it is you're doing, don't do it out of ignorance. Don't do it out of fear in 2024. If we don't leave you with anything else, you have a right to determine how you're going to spend your own time and money. You
Hmm.
have a right to take in information. You have a right to your own history.
Hmm.
You have a right to know that Septima Clark did a lot of that civil rights work that you're living in today. So you don't think there's another movie coming out. Bayard Rustin is finally getting his movie as a member of as a gay black man and getting his credit. But if Septima
Hmm.
Clark doesn't put the plan together, so so then you got to ask yourself, if Septima did this and Bayard did this, then Martin Luther King and Coretta was the face. See, you get to ask these questions. You get to ask these questions about how do we know that Jonathan Majors didn't do any study, because we know that Martin Luther King would have told him the difference between an 18-year-old white girl and have your Coretta Scott King, because we got tapes on that.
Hmm.
You have the right to go find out that the actual woman king is Queen Amani Renas, and that she basically is the only person who held it down for the next 1,800 years. Hannibal did his best, but he lost. It would be till Menelik II before
Well, he
anybody could really say
converted.
it.
He joined. Yeah, he went back through in Spain. That's how you got Moors. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, that's true. The Moors kind of did come up there and take. If you take that whole 1,200 years, then you got Moors that come through there afterwards as well. But the point I'm trying to make is all this history is there. You need to know who Queen Azinga, Queen Amani Renas, Nefertiti, Hatshepsut, Nanny of the Maroons, Stagecoach Mary. You need to know who some of these people are. You need to know who Septima Clark, Fannie Lou Hammer. You need to know that Martin Luther King did not even have the idea. It was Mahalia Jackson with that amazing voice who said, "Tell them about the dream, Martin," because she could project that
Hmm.
big contralto over that crowd and be
Hmm.
heard. And
Hmm.
so his most iconic speech was not even his idea. You need to understand that you have the right to step into using what you have. There is a reason I can give 7.5 hours to this today, because I'm able to have streams of income that come in whether I'm doing this or something else. Well, y'all see me out there on the climb. I have a right to set up my life that way. And I will say, for credit, if you do have one of those situations where grandfather and grandmother did their job, I didn't choose that, but it's my job to make the best of it in order to move the service forward. Like Dr. Desi Webster taught my grandmother, and also taught my father, and also taught my mother, who then actually I was in her class one time before she passed away. So actually all of us literally have been taught by her. So that we were able to take what we were able to do, and Mr. Webster did his job, just like my grandfather did. Confidence left about good soldiers, good workers. And by the way, how powerful is that? A gentleman named Otto von Bismarck took 360 different principalities to do evil with the principle. But it actually can work. Master to master, that's a different show. Y'all, we, today is, well, where you are, it's already the 30th. And if I don't get some collard greens real soon, I'm probably going to fall out and wake up on the 30th. 7.5 hours is a long time without meal. But it was important that we do this.
Yes.
Y'all,
Very.
please understand, you are enslaved to no one. Just to give you how serious this is, confidence with Love and I, Auntie Love and I only disagree by one man in all of history in terms of males being given respect like that. We differ only by one. It's a big difference. There's eternal consequence, but I'm just saying Neither of us are people. The men I respect because they do what men are supposed to do, and they are a minority. I hate that, but it is what it is. We only differ by one, because my Bible clearly said it is better to trust in the Lord and put confidence in men. Oh, wait, that means I was never supposed to be out here pastor worshiping? Wait,
Nope.
wait. Does that mean I'm not supposed to be relying on men to provide my sense of self? Does that mean that if I stop going to church and I had a Bible and I work with like-minded black women, we actually could, because women like myself have the knowledge and we could teach one another and we never have to go pay a tithe again? Does that actually mean that we don't need them for everything? According to that same Bible, we say that we read. That's even before you go over here. Before you can go over here, for those of you that choose to go over there, that's going to take you even further out. But it's like the other thing, there is no box. You get to choose where you are. Please do not feel like your whole existence is to be in bondage to what everybody else wants. I don't care who that is. I don't care who that is. You choose what you commit to. And I would suggest you not commit to people who do not commit to you on any level. Auntie Love will tell you in her relationship with the goddesses that there are benefits provided that she knows about. I can't argue with that. Of course, now as a well-informed Christian, I know that any spiritual system that has real spirits involved pay what they promise, at least up front. That's another conversation. You've got to be careful out there for another day. But I would not be a Christian had I not been convinced by the relationship. So if this is true above, then it needs to be true with other mortal human beings. You ought not to allow godlings and godlingettes into your life. Godling consort. I know we're taking them, we coming up with new words because we invented language. So you have godlings and godlingettes and godling consorts and all these people. You have passer and passerettes and all this other stuff.
And all
What are
that
we doing?
ridiculosity.
The ridiculosity of the whole idea that you're gonna let all these little wannabes determine what you do with your life. No, you take care of yourself and your children. And if you meet a good man, great. The same Bible says it's just as good for you to be single as it is for the men to stay single. 1 Corinthians 7. I keep mentioning this because I know that Christian women, we just were all taught that the whole point of our lives was to find ourselves a good church man. Y'all ain't ready for the story, but I didn't tell y'all about church man who tried to use me as a beard. Y'all ain't ready for that story. Not today. See, them TD Jakes type, there's more of them than you think. But if you think your whole purpose in life is to be a helpmeet to some man, who just said that recently? There's no purpose to a woman except to be a helpmeet. Any woman who thinks that she's more than that is mistaken. I'm like, you haven't read 1 Corinthians 7 yet, have you? And that man was at least 80. And I'm like, if you ain't read it by now, it ain't my job to tell you. It's my job to go click.
And Jimmy Crack Corn, I don't care what you think.
Exactly. It's just like, you exist as, oh, by the way, can I just say this as we on our way out? Because if I fall over and die, to make sure that y'all know this, because you get iron loss when
we ain't having Mother and Father Matthews on my tail.
Well, that's why I came upstairs because I knew he was going
consequences, and I'm not gonna. No,
I came upstairs because I knew that pretty soon he was gonna come looking. So that's why we had to go ahead and move, because I knew it was gonna start after me. So I had to come check in with with Mother and Father, let them know I was alive. But can I just say this, y'all? In 2024, do not be tyrannized by anyone that with the fiat power vested in your finger. Before we even talk about, okay, we learned today that we were reminded today that we are the mothers of all creation. Look, if I exist to you at a click of a finger and I can disappear, well, didn't quite disappear because I got my avatar up there. But if that's all there is, do not be tyrannized by anybody that disappears. I'll do it this way. Do not be tyrannized by anyone that disappears with the fiat of your finger. I need y'all to please, because I'm out here watching videos about, okay, here's what's going on in the crypto market. Y'all got about 4.5 hours to get your 4.5 months left from January to get your positions together. There's a book out there about it, a new one. Someone wrote that. You got
The
about 40.
bestseller.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a bet. I have to
bestseller.
get used to saying it.
Wait, do I get the colors is popping, girl? Bestseller. Okay,
So
you in
I'm out
true.
here watching those. My video feed is feeding me things about when the bull run is over, we're gonna be able to make money because we can do something called short selling, which means no matter what the market does, we make money. I'm learning, I'm studying that now. I'll send that to love. I have dropped that in Discord for you. There's companies where other
Okay,
people are doing research about companies they're getting ready to short and why and all the details. Like you can find out that you can short Enron 5, 6, 7, 8 months before everybody else knew it. That kind of information. Oh, and by the way, it's available for free download, people.
oh, you mean
My
you
algorithm
tell me
is
I'm gonna
feeding
get
me men.
Congress information? How they have all the information about what to invest, when to toss it, when to this and that. I thought y'all was
Uh-huh.
supposed to know that. Oh,
Weiss ratings and
oh,
Muddy Waters research. I'm putting that
okay.
out there for everybody listening. So my algorithm feeds me men that actually benefit my life at this point. My algorithm feeds me men that give me information that's going to allow me to make my life better and make your life better. Uh, I do not allow my finger to not go and use its elemental existing power to go and click off people. All I need to see now is the title. I'm like, you said, what about black women? Bye. We're not putting our blood pressure up. Bye. Oh, let me take your channel and pre-block because I'm about to talk about you and you ain't talking back. Bye. I'ma
Mm-hmm.
need us. We talk about the addiction to suffering. I'ma need us to get real serious on practicing in our online life. It's like I tell you, if you get tired of hearing about the Lord Jesus Christ, that's okay. It may not be the channel for you. Just like if you don't want to hear about Sekhmet and goddesses, you probably want to move on from confidence with love because we ain't changed on here. But you do not have to keep coming and being mad at anybody because if we catch you, we're gonna block you anyway. But don't come up there and act a fool. Just move on. Well, here's the other thing: don't go listen to other people act a fool. A man needs to lie to me one time, and because I've practiced that online now in the last 18 months more than I was in the previous 6, because we got enough time. I've been quiet about a bunch of stuff, but we just had enough time being quiet about it.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in a 6 month time period where I was entertaining foolery twice and 3 times a week, I was entertaining more of it in my real life. And when I stopped entertaining that in my online life as a moderator
Mm-hmm.
for the Themis and Thoth show, the rest of my life got better because I was able to be consistent in my practice. It's just like we talked about 7 hours and 40 minutes ago. How it does not matter, man, woman, child. Well, not we're gonna leave the children out. Mole, bull, gopher, to greens, beans, tomatoes, potatoes, lambs, rams, vermin, the humans. You roll up on confidence with love, you're gonna die. You roll up on, you're gonna die. It's real simple, y'all. She's consistent. You don't do that. So what you do in your online life, and I'll probably have to make a separate video to explain this. What you practice, and I actually got this from a black woman. My view, my opinion. Sherelle said, "What you practice in your online life and who you entertain, because the brain does not know the difference between a intense screen experience and your real life. If you cover for people and you keep on listening to you because he's a good singer, he's a good speaker, you will meet some people in real life who will do this to you. I need us to take the easy way of breaking our addiction to suffering. Use that index finger you got. And I
Mm-hmm.
need you to take that finger, and when people try to demean you, when people try to tell you less than, when people try to pick fights with you with no good reason, folks out here waving Nazi flags and they ain't saying nothing about that. You just need to take that, see that finger? You just need to take that finger and you need to use your elemental power
Mm-hmm.
and you need to stop them. And the more you practice that, the more it becomes part of you. And then you clear space for you to then be like, okay, if my algorithm isn't feeding me that, then the algorithm will find something else. And eventually, if you're consistent in watching things that uplift you, I have so many beautiful black women in my algorithm now. I have so many beautiful black women in my algorithm now, talking about things that I want to talk about. I have a safe viewing experience on YouTube. I even managed to tame Facebook now. And let me tell you something else that happens. Facebook and YouTube can be trained to truth to feed you reasonable men. Now, not necessarily that you want to marry or be under their authority, but in terms of doing business, eventually you can train these guys and be like, okay, I want to talk to you. I might want to talk to you about this. You can train these. You can what now? Master the masters. Lovely Austin. You can do this with your social media, and this is practice because the more you consistently practice, the more you will see the results. So understand that you're not enslaved. If anybody coming up on your screen, you get tired of it, back. Practice it. And then as you practice that, you also be able to develop the mental and emotional fortitude. It's just like she talked about. I learned how to do this because I have these walking poles. So I'll sometimes get my walking poles, get my fingers together, and then do what I saw her do on the video. Pretending there's a trigger guard.
Yes.
Click.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I learned how to do this. So California is doing what it's doing, but still, I got to pass a mental evaluation in San Francisco to get a concealed carry and have fun with that. But you begin to look at things that teach you how to do things. Your algorithm begins to readjust itself to teach you things you want to know about. You want to know more about Christianity? For real? There are a lot of Black woman content creators that can help you with that. You want to learn about the goddesses? For real? There's not as many, but they're out there. You want to
Mama
learn about
T.
finance? Yeah, there's enough of them out there. There's not a lot, but there's not as many as there are, let's say, Christians, but because the way the Black community just traditionally is. You want to learn about crypto? For real? Not the scammers? They're out there. You want to learn about people
She's
who
right
are
there.
well, yeah. Well, I mean,
She's right there. I'm just saying, she right there. You want to
yeah,
learn about crypto?
I am right here. I wasn't thinking that I was right here because the ocean doesn't think about being right here. But yeah, I'm kind of here. I'm kind of Pacific Ocean
Right,
because I'm West Coast. You know what I'm saying?
right there.
Um, if you want to learn about healthy relationships, for those of you who are still interested in that, there are a lot of channels that have healthy interracial relationships, and there is a minority for those of you that are interested in that. There are even healthy Black couples, healthy Black couples, and you can watch them and determine. Try to look at what woman is speaking as well, and I'm just saying, you have the power to practice changing your environment at this close to you.
Yes.
And when you get used to doing that, it's like I have to take these fingers and make decisions and records for 9 figures worth of stuff for 500 different people. I wasn't as conscious of what I was doing before. Taking confidence with love's course, self-confident Black. We say it again. She's right there. She no wait. Oh, my right, your left. Right there. She's right there. Right there. You go through that course and you confront the things about you. I went in a servant of the Most High God. I came out the same way because that is who I am. It helped me to crystallize that because a lot of the other stuff that I was dealing with, it helped me realize that has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with the service to whom I actually owe service because I have chosen the one who has chosen me. All this other stuff, all these other people are demanding. You will be able to go in there and figure out how much of the stuff am I doing is because I've been told I have to do it and how much has been piled on. Again, that's the limited fingers. Take your Christmas money, invest in yourself. Get Christmas money, invest in yourself. Over here, go do that. You have so much that you can do. My book is a Kindle download. It's $4.99 for your Kindle Mind, $9.99 paperback on time. So under 10. But you use your fingers. It's $4.99. It shows up on the screen. You read it. I'm accessible. I got a YouTube channel. You got questions, you ask. I answer them. And eventually there's enough people that are interested in, we'll find an appropriate price point. Because we talked about how we choose our own worth. We'll find an appropriate point. You have so much data. If you want to know about Black women's history, hello, I can get you quite a long way in terms of the United States of America. But if you really want to start digging into the snack, right, she's right here. You have so many resources instead of continually listening to these people. Do y'all know that at this point, Mr. Winter is coming as dust, May 5th, 2022?
And something else that you know like you were saying, we're it just hit me. You were saying again, we determine our own worth. I want to put this out for 2024 too. As Black women, there are a lot of Black women um on TikTok, on YouTube. They have smaller channels like I do, um, or less people than I do, or more, or whatever. And they are adding real value to our lives. Like, they're giving us information, resources, all of these things, and they're adding
Right.
real value that we can take and put into action. Well, that's pretty typical of Black women, in a work environment, no matter what the work environment is. And what I'm seeing is that a lot of people, especially like on TikTok, are 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 really talking about with one another, or in general, how much since the Black Girl Follow train that they have learned about actual
Yep.
history, actual resources, actual solutions to everyday issues, problems, experiences. Um, we are a incredible source of education, experience, and spirituality. And so people are really are there are Black women out here just adding a lot of value, and instead of constantly taking um from you, you're not getting, you know
Right.
things in return that you can use or not use, or decide not to, or whatever. And so I'm gonna tell y'all, um, yeah, I'm not free anymore. Okay, I'm not free. Um, I've done a lot over the years as an advocate for all children, and then of course I've advocated for Black men, you know, in my distant past. However, um, I won't be doing anything for free, okay, any longer. Like this site that me and Auntie D are on, it it's it actually costs to have StreamYard, you know, for me to have a StreamYard, or Miss D to have a StreamYard, or whatever. Those things, because we see it's adding value to you, we will a lot of us will like get these subscriptions so that we can, reach more people or things like that. I'm gonna need us to understand that just like you don't go to McDonald's and quibble over what a two piece of whatever the hell they got is, or how many fries or something, how much a fry should cost or something. You don't get to do that with Black women. Okay. If you don't like it, then go somewhere else. But it has irked me for a very long time, the numbers of us who tithe to people do not add value, but actually take, and then not only eat off you, but then it's not just spiritually eating off you, it's not just fiscally eating off of you, it is the whole combination of it. And then trying to ensure that your children will be proper prey as well.
Right. It's generational
Yeah,
consumption.
yeah. So um if you don't have a problem with um Susan backing up her Kia with stuff she, stole from some other originator, and you gonna pay her, and she don't know the first thing about taking care of children or anything because somebody took care of her and hers. So, if you know, I know we look at the value of people based on the patriarchy, meaning, um, what the patriarchy says is worthy or not, or who is worthy or not. And I'm going to tell you, as a goddess born, yeah, we are not going to be doing that with me. Not another year. I've given so much information over the years, and it costs me to gain that information. Not only my time, not only my eyes, you know, not only my mind, but it has cost me actual cash dollars. My degrees and degrees for Black women, because we don't generally get football, whatever's, um, or basketball or some shit. Oh, my degrees, I had to pay for them,
And
and they
full.
cost big money because Black women and Black girls don't get that kind of we ain't, most of us are not legacies, most of us are not, whatever degrees that we get, we are paying big money. And and that translates into me being able to provide, whoever's listening, with information that they can use and make actionable. So just, you can go pay for a TD Jakes. Go for it. Okay.
Actually, please
Maybe he's
don't.
got
But
solutions to critical issues. Maybe he's got what we're doing, which is take, we're looking at how we can build infrastructure, and we're breaking those down into pieces, and then we're connecting with the Black women who either already have organizations or they already are that, and just trying to interconnect us, and make sure that we have a uh, a matriarchal communal, just, um ability to bring ourselves together, and deal with problems from different perspectives, manage them like project management. Everybody plays their part. We do what we do, and then we solve the problem. Then we can go on our own ways and do whatever the hell else. Um, just like Auntie D has her channel, I have this channel or the other channel, or something, and then we together we have Noir Aunties, right? And you're seeing two very different women with very different backgrounds, with incredible education, yes, but we chose to do that. We don't have any more time than anybody else. If it, if the it depends on how you look at time. So when I hear Black women tell me things, and it may be because you don't know, all of my past or whatever. But when I hear Black women say, well, you have time to be reading, I'd be having to, no, don't do that. You don't know what I've done. Okay. What I did was I I stopped the black male carnage in my life, and I wasn't giving energy to that anymore, and picking drama and choosing to stay addicted to my suffering. I chose to do some things to break me from that and form other habits that helped me to reach the outcomes that I was going for. That's all. I made a different choice than I was making before. That's it.
that's it. The
Nothing
accumulation.
special. It ain't nothing special. I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't nothing special. I just figured out that I was my problem, you know, because I was putting all of these things in my own environment by choice. So I just eliminate some of these things. I was like, let me see, what would it be like without having to deal with black men playing gaslighting games and, doing all these tricks and this and that, but can't um take responsibility and accountability for shit that they do. What would that be like? So I figured I would try it, and I loved it. I love it. Yeah. So once I was able to redirect these energies away from things, because of my addiction to suffering, then I have more time to go and read books instead of running behind the next drama filled, video I was in. because I was all in all the drama junkie videos. Okay. So, I stopped being what do they call it? A video girl, video vixen for the drama junkie stuff. Okay. I just chose to take, to not, to take a 12, what is it, a 12-step program and just get kick the habit. So you get to choose that too, or you get to choose not to. However, we're not gonna be not paying for information that is working and
Mhm.
helping us. I'm just not
And
I'm not gonna do that. Girl, we all know my belief that I'm beyond worth, okay? But I believe that about other Black women. And if that's not your thing and whatever, then go and take your tail over there to. I think they made up some other follow trains after the one that we originated. They other groups. Just take yourself over there to them different demographics and see what you get.
it ain't gonna compare.
Yeah.
The other thing to think about is money, but also time. I'm a
Mhm,
little bit more relaxed on the money aspect
mhm.
than love is. But what
No,
you're not
no,
gonna have,
no. Oh yeah, I'm not relaxed on the part where
not at
you're.
all. Yeah,
No.
you're not relaxed at all on
Yeah.
that. I'm a
Mm-mm.
little bit more relaxed
Mhm.
because I have such a passion for people to get this information. But what you're not gonna always have is time.
Yeah.
I, women like me, see, the thing about it is, whereas it's 10 o'clock, I gotta eat these collard greens, but I also need to tell you this. What you're not always gonna have is time for me to be here till 10 o'clock my time. I know it's you giving us very freely of your time, even though you're not giving up your money. The luxury of having time to be able to minister is not always going to be here. I have two aging parents. They're doing wonderfully well. Mother and Father Matthews are in good health. That will not persist. Not that much longer. It could still be 5, 10, 20 years. I don't know. But because they're human, they have to pass on to the next stage. And there's a process that goes with that. Any of you who've been through it, I went through it with my grandmother. It's a process. Or because I have a bestseller book, there may be time that I have to then spend getting that position for different things.
Mhm.
Meaning that Love and I may not be, she may write her eighth book and have that happen too, or something may happen. What I want us to understand in 2024, redeem the time. Scripture says, redeeming the time for the days of evil. Redeem the time because you don't know if that Republican playbook is going into play January 20th, 2025. Even if it doesn't, you think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are your friends? Redeem the time. Because, if Kamala Harris, it is Kamala, rise with Pamela. If Kamala Harris was a real friend, she would have called Dr. Jackie and said, wait a minute, weren't you just up here telling me about this and how you going to be? She ain't going to, I live in California. Trust and believe Kamala Harris is not your friend. She was our district attorney out here in San Francisco. Someday I'll tell that story. She stood up here talking about, yeah, I'm going to put $100 million. That's 100 houses in San Francisco. That's it. That sounded cute. Redeem the time in 2024.
And,
Nothing is
and
guaranteed.
and Dr. Jackie does not represent pregnant Black women or whatever. So
No, but I'm just
um
saying,
I know you ain't
we
about to give no put her in charge of nothing, because that
no,
would be nothing.
absolutely. But
And you
see,
can't, in fact, you shouldn't be picking nobody, Kamala. Okay.
exactly, you just
I'm
the
just telling
vice
you right now.
president. You just the
No,
vice
but not only
president.
that, you're not really into Black women and Black girls.
Well, there's that.
And
Okay,
yeah, I don't see all of these first ladies and these vice president first ladies or whatever, second ladies or whatever, get together and come up with a whole damn project on that they make their baby. And
that's
so
true.
you try to tell me that the people who put you in office, literally put your ass in office, refuse to go to the polls unless he picked you or another black woman. Girl, you do have to tell me that you haven't taken the time to cultivate that and
I
like
hadn't
look
even
out
thought
for the
about that.
very, because here we go again. You needed us. There has
Jay ain't
been
got no
no
respect.
other woman vice president, and this is a very uh uh patriarchal, supremacist land,
And we
United
put you
States.
there anyway.
And we black women put you there and told him he couldn't go to office if you
Didn't go.
didn't go. And you haven't made not 1 minute of time.
Not there.
You didn't get a group together,
Not there wanted.
a committee of black women, nothing. You couldn't do that. You couldn't grab some black girls with the black women and get the whole diaspora of us. Like you couldn't even do it. Like you couldn't do that. Like you didn't have to be there at the committee meetings and shit. But you and then you were only gonna pick, well, I don't know, AKAs, girl. No, no, ma'am, because it wasn't just AKAs that put your ass in that vice president's seat chair.
Mm-mm.
So if you think, you people globally or whatever, that we need you more than you need us, girl, please, you are literally killing us.
And this is the thing. Again, no matter who wins the next, don't get so caught up on the election. Redeem the time.
Mhm,
Because there is nobody going to go into office that is
mhm,
going to look out for us. It just isn't going to happen. It does not matter when the Heritage Playbook goes into operation. If you kind of paying attention, that playbook has actually been in operation. I was born in 1981, January 15th.
it's
Ronald
been,
Reagan was inaugurated on January the 20th.
girl, it's been,
So it's
they
been
just
that
been,
playbook,
yeah,
that specific version of the playbook. Before then,
yes, has
the
been since
playbook
Reagan. Mhm.
was the the Daughters of the Confederacy, Mothers of Massive
Yeah,
Resistance. I think is the book that
because
I'm
they
trying to think
see
about.
that, for because in their minds Ronald Reagan is a godling. You know,
Yes,
he said what white women told him to say. That's how he got to be a godling in their world.
I always
So,
thought Nancy was more
so
powerful than he was, but that's a
yeah,
different
I'm
conversation.
just telling y'all what. So then that leads us to our final question here. Why don't we have a playbook
Yeah,
of how things are going to go for black women, black girls, and our, cacophony of children?
and
Now,
question.
why don't we have a playbook? Why are we allowing other people to write playbooks that decide things for, about, to us? Why don't we have a playbook? What is our fear of coming together and creating our own infrastructure and playbook that I can guarantee you, soon as you create it, like the Detroit Birth Center, here comes some white people. Oh, you're giving us such a great care over here as the black women who are primary founders of this and who are now going around the country helping other people to build black woman and black child centered care around pregnancy, delivery, and postpartum. Because the black women who designed this, who founded this, are not excluding
Other people.
anyone. What they're telling you is, we're going to do this based off our culture, which is very much about having that life is a great thing, and we're going to do everything we can to celebrate the life that you're bringing into this world, not to work to
Make
have you
cattle from the
bleed out or
drums.
something. Okay,
Yes,
so in terms of that, they are going to make sure that anybody that they take care of, because
it's good.
they will, right, is going to get that same home loving, um matriarch who knows everybody in the community, like my great grandmothers, right? You're gonna get that same type of care before we all integrated and went into white hospitals. And you know, we're gonna get the you know the the whole just experience of bringing happiness and joy and celebration around bring creating a life in our body and bringing this life to the world. That's what we're going to celebrate. So why don't we have our own playbook again? Because I'm confused. Why are we allowing other people to tell us what we're going to do and how we're going to do it and how much they're going to not pay us?
Yeah.
Okay. And how they're going to use our incredible talents and powers and then tell us we're call us start calling us names, baby mamas and crazy shit. Okay. You must be talking about your preference, hooker. I know you didn't just call me a baby mama. I am a single black mother and proud because I did something that most of you demographics wouldn't even have the courage not one day to do. You just mad because I'm cute while I did it.
Basically,
And I made it
basically,
look easy, even though it wasn't. Even though you kept trying me. Yeah, I made it look easy. Because I didn't follow by your foolish ass rules. That's what I learned being a single black mother. That ain't nobody coming. That's what I learned. That I had to make it happen. And I had to make these things possible. I had to provide, I had to protect, and I had to love up on my children and the other children in the community because they have an effect on my children.
I take care of all of them. Yeah.
So when the other children in the community come over to my house, yeah, you gonna work. Oh, definitely. However, you gonna get fed, you gonna get fussed out, and I'm gonna listen to what's going on with you. And I'm gonna step in when I feel where I feel I need to protect you when I feel like you don't have a voice because you're a child, right? I've done that for friends of my kids. I've done that for children in the community that my kids didn't know. So I'm telling you, if that's the caliber of who I am and how I'm rolling, what kind of playbook do you think you can make up that you think I need to follow with? That I'm gonna get with your little laws and rules. First of all, hooker, I'm an outlaw. I'm definitely not following nothing you say. Not when I read your little nonsense uh uh 2025 version of the slave code.
And
Girl, who
ain't
are you
got
talking
ne'er man in office who could even enact it. On top of all that, y'all
to?
ain't
Yeah.
even trained your sons to even be able to do the work.
So you saying what? Girl, nobody doing that. And you know what else I'm gonna do? Here's the other way I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna make sure that we take your men. Cause I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all. If they go soldier for somebody, they need to soldier for some people who actually care about humanity. Okay. So we're not doing this anymore. 2024, girl, we're not doing this anymore. We just not. No, you ain't writing no playbook that you getting ready to try to make black women uh, harness our powers to do whatever. To girl, get your ass out of here. And this mess where you keep trying to tell us how we're going to educate our children, girl. If I really use the power of my voice, I will stop. I will help to convey and communicate to black women that why are you letting people who despise you teach your children?
In the first place. As
They don't
someone who
want
was
nothing good for your
homeschooled,
children. Now you want something good for their children. Because every
but they
time you
don't.
see a black woman coming through with this and that, here she comes trying to make things good for all these people. But and we will always be that way in general about children as a whole. That's more natural to Black women. However, you think you're gonna write something and you think you're gonna put it into place, and you think you're gonna make me as a grown woman or my daughter as a grown woman do what now? Or you gonna dictate what is gonna happen with my children, how they're gonna be enslaved to you again? Bitch, I know you done lost your mind. No, we're not doing any of that. So I need to know, Black women, as we roll into 2024, what y'all about to do. What you gonna do? You gonna keep putting up with this? Because we all know I'm not gonna put up with it with you. So where is our playbook? I don't want to hear anything about who did what next if y'all don't come up with some solutions and let me see you putting it into action.
Be great to
That's
have
what I
a.
need to see.
It would be wonderful to have a Noir Auntie show next year. We just showcase people getting into action. I mean, we're
Hmm.
gonna bring
I would
Kiana's gonna
love
be up
that.
talk about her book because she really put out some information that was beautiful. We had True Mystique
I
on.
Yeah.
We want to be able to feature more of you who are putting solutions out, putting information out, and walking by that information. There it
Yeah, level
is.
up single mom. Another beautiful cover because it's just the most gorgeous woman on there. Look
I
at her.
know she's so beautiful.
She
It is
is
not even.
gorgeous, girl. She did. Ooh, ooh.
She's
Look at that
beautiful.
beautiful woman.
And
Yes. Please
restoring
find
dignity.
it.
We
Mhm.
want you to have tools and then come back and share so
Yes.
that we can let one another know. We would love to be able to feature you putting out things. I'm putting out a carrot because as Black women, we often are underrepresented in seeing ourselves in this way. So
Yes.
as we roll into 2024, there are a lot of conversations. If you've noticed on my channel, there's a lot of conversations we have not had. There's a lot of stuff that happened that I have not mentioned it because it's not helping us get anywhere. You know, confidence, love, Auntie Love ain't with fools in the city house, so there's a whole lot of things that just ain't even important enough. But as you clear that space as we go into this new year, and you discover what you're able to do to better your situation, know that you have support out here, and that we can see to it that you receive big upping. I think we
Mhm.
showed True a good time. We
Yes.
about to show Kiana a good time.
Yes.
We're going to give her all the props in the world, and to give you in the long run all the props in the world for bringing solutions to the table.
Mhm.
Uh, Kiana has a playbook. I have a playbook. True Mystique's got some books of her own we're gonna be talking about at some point in the next year.
Yep.
So it's not like you can't. Amazon is free, y'all. Get it together. I know this great editor, that same True Mystique. If she's busy, I might be able to look over it for you for a reasonable price as well. But she's much better at it because she's got the AI tools and is in better practice. She's just busy because, like I said, time, having access to people at low cost and low time does not happen forever. Take advantage of 2024. You're getting a whole fresh year. Take that year, redeem the time. Do the things that you have been given to do, not what everybody else is giving you to do, but what you have been created to do. Discover it, work with
Yes.
it.
Mhm.
You do not need to. Who is the sister that wrote the book Volunteer Slavery? Yeah, I need to
Oh,
be in that book. That ain't got to be your playbook. Don't do it.
it
She
really
used to
don't.
work for one of them big newspapers, and you looked at her relationships and you looked at her, and she said at the end of the book, I remember everybody was criticizing her for leaving this big insurance job, and all she told people was, "I'm leaving." And she wrote about the relationships we had with Black men during this time period, and they were just horrible as well. And she said at the end when she left it all, "I'm gonna just go be happy. Please go be happy in 2024. Leave all this other stuff." And as
Mhm.
you go, you'll be getting into the deeper questions and have to make hard decisions. Being serious minded in your faith practice, not always happy, because there's discipline and there's exploration and there's knowing what you're supposed to do and then dealing with your consequences when your behaviors don't add. It's not always going to be happy and joy, but go put down the burden of the foolery and pick up the solutions offered to you. Get a
Mhm.
passport. It's only like $150. That's uh what is that? 10 cups of Starbucks? Well, maybe 20. You got them big venti cups. That's something you learned how to create when you were not watching someone act a fool.
Mhm.
That's a stream of income because all of you have gifts and talents that you can monetize to make 20, 30, 40, 50, $60. That's you doing that twice. Let this be the last year that you live in volunteer slavery. Love and I have now put in what? We put in at least what, 40 hours in the past year, a whole work week, to encourage you. It's up to you now. We'll see you in 2024. Now, we're not going to keep on going over the same old ground. There's other
Mhm.
things we need to talk about. She may not have time. I may not have time. You
And we
know,
evolve. Where you met us is
it's
not
not
where we
you
stay.
are now.
Like
Yeah.
we grow too, right? We are continuing to grow too. So we're not in a static place because we understand we don't have all the knowledge that
No, not yet.
like
There's
we
still so
really,
much stuff out there we got to
yeah,
learn.
we got a
So
lot to
it's
learn,
not even,
right?
it's y'all do not even understand. The more you know, the more you're going to realize.
What
Oh,
you don't
snap.
know.
I guess I'm not the repository of all knowledge after all. I
Yeah.
need to continue to learn. And the more you learn, the more you realize. And that could be scary by itself because that means certainty comes down to very few things. But if we can agree on certainty that Black women are human and entitled to all human goodness and blessings that is available to you, and you are
Hmm.
not less so than any other human being living on the planet Earth, if we can get that nailed down as a certainty in 2023, and you just hit the ground. You don't have to wait till January 1st. Start tomorrow. For some of you on the East Coast, it is tomorrow. Start now.
Yes. Yes.
Nail down on that. You are not less worthy of anything else than anybody else is enjoying. It's just a question of skilling up, eliminating people and things, voles, moles, and other vermin, and other people trying to be vermin, and making room. And just like I said, start with something easy. You listen to people that aren't serving you. Boom, take that finger, make them disappear. Start
You know,
tomorrow.
I'm sure Level Up Mom will talk about this. I hope I hope that this was something that I asked her about recently. And I hope that we can take her level up advice, right?
Yes.
She was saying that um, one of the things that would be very helpful for us as Black women and Black girls who are becoming, young women is to spend time with ourselves, push
Yes.
that what she's saying. I'm gonna push that to the rest of you. I'm sure she will talk about it when she comes on to be celebrated over here on the War Aunties. And also, I have to talk to Auntie D, but we have some other um folks that, like we said, we want to be able to celebrate you. And we see that as a great opportunity to um just have a great time and be happy about the things that you've done, right? Like I would really love to, have Michaela come through. That's not just kind of, it's in my mind. But Auntie D and we actually do way more than 40 hours cumulative, because we actually set up agendas and we talk about things and we go and run and do extra research, or we spend time with especially those people that we're featuring, so that we can make sure that we're celebrating them with the utmost, and that, you know, they're able to express to you where you can find them, how you can get with them, you know, how you can, like, I have a consultation that's going to be coming up with True, right? And we want to be able to do those things with all of the brilliant Black women, you know, in our midst. Um, but what Level Up Single Mom told me about, you know what, if we could just be good with ourselves, if we could just spend time with ourselves. So I would like to put out there for 2024, what if we stop trying to um you know, what if we can feel lonely, and we can feel, we definitely go through our moments of sadness and things like that, and those feelings are real and they're ours. We get to have them. Well, what if we took our focus off of trying to be in relationship with, you know, romantic relationships or whatever? Not that you know, you can keep your focus on it if you want to, but I'm just saying, I don't care who you're trying to be in a romantic relationship with as a Black woman, right? I'm saying, what if you took that time and you really focused on finding yourself, so that when you're ready to get into relationship, a romantic relationship of whatever sort, right? And what I mean by that is whatever level you want to be in a romantic relationship, whether you want to just partner with that person, whether you want to live with that person, whether you want to marry that person, however you do that, okay? What if you took the time to really figure out who you are and what you want? And I mean, I have 60-year-old, 70-year-old women in some cases that really just don't know who they are and what they want. No one's ever asked them for them, just for themselves. I mean, so, so what if you did that? What if you just spent, let's say, the first 6 months of 2024 figuring that out, and that you decided that you were going to then take that to the next level and go, now what do I really want to have happen? What kind of relationships do I want in my life? Do I want healthy, happy relationships where we have some communication even when we don't agree or we're at odds or whatever? You know, I what if we did that? You know, it's a funny thing about my marriage. People be like, "How'd you have a successful marriage?" And you know, people, we do communicate and you know, whatever, and yeah, yada yada, and we have definite differences, right? But one of the things I say to people is like, one of the best ways not to end up in divorce court right away is to get y'all separate blankets for y'all bed. I don't want to share a pillow with you. I love you. I don't want to share a pillow with you. And you sleep, you be just taking the my favorite blanket over there, and then I can't pull it and all this shit. You pissing me off. I want to go to divorce court. I want to skip right over counseling and just go right to divorce court. This is too much for me. I can't be having I no. I'm not sharing I don't share blankets, men, or dessert. So I'm just saying, no.
That would be a great name for your eighth book, by the way,
Yeah, I do, like, really? Stop.
or ninth.
Yeah,
I
because
got one more
because
process.
we going to divorce court with you all over here on my. I don't want to be constantly touched. I'm trying to sleep. I have this thing. I don't know if y'all know this. I don't know if I've ever said it, but I have this thing like the vacation that was it house sitter or something that Latifah's in. That if you wake me up, I'm punching you. Like, okay? Because I be in the deep, you know, deep realm. Okay. Do not wake me up. That is a dangerous thing to do. So, you know, we can plan. our loving interaction and interrelationship. But girl, you can't be waking a sister. You can't be taking no blankets, moving no pillows. Get back. Get back. Okay. Girl, I can't. You can I don't like it. I just don't like it. So let's not go end up in divorce court because all we had to do was get separate blankets. We can share the overall cover and of course, the sheets and stuff on the bed, but we not sharing pillows, we are not sharing blankets, and I'm gonna need a whole king size bed because I need to have space to move my ass. You ain't gonna have me just held up in no whole position all night because that's just how you sleep. Girl, if I lose sleep, we definitely gotta have a divorce. So I
Dang.
didn't, I figured that out. I figured that out. And it has literally saved our marriage. You just don't know. You don't know.
That
Yeah.
that's
Mhm.
things you don't think about until you take time to think about them.
Uh-huh.
For-
Because you're saying you want to live with this person, but girl, what my Aunt
Oh,
Shirley said,
I gotta go
oh,
get my plug because
you don't
otherwise
know.
we gonna leave without meaning to leave.
Listen, no, we are ending this. Good night. I love y'all. Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. Girl.
Bye.
Girl,
Happy
I'm
New
on here
Year.
tomorrow. Happy New Year. I love y'all. Let's do
Good
our
night.
thing. Okay? Share, like, subscribe, throw it all around. Let people know. Oh, you want to have a good time? Come on over here. Come on over here. We're going to have fun. Love you, Auntie D.
Love you, Auntie Love. Again,
Bye,
thanks for
babe.
hosting us. Have a good night, everybody.